Oh, guys, how are
Hey!
you? We're all here.
Woo!
Woo!
Yeah!
Party! It's it's the International Day of Calm. We're
Yes, it
really
is.
excited. We're we're calm with excitement and
Yes.
happiness and joy and all of that makes a person calm. People say all the time, they're like, how can you be calm if you're like so wired and excited? You know what? You can be,
You
because your
can.
passion is calming. We're not stressed out. We're not worrying all the time. We're not blaming everybody. We're taking control of our lives and we are loving it.
That's right.
So feel free to love your life. Let
Love
me
it.
introduce who's here today. Today, to kick off our summit and our International Day of Calm, is Czar the Amazing, who
Hi.
without
Yes.
Czar, I'm telling you, if it was up to me, if it was just me doing all the back office stuff, this would not have happened.
Yeah. Well,
And the
it's
amazing, there she is, and the amazing and incredible CL King, who is going to impact all of you with a discussion on fatherhood. And I'm going to talk a little about that before he gets started. So, hey guys, hey Czar, hey CL. So glad you're in the house.
Yes, we're so glad to be here, Celia.
Oh my gosh, party, party.
Yes.
yeah.
Andrea's here, but she's not on camera because she's probably in her PJs in bed. But so, Andrea, I don't want to skip you because I know you're in the back office. And Andrea was the one that put a lot of these speakers together. So,
Yep.
without her, we would not have the amazing group of people from
Mhm.
around the world that have come together
Exactly.
to make this day happen. So, I encourage you to share this day. Pay it forward to one person. If you just help one person, they might find a talk, they might find a discussion that really impacts them and calms their life. Today, we're going to be talking about fatherhood. That's going to be our first
Yes.
talk with CL. We're going to be talking about credit card stress. We're going to be talking about relationships. We're going to be talking about meditation. We're going to be talking about the way we view peace in this world.
Right.
That, like, endless, awesome topics. And while we're doing this stream, there's also a bunch of other great speakers that are addressing so much more on the International Day of Calm Facebook group. And YouTube's are those on
Yes,
YouTube?
that's right.
And
So you
YouTube.
can also, yeah, you can also visit YouTube for other classes that's available. It's also, we have a lot of classes going on in there as well. So just hop on, visit the pop-up parenting with Julia Kilber to see all those wonderful classes. So yeah.
We probably should have put that YouTube channel in the stream, although there are some people watching from YouTube. Oh, so if you're on YouTube, you have to do that thing, right? Welcome to my channel. Please
Right.
subscribe and give
Don't
us a
forget to
thumbs
subscribe.
up. Because
Yes.
you know what, I'm not good at saying that. And people that do
Mm-hmm.
YouTube all the time are really good at welcoming you to my channel. So I welcome you to my channel. And after today, there will be a Day of Calm playlist on YouTube. So all these videos will be found in one place. Right now, you
Mm-hmm.
can't stream to a playlist. So it's just streaming to my channel. Pumped Up Parenting with Celia Kibler. If you're on, subscribe, give us a thumbs up, share this out. I can't do all the sharing. CL can't, Czar can't. We have to depend on all of you watching from around the world. And we have a lot of people watching. Uganda's in the house, Nigeria's in the house, Australia's in the house. I mean, goes on and on. The list goes on from people around the world that are taking part of this day. So please share it out. Let's get people involved. Let's calm this world for just one day. Okay, so before we get started, I want to share with all of you why I created the Day of Calm. And if you go to dayofcalm.org, you can read my story in the About page. But I want to tell you a little bit about April 5th, because the reason we do this on this day is because April 5th, CL, I think I'm going to bring you back in a minute.
Okay.
So on April 5th, that is the day my dad passed away 2 years ago. My dad was a wonderful man, a wonderful man. He had a very short temper and he yelled a lot. And because he yelled a lot, there was, you know, voices in our head that was created. There were problems that were created because we were children of someone that yelled a lot as communication. He absolutely loved us unconditionally. But because of the way he was raised in an abusive relationship, with an abusive father, physically and mentally, he brought that short temper into the home. And he did not physically abuse us. Gratefully, he was able to control that. But he would yell at us and he would yell at my mom, who was probably the ultimate calm person. I mean, this woman was always calm and peaceful and loving and encouraging. So I created this day in honor of my dad because he always felt like the world is lost now, and there was so much hatred and judgment and criticism that he even used to say before he died at 92 years old, he used to say, "This isn't my world anymore." He said that all the time. He was a World War II veteran. He is the reason we buckle our seatbelts around our laps every time we get into a car. He and his buddies did that. He was on the missions of Apollo that sent men to the moon, not on the rocket, on the engineering team. He designed the fastest warship worldwide. The fastest warship goes 100 knots. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records and multiple other things. That is just breaking the surface on what this man has done for humanity. But he always thought he was mediocre. He always felt he was nothing special. And why is that? Because that is what yelling and judging and criticizing and blaming and shaming does to a child. And those beliefs stay with you forever. So not only am I a parenting coach and on a mission to stop a million parents from yelling at their kids, I'm on a mission to stop the world from all this crazy judging and criticizing and blocking and ending relationships because you simply don't agree. We need to restore calm. We need to restore happiness, respect, trust, all of that into this world. We need to stop judging people. We need to stop hating and start learning about each other. Who wants a world where everyone's the same? It's great to have different people in the world. It's great to have different cultures, races, religions. Let's learn what they know. Let's share it. Let's believe in each other. Let's decide that, you know what? This stops with me. You're one person. Can you affect this world? Absolutely. Start shining. Start sharing all your genius and your greatness with the world. Don't sit back. Don't just be a viewer. Be a shaker and a mover. Decide, you know what? I've got this one life, and none of us are getting out of here alive. This is not a dress rehearsal, so we might as well make it the best life we can be. So in honor of my dad and his challenge with feeling so good about himself, being the yeller, being the one that was so conflicted, but being the great man that he was, and in honor of my mom, who was the ultimate calm person, I bring you the International Day of Calm. And me and so many other people around the globe worked hard to bring you this day. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope you've enjoyed this summit, all the classes we had yesterday, all the classes we're going to have today. And if you want to look at the list, go over to dayofcalm.org and check out the classes. You'll see what's going on today live in this presentation. At noon, my talk about how to stop yelling at your kids once and for all needs to be registered for. It is a Zoom link. It is the only class on Zoom. Tasha Hart's talk which I think was originally scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight, is now at noon. So those are the only changes for the day that we know of. But I want to get started. I congratulate you for being here. I congratulate you for deciding this stops with me. Let's calm this world. If not me, then who? And I'm ready to introduce you to CL King, who I briefly introduced you to before. He is amazing. He is wonderful. I think I did not put, let's see if I have his information. I do have his information, but he's going to tell you more about him. I'm bringing him back. CL, you're back.
Hey, here I am. Thank you, Celia.
So what I love about this man is he is an impactor. He's the impact motivator. It says right there. He has a podcast, Impacting Life 24/7, and he lives at that statement. He is always impacting kids. He is always impacting teens. He is impacting humans all around the world, and he's been doing it to empower each and every one of you. The reason we do all of this is for you, and we're so happy you're here to absorb it. So CL is going to do a talk about fatherhood, the responsibility of fatherhood. And once again, I am so happy he's here. I'm going to ask him to tell you a little bit about himself, even though I know he doesn't like to talk about himself. But welcome, CL. Please tell us a little about yourself, and then I'm going to leave, and you're going to get started when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. And when you leave, please be sure to help me with those slides so I don't mess it up. You know how Murphy gets in.
Thumbs up. Exactly. We had a few glitches yesterday.
You remember our live call the other day, me and you? That was funny. Now that should go down in the bloopers reel for sure.
That was good. We should have a bloopers reel. But you know what's great is that's the whole point of calm.
Right.
How do you react to those things life throws at you?
Yeah. That's
yesterday we lost, Facebook dropped us yesterday.
Oh,
wow. We had to start all over, but how do you react? And that's the key. How are you reacting to what life throws at you? You have no control over anything but you.
That's exactly right.
Focus on that.
Well, listen, I'm blessed to be here. I was here yesterday, and I was in and out a lot of the classes. Many of the classes that I was able to view, I took notes, and man, I'm already making augmentations in my life. I mean, the declutter class, boy, that was convicting. Boy, I felt about 2 inches tall. I said, man, I am just totally cluttered in every capacity. And
me too. Layla mentioned the phone numbers in your phone, and then she showed me how to see how many contacts I have. I was like, I've got 1,500 do I call 1,500?
Do you call 1,500? Yeah,
clearly not.
Those people, some of those people probably don't even have those phone numbers anymore.
Exactly. I know. I felt like, whew, I need this class.
So yes, I'm blessed to be here, and we'll probably weave a little bit of my life's testimony in, but I'm CL King, a father of 7. Been married for almost 30 years, former Marine, and reside in the lovely state of North Carolina. It wasn't always like this, and so I'll kind of add that into the story. It wasn't always the beautiful house and nice cars and loving family and all that. It really did not start out that way. So for the first 18 years, it was full of trauma. I say that I was forged in a crucible of adversity. And but thank God, a lot of the bad examples that I got actually showed me how to be a better example for my children. And fatherhood, I'm wearing my dad's shirt. I think either
I can see it.
Either I bought this for myself or one of the kids bought it. I don't know. But I do know this, that I take a lot of pride in being a father. I take a lot of pride in being a dad. It's one of, outside of being a husband, it's my most solemn responsibility. So I'm looking forward to sharing what's on my heart and dedicating this day. What was your dad's name? Oh, no, wait, don't tell me. Don't.
I told you.
I remember now. Yeah, I remember it's 3 letters. I'm going to dedicate this training to Nat. And I'm also going to dedicate this training to Celia, who has become a super special person in my life. I mean, we don't talk every day, but when we talk, we can't shut up.
Right. And that about describes me really well.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't start talking till I was 3 years old, and my parents said, "And now you're making up for lost time." So,
All right.
all right, we're going to let you get started.
Okay.
Go forth, impact the world of fathers, and I'm excited to hear your conversation.
All right. Thank you so much, Celia.
Bye, CL.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to, like I said, I dedicate this time to my dear friend Celia and her father, Nat. I also dedicate it to my wife, Charity King, because without her, I wouldn't be in the position of being a father. You know, I just can't do it alone. And so she has blessed me with 6 of our 7 children, and it has been a 30-year ride of, I would love to say bliss, but it has been a 30-year ride of learning, of adjusting. I recognize that, and I know Celia will talk about this, but parenting is not an autopilot endeavor. You have to realize that as turbulence comes, you have to make adjustments. But I wanted to hone in, because I'm you know, a parent myself, but I wanted to hone in more on fatherhood. Why? Because fatherhood is the state of being a father. And I've been a father now, like I said, for 30 years, and watching the ebbs and flows of my decisions as a dad, of my decisions as a father, it really, really, really kind of spoke to me. Is that's what I want to teach about. I could teach about anything. I'm a master life coach in 5 different disciplines. I'm a Lean Six Sigma certified green belt, which I help companies with continual process improvement. I could teach on marriage. I could teach on many things. But one thing that I recognize that is a solemn position, that is a position of authenticity, like you can't fake the funk as a father, is fatherhood. I'm holding in my hand, and I'm getting used to what am I getting used to? I'm getting used to StreamYard, because I usually use Zoom, but I'm actually liking StreamYard. I'm holding in my hand a beautiful ornament that my son gave me, and it's a picture of a lion and a little lion cub. I'm holding it there. It's always in my high virtual studios here at Impacting Life 24/7. And if I'm not holding something down with it, I'm usually looking at it, just reminiscing about our moments like this.
CL, can you hold that up again? Because I didn't get to the slide in time so people can see it. Please.
Okay. Well, yeah, they can see it now. There you go. It's a lion with a little lion cub next to him. I know it's not the greatest. There you go. See? Little lion with a little lion cub. I was like, where did my stuff go? I said, Celia, you better quit messing with this thing, girl. And so I hold this thing in my hand all the time, whether I'm here interviewing people. I've interviewed over 300 folks from around the country and around the world on our show, or whether I'm just sitting here watching the NBA, or just thinking about my kids. I'm thinking about, man, you know what? This is kind of the essence to me of fatherhood. Not necessarily the main lion that, you know, sometimes people look at this and you think, man, he's a father of war, and he's vigilant, and he's a stallion and all of that. But no. I decided, being a former Marine, and everything we do in the Marine Corps is an acronym, I decided that I was going to help you guys understand fatherhood. See, because the biggest portion of that term is the first 6 letters. Fatherhood. You put hood on anything, and it's the state of being the first thing. Motherhood, parenthood, neighborhood, you in the hood, right? So I said, I want to give you 6. I think I got like 6 or 7 slides. I want people to know I'm a professional speaker. I don't usually do slides. I do them for trainings, but I figured some time ago that if I wasn't good enough without a slide, then I shouldn't be in this industry. But I said I wanted to at least give you some pictorial remembrances of what I'm going to teach you today, because at my core, my mission in life is to impact individuals. My mission in life is to touch one life one day at a time. And so when we think about fatherhood, we see this lion here. It's like, Chris, can you break all this down for me? And I said, yes, I can. We'll start with the F. A father is faithful or loyal, constant, true, devoted. Now, see, I'm gonna be able to cover both dichotomies, whether you're a father in a marriage, in a relationship, or whether you're a father and you're not with the mother. Here's what I want you to understand: that those words. Let's go back. It jumped the slide. Sorry about that. Let's go back. Loyal, constant, true, and devoted to your state of being a father. Loyal. It's important that you understand that you got to emulate, you've got to display, you've got to teach your young people what loyalty really is, and being constant, not showing up, not just showing up when the weather's good, but showing up when the weather's bad. You understand what I'm saying? It is a state of being true. Okay, with so much misinformation, disinformation, and people talking about they woke in a sleep. I don't know. I told my wife this the other day. I said, I don't have a clue. I'm not into all of that garbage. I don't have a clue what it means to be woke. I wasn't asleep. So what are you talking about? I just want to demonstrate for my children as their father what trueness is. And truth is always better than a lie. And devoted. Are you understand what I'm saying? Devoted to what your mission is in life. Listen, that moment when that child breached the fringe, fertile edge of their mother's womb, you began to take on devotion, whether you wanted to be devoted or not. You can't unbirth that child. And so it's important and it's incumbent upon you to be devoted to the cause that you have now been put in. Faithful. Father, the letter F in fatherhood, stands for being faithful. And you know, there have been times, let me just be transparent with you, ladies and gentlemen. There have been times when I haven't always been loyal, constant, true, devoted. You know, I got married when I was 18, 19 years old. Started having kids at 18. I didn't have a clue. I'm a foster kid. I've been in 6 different homes in 18 years. I was bounced around from several group homes, lived on the streets of Cleveland homeless for 6 months. I didn't understand what being loyal and constant was. I didn't know how to balance a checkbook when I got married. Nobody taught me that. I'm a kid from the streets, from the hood. My father filled up the bathroom tub and held my head under the water, trying to take my life away. I didn't understand what loyalty and constant meant. I didn't have an example in my life of really what trueness and devotion meant. So I haven't always mastered these things. And as I was up in the wee hours of this morning, somewhere around 3:15, I realized that I'm speaking not just to men and fathers across the country and around the world. I'm speaking to me. Because you know what? Though Nat may have been a yeller, and though Nat may have had a short fuse, just in the little bit I know about him, I knew that he was loyal. 70 plus years of marriage. I knew that he was constant, getting up and going to work every day. Imagine that. I knew that he was true. Had one wife and no sweethearts. And I knew that he was devoted, took care of his babies in the midst of difficult times. The next letter, think about it in an acronym format, is A. A father should assure his children. A father should reassure, or convince, or persuade, or guarantee, or promise. Those are some pretty heavy and weighty words, aren't they, ladies and gentlemen? What is a father supposed to do? They are supposed to assure their children that it's going to work, They're supposed to assure their children that it's going to be okay. You got to convince them that, hey, listen, though this world may be upside down, you're still standing on top of it. You've got to convince them. You've got to guarantee, like, listen, I want you to know that as long as you have breath, you've got hope. You understand? As long, my son the other night, it was an epic baseball game. I cancel my schedules, my speaking engagements, my podcast. I cancel them when my son's games are close. I can travel to them. I go to his games. His mother and I, we go. Just like we went to band for Chris, just like we went to music for Mariah, just like we went to choir for Christina Lee, just like we went to baseball for Cameron, just like we go to our kids' stuff. That's just important, right? And he was up. It was 2 outs. There was runners on first and third, and the score was 7-8. We were down by 1, and Jeremiah is at the plate. Jeremiah is my youngest son. And I was at a sleep study, so my wife had me on FaceTime screaming at the top of my lungs, son, crank that ball. You can do it. You can do it. You can. Everybody's screaming. It's an epic battle between 2 high schools. And here's Jeremiah. He's down now, 2 strikes. We said, man, you can do it. And guess what? The dude watched as the 3rd strike was called. Now we could tell him, man, you just dropped the ball. You that's not reassuring. I told him, listen, I want you to understand that I make a promise to you, brother, that when you in that situation again, we're going to cheer just as loud. And though you might have struck out, there's going to be another opportunity for you to swing that bat. See, fathers got to assure their children, because this world, that society wants to make them think that they can't, or society wants to make them think that it's impossible. And here's what, as the impact motivator, could you imagine me as your dad? That's absolutely not going to be a part of the conversation. The A in fatherhood is assure your kids that the pathway that they're on, even if they have stumbles, assure them, guarantee them, promise them that it's going to be all right. I wish, ladies and gentlemen, I sit here trying to fight back emotions. I wish that I could have heard some assurance from my father. Now, I heard assurance from my last foster father, for sure. But there's nothing like it. There's nothing like hearing it from your father. So we have to make sure that with all the doubt in the world, assure them that they're going to make it. You feeling that? The next thing, the T in fatherhood, is being temperate, having temperance. And guess what that means? Moderation or voluntary self-restraint. I didn't always have this as a father. Never beat my kids, never abused them, never held them under the tub, even though I saw that as examples from both my mother and father. Never physically abused them, never sexually abused them. I didn't do any of that stuff. But I was a former Marine, and I was intense. Are you following what I'm saying? So there were times when dad raised the roof from time to time. There were times when some furniture got moved around, if you're following what I'm saying. Are you feeling me, right? And I realized that over the years, I was wrong. Whatever the circumstance was, it did not merit me losing my control. Whatever the situation was, it required moderation and voluntary self-restraint. Listen to me. I was raised in a generation that kids were supposed to be seen and not heard, right? You follow me? Y'all know 30, 40 years ago, that's the way it was, right? And I'm raised from a generation seeing that the dad is the king of this castle, baby, right? Yeah, you remember all of these things in your mind back when we was spinning records on record players. But now here's what I understand. Voluntary self-restraint means this: I could very well act a certain way. I could very well respond a certain way because I'm the dad, right? I could very well respond a certain way because I'm the man of this house, baby. I'm your daddy. I could respond. But temperance, the T in fatherhood, The T in father means moderation. Don't be so extreme with your kids when they come home with a D. Don't be so extreme with your kids when they get caught up in the jam. And I've had to learn this. The sun has been moving in my life as a dad. I've realized that when I met Celia Kibler, I'm like, man, I wish I could go back now that I've met her. I wish that I could go back and undo some of these moments that I had. Voluntary self-restraint. Listen, one day I was looking in the freezer for some Reese cups. Remember, we got 6 of our 7 kids at the house. They were all stair step, you know what I mean? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, right? And we did everything together, like little ducklings. We would shop in Walmart. The 2 older ones would have a cart. I'd have a cart, and then the 3 little ones would be either in the carts or walking behind us. Like it was a sight to behold, right? And I remember one time that I had a 4-pack Reese cup. And I went to look in the freezer where I had nestled that Reese cup and found it to be missing. Now, listen, my kids always used to sneak my stuff, always used to eat, you buy a box of Pop-Tarts, in 24 hours, they're all gone, and nobody knows who did it. Not me, lived in our house, right? So I'm upset, as I rightfully should be, because my chocolatey, peanut buttery Reese cups were gone. So I lined all my kids up, from the oldest to the youngest. And I said, listen, there's gonna be some penalties associated. Now, this is years ago, y'all, so just bear with me. I'm being transparent so you can give me some validity, right? I said, there's gonna be some penalties to pay for somebody stealing my Reese cup. I mean, there's so many other things. There's world hunger, and then there's my Reese cup, right? And Mariah, my middle child, the anchor child, she's got even number of siblings on both sides of her. She spoke up and said, I did it. And I said, well, Mariah, everybody was gonna get a little dust up, but because you spoke up and told the truth, I think we can move on. A month or so later, I was packing the freezer as I normally did, and I needed to make some adjustments. So I pulled all of the stuff out that was in there. And lo and behold, what falls out from below the chicken quarters? A 4-pack of Reese's. Mariah wanted to save her siblings from the wrath of dad. And man, I called everybody back together. Mariah was willing. She didn't eat them. Nobody ate them. I just misplaced them. And I called everybody back. I'm glad I had restraint that day. I'm glad I didn't totally lose my mind. I'm glad I didn't punish anybody. But I took that as an opportunity to teach a lesson that, hey, man, I was wrong. I should have looked better. And furthermore, thank you, Mariah, for taking one for the team. She loved her siblings so much. She was willing to go down with the ship with Daddy's Reese's. And I'm glad that in that moment, I had a little bit of moderation. I'm glad in that moment I had a little bit of self-restraint. Because it was difficult at times, because I wasn't trained by Celia Kibler on parenting. My wife and I got in this thing, and we were building the plane as we were flying it, because she didn't have a whole lot of input in terms of parenting, and her and her mom weren't close. And here I am, this kid from the hood, homeless, projects, abused, and all this resume that was negative. So really, our marriage should have failed. Our parenting and endeavors should have failed. But instead, we developed, as we went along, new rotations around the sun. I'm not going to go around the sun the same way I went around last time. I'm going to have temperance. The H, ladies and gentlemen, is A father should be a hero. Are y'all taking notes? A father should be a hero. Now watch what a hero is. It's a real person or a main fictional character who, in the face of danger, combats adversity through feats of ingenuity, courage, or strength. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. The father should be the first hero that your kids look up to. I want to be, even today, at nearly 50 years old, I want to be my kid's hero. That when adversity comes, I want to have some feats of ingenuity, courage, and strength. A father, the H in father, is hero. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we have put entirely too much stock into people who don't put stock in us. Okay. We've put stock in Hollywood. We've put stock in movie stars. We put stock in sports athletes. We've put stock in all of these things where our kids get let down when they see that these people are not nearly as heroic. Yeah, they may hit the game-winning jump shot, but their life doesn't reflect truly what I want my kids to live like. You understand? See, the millionaires and billionaires, that money does not build character. You know what it does? It reveals character. And so I don't want those people to be heroes in my children's eyes. I don't want them to grow up. I don't want them to grow up thinking, man, I want to be like that. And then all of a sudden they see that this person goes up on stage and knocks the crap out of somebody. I like their movies. Go to their movies, enjoy their comedy, but they ain't your hero. You know who your hero is? The guy that's with you every single day, morning, sun up and sundown. The person that says, man, you can make it. I'm going to assure you. The person that gives you promises that they won't let you down. That's the hero. That's the hero. I want to be that guy that comes in and saves the day. I go back to Jeremiah, the youngest one, right? He wanted a new baseball glove. This brother got good taste. All my kids got really good taste, but they got expensive taste, yo. And he wants this glove. And he said, he got a little job now. You know what I mean? He's got a job. He's 17. And, I could have made him pay for this glove. The glove's like $180, $200, right? And he said, well, Dad, I'll give you half of the money, blah, 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 blah. And we just cash app our kids or Facebook pay them. That's how we transfer money around here now. I guess nobody has cash in the world anymore. So he told me how much it was after I fell out my chair and resuscitated myself. I said, all right. I grumbled a little bit. Man, $180, blah, blah, blah. He thought he was going to have to come off about, 120 because Dad's so cheap. And guess what? You know what? I took it as an opportunity for me to be his hero one more time. At 17 years old, you know what I did? I slid that brother $180 right through his account. I said, go on, get your glove, brother. Go on, get your glove. Because I remember another time when I had been given a speech, 3,000 students listening to me, the C.L. King Impact Motivator, speak to over 400,000 people around the country. And I came home. Greg dropped me off. Greg is my VP of my company. You'll see him if you see CL, you see Greg. And I came in. I was getting my bags. I was tired. And here comes little 5-year-old Jeremiah running out with a glove and a ball. And I was tired, man. I give it all I got. I'm giving y'all the restrained version today so I don't scare y'all off after the national day have come. I was giving it my all. My veins were popping out of my neck. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. The students were in a fevered pitch. It was crazy. And I came in, I was exhausted because I leave it all on the field. And I'm walking to the door. Here comes Jeremiah out. And it was as if time began to slowly come to a screeching halt as we passed one another at that impasse. I put my hand on the door and Jeremiah said, hey, Dad, you want to throw the ball? And it was in that moment that I could have justified being tired. Man, do you want me to throw out here with you 25 times? You're going to not catch the ball. You're going to miss it. I got to run out in the street and get it for you. But I said, nope. I put my bags right at the door and said, your hero going to throw the ball with you, brother. I don't need the coach throwing the ball with you. He ain't your hero. I'm your hero. And we need to be the first people wearing a cape to our children, to our daughters, to our sons. We need to be that one. Because you are making an impression on them, whether you want to or not. Sadly, I can't say that my dad was my hero. Sadly, I can't say that. But you know what I can say? That even after all of this time, he'd be 85 years old today if he was living. He called me dumb MF, beat the crap out of me, slapped me all kind of crazy ways, beat my mom with crutches, was a drunk womanizer. But let me tell you something. I still, at nearly 50 years old, wish he was here so he could see how I turned out. So the position of him being a hero, being my hero, like, man, you're my father. I want you to be proud. I look up to you. You be the worst father in the world, and your kids, for some reason, they still look at you as a hero. So the next slide. Did it not load all my slides, Celia? I'm missing some of my slides. I'm missing 2 slides.
That's all I got, buddy.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Sorry.
I'm looking here. It only says 5 slides.
Let me share can I share my screen and show them the other one?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Let's do it that way. I don't know what happened. It's probably
you're incredible because we're all on the edge of our seats for the rest of it. But I know you can talk anyway. So
yeah, I got my notes, but I'm going to share the screen here.
Okay.
Let's see if that'll work. Oh, I need to click on that and hit share screen, and maybe I'll go over here. Are you seeing it, Celia? Is that working?
Yes, it is.
All right, good. So there we are. We just finished up hero. Now we're going to talk about what else a father needs to be. Let me get there. Father in the E needs to be empathetic. Father in the E needs to be empathetic. Empathetic, showing an ability to understand and share the feelings of another. You know, when I was a Marine, here's the thing that Marines didn't do. Marines didn't go to sick call, which means the medical place. Marines didn't complain about pain. Marines, you know what I mean? We're tough. We grind. We're lions, baby. You know what I'm saying? We got the mane. Marines didn't do that. And so for the first several years of me parenting, because I raised kids in the Marine Corps, that's the way I thought I was supposed to be. Don't come to me with that little whiny stuff. Oh, pick yourself up, blah, 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 right? And then I started seeing that calloused response in my own kids. I started seeing that calloused response in my own kids until another bell went off. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, when you hit turbulence as a parent, you got to adjust. It is not autopilot. So I'm revealing to y'all. Y'all might not hire me as your speaker because, man, he's got so many flaws. Well, I'm glad you're flawless. But let me just tell you, on my end of the world, I realized that I needed to make some changes. I wasn't beating my kids, so I had that banner. I was trumpeting that. I wasn't sexually abusing my kids like I was. I had that banner. I didn't do that. You know what I mean? I wasn't trying to drown my kids. I had that banner. My kids weren't malnutrition like I was. I had that banner, but I displayed no empathy to the plight that was going on in their world. It was all about me being dad, me being the hubby. And so when you come to me with an F on your report card, you just going to be on lockdown for the next 6 months. Ridiculous kind of stuff. Instead of saying, man, what's going on? What's going on with you in this class? I just don't like math. I don't like Chinese, Dad. And in those moments, in those fragile, mere mortal moments, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us a sliver of a chance to show empathy. That, man, you may not be, quote unquote, lining up according to the manual, but you know what? I'm going to share in the feelings with you. I'm going to share in your feelings. I started recognizing that my boys needed to see me cry. When they fell short or when something happened to them that disappointed them, I didn't need to be Mr. Drill Instructor, campaign cover, black boot wearing Marine. You know what I needed to be? I needed to be an empathetic dad. You know that? And what our world has a void of is empathy. I wish I had been more empathetic to my children. I wish I had displayed in those moments where they fell short, or those moments when they were hurting, or those moments when they were in their feelings. I wish I had displayed more empathy. I taught my son, the guy who gave me this beautiful lion ornament, I taught him from the time he was 2 years old. I taught him, hey, man, I knew he was a drummer. I was a former drummer, and he was banging on everything when he was a young kid with the wooden spoons. Y'all remember having the wooden spoons in the house? And Chris banged on everything. So I said, this boy going to be a drummer. All of my kids have unique talents. They're all different. And I just knew that was what was going to be his thing. And Chris learned how to play the drums, bought him his first drum set, bought him a second drum set. The dude, he plays for the United States Army now. He is a professional drummer. But man, if I could go back to some of those sessions that we were in the studio together, when he would start crying because I was being so hard. Greg calls me Joe Jackson sometimes. I knew he was so good, but I didn't have empathy, man. Like, dude, let the kid go. Let him go outside and play. You know? Or when he breaks down and start crying because you got on him about missing the wrong rhythm, you might need to capture that moment and fix it. So all throughout the years, man, I was readjusting my life because I knew that empathy was important as a father. Because your kids are not going to always measure up. And their feelings are not going to always be your feelings. And if you can't demonstrate as a dad, you can't demonstrate as a father that you understand and share the feelings of that one that you brought into the world, then they will repeat the same non-empathetic approaches in their life. See, I was raised in foster homes and group homes. I was raised by cold, hard, callous people in group homes. You know, they're paid to take care of you. I was around guys that was molesting each other and smoking dope. It was you got to get my book. It's coming out July 24th. Who Ate My Brownie? I am not exaggerating. I was forged in a crucible of adversity. So when I came into parenthood, I was hardened, man. You know, I knew I didn't want to do certain things to my children. I knew I didn't want to let them experience some of the same garbage that I had to experience. I knew I was not going to let that happen. But man, because of my tough Marine Corps outer exterior, I forgot that they were people with emotions and kids with feelings. As a father, you need to be empathetic. Let them see that you see that their feelings matter. And to this day, ladies and gentlemen, I'm still working on that. Working on it with adults now, Celia says you're not raising children, you're raising adults. And man, if God doesn't give us the privilege of going backwards, but sure enough, I'm doing better going forward. And though my kids still stumble as grown adults, I try to display for them the empathy needed so that they know that they can still get back up. You can fall 70 times. We're going to get back up all 70. A father is resilient. A father is resilient. I don't rehearse my speeches. In fact, I don't even put them together until the night of, because I want it to be so fresh. If I'm giving you new content, I don't want nobody else to have heard it, even myself. And I'm the one who created it. Like I said, I put this all together at 3 a.m. this morning. I've been meditating on this topic since Celia asked me to be a part of it. But I said, man, it's got to be in my spirit. It's got to be in my soul. This has got to erupt. I've got to deliver something that will impact someone's life. I got to say something tomorrow that maybe a dad or a father's looking at me and he's feeling like a failure. If we could just give him 6 little simple keys to turn things around, how could he impact that life that's looking up to him now? Resilient. Another transparent moment, if you'll allow me to. I'm probably the biggest failure you'll ever meet. People sing my praises, right? They invite me to their international meetings, pay big dollars to hear me speak and wax poetic about how to overcome adversity. But man, some days I feel like an absolute failure for the shortcomings in my life. But one thing that I can say that a father can be is resilient, flexible, pliable, supple, durable. That man, they resist resistance. And when I remember the time, we'll talk about resilience. Like I said, I got a few minutes. I remember the time when I was we were living in a single wide trailer that had possums like up under it, in it, and behind it. It was an absolute, oh my gosh, 6 kids in a single wide trailer. It was roasting in the summer, freezing in the winter. I think there was icicles in the house. I mean, this is before I became, a multimillionaire that I am now. So when one time, we're in this trailer. And Charity and I we didn't know about money management. Nobody taught us. Nobody sat us down. We just made some dumb financial decisions. And we had went and bought this gold Dodge Caravan. It was pretty, y'all. Gold Dodge Caravan. It might have been 1997. Went and bought this gold. I mean, I was out there shining it up at the car wash place every weekend. But the only thing that I was neglecting to do was when those window pane envelopes showed up, I just was throwing them in the trash, like for the payment. I didn't know that was actually a thing. Man, we done went out to dinner 3 or 4 times this week. I mean, we done went and bought the kids something. We done went down to Jungle Land. And I don't have that payment, so I guess we'll just keep on rolling. Until one day, I heard the unique sound of a diesel backing up into front of my single wide trailer with possums, with my shiny, nicely spotless rims, gold van, and homeboy jacked that thing up on that truck and said, "Would you like to get your belongings out of it?" We were $1,600 behind. And I watched as my kids stood on that little rotting porch as I had to go and get their belongings out of that gold van. The guy drove off to the sunset. And, that could have been a moment. It felt like See, King, I knew you couldn't make it. Knew you was just a foster kid. Knew you was just a homeless brat. Didn't know how to raise a family. And so I went to a buy here, pay here place, y'all. And bought some van that didn't even hardly go forward. The transmission, when we would try to go forward, that van would go. It was an absolute disaster. And I'm paying $300 something a month for that. It was so devastating. I said, man, we got to fix this. And little by little, I showed my kids, hey, look, I'm still getting up and going to work. There's still going to be food on the table. We're going to find a way to get out of this. And now I buy any car on the lot I want. I don't live in a home with possums. The most animal activity I got here is my golden retriever and my cat. We've been blessed, ladies and gentlemen. But it's because I tapped into this thing called resilience. That when life throws you a fastball and you strike out, the next time you just get up to the plate, you swing harder. My kids have saw that. They witnessed it. They witnessed the struggles that I've created in my marriage and watched as my wife and I worked through them. Resilience. Because this guy and those gals, they need me to be there for them. Even now in their grown state, we have showed them that mom and dad stuck through it when she could have had, by all accounts, reason to leave. We've shown them that, hey, even though life has not been easy sometimes, you can make it. No matter the adversity, you still can make it. So that's fatherhood, ladies and gentlemen. Fatherhood. I'm thankful for this time to share. I'll stop sharing now if it'll let me. And I'm thankful for this time that I was able to be with y'all. Thank you, Celia, for giving me the microphone for a few hours. I hope I haven't ran off anybody.
You haven't ran off anybody. And CL, I know it was just riveting. It was beyond great. My father would have loved it. And I'm so grateful for you being a part of this day, all the hard work that you've done, and creating that presentation was top-notch, incredible, and super impactful. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be around all day, so I'll be in the chat and pumping everybody else up too.
Everybody's happy. Here's Keith saying thank you for your teaching. Keith, another dad impactor.
Yes, awesome. Awesome. Dads for life.
All right, CL. Well, we're going to say goodbye as we welcome our next guest, but I know you'll be here. And
yes,
again, thank you for everything.
Thank you, Celia. Love you. Appreciate you.
You're the best. Love you too. Bye. Okay, guys. So let me look at my new camera, which is lower than my other camera. So I keep like getting used to my old, that where you're looking around thing. Yes, it pretty awesome. Wasn't that pretty awesome? I hope you guys can hear me. Somebody said volume, but those that are watching, please let me know that volume is okay for most of you. Sometimes we get bad reception or something like that, and the volume's affected. So just give me a good in the chat stream if you can hear me well. Because I'm bringing up our next speaker, who is in the backstage area in our green room. I like to call it green, even though it's not green. It's her house. Could be green. I don't know. Maybe her house is green. You cannot hear. Volume is great. Okay. Maybe if you can't hear, you may want to log out, or leave and then open up the Zoom, the live again. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay. Kelly.
Hello.
Hi, Kelly. How are you?
As you can see, it's not green.
It's not green, but I love all the tree life growing on your ceiling. That is
Thank
so
you.
awesome. Okay, so Kelly, excuse me. Oh, you know what, Kelly? Hold on. Let me change our stream so we know who you are.
Got it.
And I want to just tell people a little bit about you, and then I'm going to let you take the stage.
Okay.
Kelly is doing What is Universal Energy and How Does It Affect Me? That is her topic for this morning. She is a third generation earth shaman, carries the wisdom of her grandfather and the medicine of her grandmother as she unlocks your hidden truths and shares the story of your soul with the guidance of her ancestors, Mother Earth, and the animal kingdom. And we're excited to hear. Are you ready to take over?
I am ready whenever you are.
And Kelly, are you just talking or do you have slides? And either
Nope,
way
I
is
am
great.
just speaking. There are no
Okay, we
slides.
love it. All right, my dear. I'm leaving. If I can find my little arrow guy on my computer. Hold on. Okay, now I'm leaving. See you soon. I'll
Okay,
be back at the end.
beautiful. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Celia, I so appreciate being a part of the International Day of Calm. I am fully into taking the pause and learning how to calm ourselves. And it's all about universal energy. And often people say, well, what is universal energy? Universal energy is the understanding that we are connected to every single being on the planet. We imprint and impact on every single experience, person, and being, whether we are conscious to it or not. So it's all about learning how to be consciously aware of how you choose to show up in your life each and every day. We all have a very unique energetic footprint, and each one of us, with our footprints, as we walk, we imprint everyone else. So we need to learn what our energy is. We need to learn how to harness it. We need to learn how to walk among the chaos of the world without reacting to every single thing. A bomb was dropped on me over 10 years ago from Michael Bernard Beckwith when he said this quote: "Life is not happening to you. It's not even happening for you. It's happening as you, through you." And when I first heard that, I said, oh, no, no, no. Excuse me. I didn't ask for that to happen. I didn't expect that. I definitely wasn't asking for that. But guess what I learned? It really is. Because our energetic frequency in every moment of every day actually attracts exactly what is happening in your life. And when you learn to harness that, when you learn to understand that you have a choice in how you choose to show up and how you choose to react, you realize that life actually is happening as me, through me. That I have the conscious decision in each and every moment. Is this easy to conquer? Absolutely not. We are spiritual beings having a human experience, and this human experience will continue to throw life lessons at us over and over and over again. But these are not failures. And when I hear people use words, remember, the energy behind our verbiage is so powerful, and it affects our energetic frequencies. It affects the universal energy. Think about how you feel when you talk badly about yourself, or you hear other people use certain words to describe you. They're hurtful. It's painful. You don't necessarily like it, right? But when we learn to watch the verbiage that we use, we can actually raise our frequency to that of a very different level, which then affects everything else that's happening around us. Think about a time where you were maybe at work and someone was having a really bad day. Did you feel that? Did you feel it in the way that they were standing or presenting themselves? How about in the way that they spoke, or even the tone of what they were speaking on? Did you feel that energy in there? That is understanding universal energy and understanding that that person's energy, you have the choice to have that affect you or not. But remember, as we learn to become more consciously aware of our energy and how we imprint and impact the entire world with it, here's another quote from Maya Angelou that's one of my favorites. As we know better, we do better. And as we do better, we actually help create space for others to do the same. It's not about sitting in that victim mentality. It's not about self-loathing. It's not about bashing ourselves or shaming ourselves. It's about understanding that each time that we look at our shadow sides, each time that we look at our energy and how we're showing up, we actually have the choice in that moment to learn from it and then move forward differently. We were never meant to live in the pain and the struggles and the stories of our ancestors. We were always meant to live in the hopes, the beliefs, and the dreams of our children's children. We need to take that time to learn to pause. We need to take that time to take personal responsibility without shame, without judgment, without guilt, without the negative self-talk and the limiting beliefs that we all were born with, to take that pause and learn to be more conscious in how we step forward. Because again, we all have the choice. It's a matter of learning. It's a matter of deciding. Now, when it comes to understanding your own energy, look, there are so many different personality types out there. You could be an introvert. You could be an extrovert. You can be an amnivert or an omnivert. You could be in human design. We have manifestors, and we have all kinds of different technical terms for that. You could be a sun person. You could be a moon person. You could be an earth person, a water person, a fire energy. There's so many different ones. But here's how you can start to realize your own energetic frequency. Are you someone that absolutely loves the morning? Like, cannot wait to get up. I am up like bright and early, sometimes 3:30 in the morning. So for me, I am a sun energy. I am most motivated and most alive first thing in the morning. I love the quiet. I love that time of just stillness outside as well as in my home. So for me, I am all about the sun. I feel better when the sun is out. I smile more. I'm just alive when that sun hits my face. I love the sun. Some people are moon people. They work better at night. They want to sleep in, and they are not morning people and don't at all enjoy mornings. And what do? They sleep in. But here's the thing. We need to learn to listen and actually accommodate our own energetic frequencies, or again, learn how to harness them and live within them. But here's what happens is society is constantly pushing us to be a different energy than we actually are. So learning how to harness your own energy in those times that you can't choose to be in the energy that you want is most important. And that's about that conscious awareness. That's about understanding and taking the time to pause, to slow down. Look, self-care is not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's something that should be incorporated in our everyday and should never be an outside experience. And many people see these outside experiences as feeding their energy, such as going for a massage, getting their nails done, having lunch or dinner with friends, going for coffee or whatever it is. This is not self-care. Self-care in the energetic world is feeding your soul from within, going in and asking yourself, what do I need today? Where am I and how am I feeling? That is self-care. And it's our personal responsibility in each and every day to create that awareness around what it is we want for ourselves. Because we have the choice to create whatever destiny we want. We just have to step into it and stop living like life is happening to us or even for us. Life is always happening as us with our energetic frequency. So other ways that you can find out what kind of energy you are you someone that absolutely loves to be outdoors? Like you are attracted to the trees and the moss-covered rocks, and you enjoy being in the woods, and you like to hike or kayak. You might very well be an earth energy. You might have a mystical energy. These are all beautiful unbelievable ways to live your life as the energy that you were born as. But here's the thing. Often people forget how important owning our own energy is, and they will react. They will speak before thinking, or they will get in conflicts with people over things that really in the end don't really matter. And I don't want to say they don't really matter, but for the individual person, I see a lot of people get caught up behind the keyboards of things, like having arguments back and forth. Here's the thing about that. There's no good that comes from spreading frequency that is not of the highest level. We want to try to live in our high frequency as much as possible. And those that choose to live in a high frequency, such as gratitude being absolutely one of the most powerful frequencies. Another one would be, sorry, there's a little thing that just went across the screen and kind of got me a little confused there for a second. So the high frequencies, gratitude being absolutely the number one, love and non-judgment for yourself and others, another very, very high frequency, happiness, joy, things that feed your soul will keep you in that very high frequency. Things that keep you in a low frequency, stress, anger, anxiety, limiting beliefs, sickness, disease. And here's what happens when you begin to live in that lower frequency. Again, remember, with your energy, you're attracting more of. So if you are somebody who has high anxiety or stress or anger or any of these things, believe it or not, you're actually unconsciously attracting more of those experiences or more people that have that same vibe as you into your life, creating what you think is a difficult life or a difficult time. But what it really is you living in that frequency. If you can take that pause and simply step into, and I don't want to say simply because this takes a lot of practice and a lot of conscious awareness, but if you can step into creating that practice of gratitude, if you can start being thankful and appreciative of the things that you have in your life and the energy that you are, that being that you were born as, you will live a much different lifestyle. Because those of us that live in a higher frequency, guess what? We feel less stress. We feel less anxiety. We feel less anger. Things bounce off of us very differently because we're not attaching ourselves to other people's energy and understanding that that is them, that is not us. We can choose to live differently. So with that being said, I don't know if people have questions. I'm not sure how this works through the entire thing or if I'm just supposed to keep talking. But here's one of the beautiful ways to harness your energy is to make sure that you are grounded each and every day. And a lot of people don't understand what grounding is. They hear the word grounding and they're like, I don't even know what that means. Grounding is making sure that you are separating yourself from those EMFs, those, we are on our computers, we are on our cell phones, we are on all of this technology, yet we forget that all of that, can affect our energetic frequency. So by taking a pause, putting those things down and going outside and either standing barefoot on the ground, even placing your hands on a tree, anything that is going to help break that energetic frequency that is being caught up in your body is greatly appreciative of your physical body. Also, remember, stagnant energy really creates havoc in our bodies. If you are somebody who sits for long periods of time at work or stands for long periods of time, you want to make sure that you are moving your energy throughout the day so that it doesn't become stagnant. Simple things as in getting up. And if you have to set a timer on your phone, do it. That's what technology is for, is all, who doesn't have all those pings and dings and stuff happening all day on their electronics? So go ahead and use your phone and set up those reminders to go outside, to get up and move around. So if you are someone that sits but can't step away from a desk to get up and move around, there are simple techniques that you can do to actually help change the frequency in your body. So we have meridians that move, that are all throughout our body, that hold all this energy. So if you've ever heard of things like Tai Chi or Qigong, these are all about moving the energy in your body so it doesn't stay stagnant in any one area. So simple things like placing your fingers on your temples and simply moving the energy from your forehead will actually, believe it or not, help release some anxiety and stress. And here's what's so amazing about some of these things is your body already knows to do this. Think about this. How many times have you had a stressful thought or a belief or anything in your mind and you automatically go like this? You automatically touch your forehead or your head. That's because your inside, your soul, your heart space knows what you need to move that energy. But we as human beings forget everything that we already know because we've been conditioned throughout our whole lives to forget about the energy and what it truly means to be connected to ourselves. So simply just moving the energy on your head, going down the back onto your neck. You can do that. You can do simple tapping on your collarbones, which is a beautiful way to move that stagnant energy on you. Or it could be as simple as the right side of your brain actually controls the left side of your body and the left controls the right. So you can do a simple sweep across both sides to just move the energy all around. Okay, you can karate chop. But if you have the opportunity to get up and move, then do it. Take the pause. Learn to become more conscious in your awareness of how you're showing up in each and every moment of each and every day, because it is a choice for you to make. We can't blame other people for our energy or how we choose to react to someone else. It's all in how we choose. It's, again, our choice. So remember, as we know better, we do better. And as we do better, we help create space for others to do the same. So when we learn to harness our own energy and live as the being that we were meant for, we become that natural ripple. Have you ever walked into a room and just automatically said, wow, that person is energetic. That person is amazing. That person just has something. I want to know that person, or I want to spend time with that person, or I want to be around that person. That is a person who has harnessed their energy enough that you are attracted to what they have. You're sitting there saying, I want whatever they're having, period. Why? Because they live in a different frequency. This is why motivational speakers, this is why people that, show up on stages are so charismatic, is because before they go on stage, they harness their energy. That's wonderful. But what we need to do is be more conscious in our everyday lives of how that energy is actually imprinting and impacting. It's not just about when we're on stage. It's not about when we're just in the presence of others. It's about when we're in the presence of ourselves. Do we like the energy that we are living in? Do we want to change it? Do we want to do that shadow work and really look at those things so that we can begin to harness that energy? Because again, here's a perfect example of how our energy can affect others. You've had a really bad day for whatever reason. Everything just seemed like it was going against you. Everything you tried to do wasn't able to be done. You hit every red light coming home. You went to the store to pick something up and you ran into somebody that was rude. So then you're just feeling it. It's festering. By the time you get home, your hands are clenched around the steering wheel. All of your muscles are tight and you just are ready to explode. You walk into your house and there's something off. It's the kids left shoes by the door. There's stuff on the counter. The dishes weren't done, whatever it was. And you blow. You just lose it. You absolutely lose your stuff on whoever is right there. Here's the thing. If it's your spouse who was having a good day, their energy frequency is now lowering. If it were your kids, guess what? We've now imprinted this into our children and it's now lowering their frequency. So look, again, we are human beings. with this experience, right? So we have to have compassion for ourselves as we learn about our energy. It's not about blaming. It's not about shaming. It's not about seeing ourselves as failures. It's understanding that as we go throughout our lives, we have the choice to be conscious enough to say, I'm going to learn from this and I'm going to be better next time. Again, as we know better, we do better. And it's a matter of having that open conversation about the energy that you are expressing. Be okay with admitting it, allowing it, and just saying, look, I messed up. My energy is off today. I don't mean to take it out on you. And I'm going to go ahead and, take that pause and do what I need to do to reset. So I always tell people, if you've had a bad day, before you go into your house or interact with anyone else, take that moment, learn to take that moment and just close your eyes and breathe into it. Breathe into the understanding that as I know better, I do better. And as I do better, I'm going to create space for others to do the same. Because just as we are learning, everybody else is learning. So we need to have compassion for other people on their journey, learning and understanding their frequency, instead of automatically reacting back and forth to everybody's stuff. Just remember to be kind. Remember that the higher frequencies are the ones that prevail. When we are in gratitude, when we are in love, when we are in non-judgment, when we are in compassion, there's no room for anger. There's no room for stress. There's no room for any of that. There's no room for sickness. There's no room for disease. We all have the ability to harness our energy to keep ourselves healthy and calm. But again, it's something that we have to learn to do. It's a practice, a daily practice, and an in the moment, every moment practice. But the more that we do it, the more it becomes natural, just as breathing is, just as brushing your teeth, just as, anything that you do that you no longer have to consciously think about, it becomes easier and easier. But here's the most important thing about our energetic frequencies. And people don't realize the imprint and the impact that they have. But every footstep that you take, every footprint that you leave in every unconscious moment is actually going down into Mother Earth and spreading. So that pain, that anger, that hatred, that shame, that guilt, that blame, all of those are actually going into her and then spreading. Just like the trees are the roots, because every single one of us is connected. It's how we have empathy. It's how we feel for someone else without actually even knowing them. It's how we understand other people's pain without ever actually experiencing it. So when we choose to be conscious about those footprints that we're leaving, when we leave these footprints of compassion and love and non-judgment and understanding that we're all just doing the best we can with what we know now in this moment, life changes for all of us. So I ask that you be more conscious of how you choose to step into each and every day. Start with a gratitude practice. I wake up every morning and simply say thank you. And I list a few things that I'm grateful for. And then I jump out of bed and I say the sacred yes. And again, this is something I learned from Michael Bernard Beckwith over 10 years ago. Beautiful man with a beautiful gift to really reach into people's souls and see them as themselves. And that sacred yes then turned to me saying, I am open to every opportunity, every possibility, and every lesson, no matter what it is today, because I know I'm going to learn, expand, and grow from it. And that's how I start my day. And because I start my day that way, I start in a very high frequency. And then because of my practice and doing this for years and years, it's no longer something that I do. It's now just something that I am. I walk very differently. I walk very consciously, and I take the time to really notice and stay present in this moment, because this is the only moment that matters. When you live in your past or you try to live in your future, you're missing out on the energy of right now. And this is the only energy that matters. Who are you and what are you doing? How are you showing up right now in this moment? Anything that you did can't be changed. Going back there and trying to fix it, solve it, analyze it, doesn't matter. It's a waste of your energetic frequency. Trying to figure out what's going to happen in the future. Really? We don't even know what's going to happen 5 minutes from now. We could try to predict, we can try to do all these things, but the only thing we can ever control is how we choose to react to everything. So wasting our time trying to figure things out for the future doesn't help our frequency either. But learning how to pause, learning how to stay present, learning how to connect to that awareness of this moment. Go outside. When you're driving, don't just aimlessly drive. Notice the beauty around you. When you step outside, feel the earth under your feet. Like, consciously think about your footprint is leaving an impact of whatever energy is in that day, in that moment. Notice the birds, notice the trees, notice the flowers, notice the sky, notice other people. Smile. Smile at people, even complete strangers. Be kind, because you never know what your energy is going to do in a moment to help someone else raise their frequency. Let's not waste our time lowering others' frequencies or even our own. Let's do what we can as one energy and dream our world into being. Because we have the ability to do that. We just have to make the conscious decision to be it. It's not about doing, it's about being. Yes, somebody just said smiling is contagious. Smiling is contagious. So is laughing. So is joy. So is gratitude. Think about the times you've been in a conversation with someone and someone's talking about something really exciting. And before you know it, everybody's energy is off the charts and you're having a great time and everybody's feeding into it with great new positive ideas and thoughts and patting each other on the back. And there's all this awesome energy. You leave that feeling good. You leave that like pumped up and recharged. But what about being in a place where people are talking about other people, or people are judging, or people are talking about things that just are low frequency, whatever it might be? It could be a meeting at work. It could be, somebody admonishing somebody else for something they perceived as being done to them, whatever it might be. Think about how you feel after an interaction like that. That's noticing the energy. And universal energy is understanding how quickly that spreads from one person to the next, to the next, to the next. All you have to do is look at, political rallies and concerts. Like, look at the different energy in things. When we are going against something, fighting against something, there's resistance. There's a low frequency. But when we are celebrating or we are in assistance of others, look at the frequency change. Feel the difference. So I want you to start to notice your frequency. I want you to notice how you show up, how you react to things, and what can you do today, just today, even just in this moment? What's one thing you can become more consciously aware of to help you shift how you choose to show up? And again, this is a practice. As we know better, we do better. So don't shame yourself. There's no such thing as failure. They're all just lessons that we will learn over and over. And it's not a matter of learning the lesson so the lesson leaves, because the lessons will continue to come. But in that energy, you have the ability to look at them differently, come with them as a very different frequency, and notice what you need to shift so that you know better for next time. So the next time that lesson shows up, or the next time that energy shows up, you can shift how you choose to react to it, or better yet, how you choose not to react to it. So I hope this has been helpful for people. I hope that they've enjoyed it. I'm sorry that I don't have a full hour to share with everyone, as I have clients today, but I want to thank everybody so much for being here. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer anything for anyone.
Kelly, I can tell you that everybody loved your training. It was awesome. It was amazing. And it was spot on for what I am trying to make a point of with this International Day of Calm. You know, just be intentional and start thinking before you respond. Start noticing your energy and how it's spreading to others. You know, just be aware of you. You know, everybody's like, well, you know, I, you know, I've got my kids, I've got this, I've got my friends, I've got, what are you doing?
Exactly.
What are you doing?
We all have stories. We all have stuff.
Exactly.
We all have lives. It's about learning to harness our own and not reacting to everybody else's stuff. Stay in our own lane with kindness and compassion and non-judgment. Because when we work on ourselves, that's the ripple effect. It's not about trying to change anyone else. That's not what we're here for. Work on you. Because when you work on you, when you find your own energy, that's the ripple effect. That
is it. Because you spread you throughout the world, no matter what you are. So
absolutely,
if you want to see a better world, it's got to start with you. It's like Michael Jackson said, starts with the man in the mirror.
Man in the mirror.
Go look in the mirror.
Yes.
It starts with you. And that is the whole point of this day.
Yes.
And all these speakers is trying to make you a better you.
Yeah, this is the one thing I want to make sure that is really important for people when they start to look in the mirror. Do it with non-judgment. Do it without shame, without guilt, without self-loathing, and understand that you are a spiritual being having a human experience. We are going to mess up, but the learning experience is where the magic happens. So don't shame yourself. Have compassion for yourself and others on the journey, because we have no idea what anybody else is experiencing. And we all experience things very, very different in our lives. So our energies are what we choose them to be.
Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, when I tell people to take a break, look at you.
Yes.
I say, look at you with honesty and truth, and not, oh, well, you know, I'm no good. I don't even want to look at my face. You know, be honest and truthful and compassionate to yourself.
Absolutely.
We're all perfect just the way we are.
We are.
Your imperfections are your perfections.
Absolutely. I always say my wounds have become my wisdom.
I love that. And it's so true. It's so true. We learn from our mistakes. Yes. Don't shame your kids because they made a mistake. Nope. Encourage them to learn from it. What did you learn? You know, we're human. We're all human. And with that humanity comes our stumbles and our falls. It's the speed bumps of life to slow us down and think and pause and replan and replot and evaluate how you're going to reach the goal you want to reach.
Right. And most importantly, and I listened to CL King before, and I loved his speech or his podcast. But here's what I want to say from my viewpoint as a shaman when it comes to children is, again, we are never meant to live in the pain and the stories of our ancestors' ancestors. That means our children aren't meant to live in ours either. We have to remember that our children are the teachers. Why? Because they are still so close to spirit. They haven't been conditioned yet. They haven't forgotten their magic. We need to stop, slow down, and let them lead us. Learn from them the magic of staying in that present moment. Because before long, we're so busy trying to teach them what we know. We don't know anything.
Right.
We have messed up. Hello. All we've done is try to do better than our parents. or
Exactly.
disbelieving our parents. That is stories and pain and ancestor stuff. No, allow your kids to lead you. Let them
Right.
remember and teach you the magic of staying present. It's not about rushing. It's not about getting anywhere. It's about here.
Right. And they're so wise. There's so
Yes.
much wisdom.
Yes.
And people don't give children enough credit.
No.
You know, watch
We're so
them,
busy trying to
learn
mold
from
them
them.
into what we think they should be instead of
Right.
realizing they already are. We need to learn from them. We need to
Exactly.
stop and let them lead.
So true. That is
Yes.
so true.
Yes.
Well, Kelly, I know you got to go.
I do.
We're
Thank you
blessed
so
to
much.
have you on here.
Thank
I
you.
am so grateful that you joined this day
Thank you.
and you sent out your message, and it was a perfect fit. And I know tons of people were impacted by this, and I hope people that rewatch will also be impacted. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Beautiful. I appreciate you guys putting this all together. It's such a beautiful cause. And I hope that people realize that International Day of Calm should be daily.
Yes. Exactly. It should be.
Maybe summit.
It should be. But you know, baby steps. So we're starting with one day.
As we know better, we do better.
Well, actually, it was 2 days because we had
Yes.
so many people that want to be involved. We had to start,
Love
you know,
it.
another day. So, you know, we had Monday and today.
Yes, I love it. I love it. So thank you again. I so am honored to be a part of this. And I will definitely step in later and check out what else is happening. So if anybody has questions or chats, you know, but they also have my contact information they can get.
Yes, and it's running under the screen, Beyond Words and Wisdom.
Yep.
Oh, not .com.
Oh, it's .com. Yeah, .com.
Typo. Got a little excited there with those O's.
That's okay. Ooh.
Kelly, have an awesome day. Thanks again.
You
We are
too.
grateful. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Well, if what is it? 9:36. If you haven't thought that, wow, like I'm getting blown away from just the first 2 speakers, which brought forth everything we needed to know at this time on this day. Really, the big point here in the 2 speakers are we need to start taking responsibility for ourselves. We need to start holding ourselves accountable. Ourselves. Gratitude. I'm going to give you a little bonus tip before we move on to our next speaker at 10 o'clock Eastern time. And I want to give you a way to start your day before we leave, but I'm not going to tell you that yet because I really want to talk about our 2 last speakers, CL and Kelly, who, just talk about that energy level. Sorry, I banged my back camera. Talk about that energy level, keeping you aware of what you are sharing with others and the world. Primary. That's what everything was about. And I hope you really took that to heart. And I hope you're thinking, you know what? Even if I just do this one thing, this one, what they call aha moment, even if I do that one thing today, it'll make a difference for me tomorrow. And if it makes a difference for me, it makes a difference for everyone else that I'm in contact with. And then it makes a difference to them and everyone else they're in contact with. Do you see that ripple effect? Do you see it? It starts with one. And who is that one? You. So start really examining what's going on with your life. What's going on with you that you can take control over that feels possibly out of control and tends to irritate you and make you irritable and stress you out. What can you do today to turn that around, to change it, to make you more of a calm person? Hi, Dee. Yes, it does. It starts with me and it starts with you. And we all, none of us are perfect. And actually, the wonderful thing is we're all human. And with humanity, we are given the gift of mistakes. We are given the gift of a brain that sometimes doesn't work in our favor. We are given so many gifts in being human. Celebrate your humanness. Celebrate mistakes. You know, there are amazing mistakes created around the world. I share with kids. When I talk to kids, I share with parents. I share with all the humans that I connect with. The chocolate chip cookie, a mistake. The biggest selling cookie in the world was a mistake. The woman who made the first chocolate chip cookie poured in chocolate chips, expected them to melt into the batter to make a chocolate cookie. They did not fully melt, and the chocolate chip cookie was born. A mistake. A mistake that she didn't just toss in the garbage, a mistake that she celebrated. The list goes on. Post-it notes, mistake. Play-Doh, mistake. It was supposed to be a wallpaper paste. It turned out to be Play-Doh because his kids started playing with it. Celebrate your mistakes. We're human. We're only human. But that gives us superpowers. There's a lot of superpowers in all of us. What's your superpower? If you're on with me live, if you can think, or you're watching the replay, put in the comments what you think your superpower is. I'll tell you what mine is. Mine is children. I relate. I think I'm pretty much a 5-year-old in an old person body. I think like them. I know what they love. I connect with them. Definitely my superpower. We each have a superpower, and each of the children you are connected to have superpowers. Don't diminish those lights of the people around you. Encourage them. Ignite them. Be the light that shares the other light, that gives them permission to share their light and keep going and going and going. I want to tell you something to do in the morning. Okay? So, this is what I call the morning 3. A lot of people have spoken about gratitude and the importance of gratitude in the morning. I take it a step further, farther, I think. Farther, measurement, right? Farther, the English language. We love it. Instead of just starting your morning out with, I am so grateful for, I want you to finish that sentence. I am so grateful for. And then I want you to add 2 more sentences. The next one is I am. Honestly, the 2 most powerful words in the English language, or any language for that matter. I am. Because if it's followed by a negative statement, your subconscious mind will prove that statement right. Never sit there and go, oh, I'm so stupid. How could I have done this? What an idiot. Why did I do this? Stop calling yourself names. What you say to yourself, would you say to your best friend? No. So stop saying it to yourself. Take I am and follow it with a positive statement. I am empowered. I am intelligent. I am beautiful. I'm creative. I am financially free. Whatever it is that you want, state it. Even if you don't fully believe it, say it, state it, believe it, and your unconscious mind will work on proving it true. So we've got I am so grateful for, bing, 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 bing. I am, followed by a positive statement. And the last one is, wouldn't it be awesome if? And what's great about wouldn't it be awesome if is it gives you permission to dream, gives your children permission to dream. It gives your you and your children, not necessarily your children, you and children, the ability to throw out there in the universe a possibility. What is it? Wouldn't it be awesome if, for a child, they may be, wouldn't it be awesome if I got my braces off tomorrow? It would be awesome. I've had braces my whole life. 3rd grade to 7th grade, I had teeth braces. 8th grade to 12th grade, I had a full body brace. I was in braces from 3rd grade to 12th grade. And let me tell you, it was pretty awesome to get all that off of me. Wouldn't it be awesome if you guys are willing to, while we're here together, I would love you to put answers to those 3 statements. I am so grateful for, I am, and wouldn't it be awesome if you are willing to be honest and transparent with us, put it in the comments, share it. You're going to feel great after it. And what I recommend you to do is get a journal, get a composition. I don't know why I'm showing you a composition book. You probably know what a composition book looks like. This one's Billie Jean's. But get a composition book or a pretty journal, and every morning write the completion of those 3 sentences. And if someone would even type them in the comments, maybe Czar or Andrea would write in the comments, I'm so grateful for, I am, and wouldn't it be awesome if. Put them in a book, and then not just write them every morning. I want you to read them before you go to bed. And if you want to write more on a day, not just one answer, write as many as you want. No one's saying you have to stop at 1. If you're flowing with ideas, flow with them. Keep flowing. And then read it. And if you are a parent and you have a family, do it as a family. Everyone. When my grandkids lived with me, I had a trifold board, one of those trifold presentation boards. And on one, it was, I am so grateful. The middle, it was, I am. The other one, it was, wouldn't it be awesome if? And every day we had that board standing in the kitchen. Every morning we would write everyone's thoughts. Every night before bed, we would read them. It is super empowering. And it gives you the ability to positively confirm your being and dream about what is possible. Instead of always thinking, oh, I'll never do that. I'll never be that. Remember, you can be whatever you want to be. Tons of people started their incredible journeys and successes later in life. It's never too late. Colonel Sanders, Kentucky Fried Chicken, he was 65 when he started licensing his wife's chicken recipe, and it was his wife's chicken recipe. It's never too late. Like I say, it's only too late if you're dead. You're dead, it's too late. Unless you come back and you believe in reincarnation, you come back as somebody else. Don't think, oh, I'm too old for this, or don't think my kids are too old. They're never too old. And they're always your kids. My daughter's about to turn 40. 40. It's hard for me to believe I have a 40-year-old. But I'm so blessed to have her. And she has so much wisdom to offer me. And yet she still needs me. My kids still need me. Your kids still need you. Be intentional. Be the person you want to be so they understand that they can be the person they want to be. And don't put your beliefs on them. Don't say, oh, well, you know what? I really wanted to be a ballet dancer. So now I have this daughter and now she can be a ballet dancer. Maybe she doesn't like ballet. I'll tell you a funny ballet story. I don't know why this popped into my head, probably to tell you this funny story. So my sisters were both dancers, excellent dancers. I went to Peabody Institute, which is a very big cultural school in Baltimore, Maryland, and I took ballet. I am not as graceful as my sisters are. And in fact, the ballet teacher said to my mom after my first session of taking ballet, unless she really, really loves it, I wouldn't continue. So needless to say, I didn't really, really love it, and I didn't continue. Do I regret not continuing? Not really. Not really. That was something that, my mom gave me the choice. You can keep going or not keep going. She didn't say I had to do it. She let me choose. Did I know the story of what the teacher said? No. Not till much later in life. And then my mom told me, and I laughed. My mom just simply gave me the choice. Do you want to do this or don't you want to do this? And then I went on to play piano. Not great at piano, but I play piano. Let your kids be what they're passionate about. Watch them. Discover their interests. I like to share the story of my son because video games are always so taboo in the world. People always downplay video games. My son loved video games. My son will be 34 this year. He always loved video games. If there was a video game for infants, he would have played it coming out of the womb. Did I discourage it? Did I say, oh, video games are going to ruin your life? No. He had schedules. He could not play video games 24/7. Video games fit in with schoolwork, chores, being outside and playing, all meals, all of that stuff. Video games were part of that for like a half hour to an hour each day, or, varieties like that. Schedules are important, guys. So I told him, play whatever video games you want. You just got to play them on the schedule. And of course, he was only allowed to play some. Some I did not like, and they were not allowed. But the way I knew was because I would sit with him on the bed and I would say, Kyle, tell me why you like this video game so much. Teach me how to play it. I took an interest in him. I took an interest in what he liked. Do I like video games? No. They're not my favorite. I do like some games. I like playing board games better. But he loved video games. You can always give your children a choice, but I want you to recognize the choice they make and encourage it. So long story short, what happened with Kyle in video games? He grew up. He went to college. He got a degree in video games, a Bachelor of Science in Digital Entertainment and Simulation. I think that's what it is. He got a degree. He went to work for one of the biggest video game companies out there. Ironically, the one video game that I really didn't like was one of the video games that this company produces. He met his wife, who is also involved in video games. They're a perfect little video game match. They're the male and female version of each other. They love each other, adore each other, and they live video games. So what society may look on as not such a great option can absolutely be your child's option. Discover your child's genius. Hi, Sweta. Hi, Maggie. I'm seeing all the people that are feeding up slowly on my comments. Discover their genius and start discovering your own genius. If you go to work every day, I have to keep track of the time. Whoops, because I have the gift of gab. If you go to work every day and you're miserable going to work every day, stop it. Decide, you know what? This is not for me. I'm not going to go to work and be miserable every day. This is your life. This is not a dress rehearsal. Once this life ends, it ends. 2 years ago, July, I had a heart attack that almost ended my life. And there was nothing about me that predicted heart attack. A little piece of plaque broke off in my heart. My body clotted it like they do a cut, and it closed the main artery to my heart 98%. My life could have ended right there. Gratefully, it did not. And I'm here with you. So that day, I became a heart attack survivor. You never know. You never know. I did not have one indicator. I exercised. I ate well. I was not obese. I did not have diabetes. I did not drink. I did not smoke. On and on and on. There's nothing that indicated I would have a heart attack. And yet it happened. So don't think life is, you got lots of time. Life is so fragile. It's not worth you being miserable day after day after day. If you get nothing from this message, take the message that says, I'm worth it. I'm worthy of having a happy life. I'm worthy of being successful. I'm worthy of being the person I want to be. I'm worthy of love. If you're in a relationship that's just not working, you're worthy of love. We all are. I'm worthy of acceptance. You can go on and on with that. You are worthy. Please, please don't waste your life away. And I want you to think of this one thing. If your life ended tomorrow, which of course we all pray that it doesn't, how do you want to be remembered? How do you want people to think of you? If you're a parent, how do you want your children to think of you? If my life did end July 31st, 2020, I actually would say, I think my kids would be happy I was their mom. It's going to make me cry. But it didn't end. But think about that, because you don't know. You don't know. It's why I do this, so that everyone feels a little stronger, a little more empowered, a little more grateful, and a whole lot more calm. Stress is going to blow your life away. If you're stressing about any other areas of your life, watch a video about it. We have like everything covered here. Yes, Maggie, life is short. Walk in your calling. I'm thankful it was not your time. So am I. So am I. I love you too, Keith. So am I. I became a survivor that day. That's all that's important. But I want you all to really think about, I got to make sure our next person, Sandy, is in the back office. Okay, Sandy, I'm stopping talking. Think about it. Do the morning 3. I'm so grateful. I am. Wouldn't it be awesome if? And I will stop talking. I love you guys. I really congratulate you for being here and celebrating your own existence and being willing to make this world a calmer, happier, intentional place. Okay, time for Sandy. Let me bring Sandy in. She's been so patiently waiting while I rant. Hi, Sandy.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me all right?
Great. I can hear you. And I'm excited that Sandy's here because, hold on, Sandy, I have to bring up your information. Because for those of you that don't know, I am also the founder of Fun Fit Family Fitness. Co-founded it with my sister in 1987. So I am all about kids. That was pretty much what started me on my professional journey with the health and wellness of children. And Sandy's talking about fun nature activities with your family. So woohoo, I love this. So now I'm going to introduce Sandy so she can get on with her topic today. And you're getting lots of welcomes from all kinds of people.
Oh, and how do I share the screen? Just click that share button.
Okay, so you click the share button and your you know how you were in the waiting room? So your slides will go in the waiting room, and when you're ready to present, we'll pop them up for you. But you can set that up now. Okay, we'll see it. Sorry, my camera's like right in front of all that. Okay, well, while you're doing that, Sandy, let me tell everybody what you're talking about and who you are, and I'll try to talk. Okay. Sandy Schwartz is here discussing fun nature activities to help your family feel happier and calmer. Yay for nature. It's a free gift. Please take advantage of it. Sandy Schwartz is an author, a journalist, and a mom of 2. Her work has been featured in the Washington Post, National Geographic, Library Journal, Yahoo, Good Housekeeping, Chicken Soup for the Soul, Scary Mommy, and more. Quite a list. As the founder and director of the Eco Happiness Project, yay for the Eco Happiness Project, her mission is to inspire and educate families to build a nature habit to feel happier and calmer. Both her parenting books, Finding Eco Happiness, Fun Nature Activities to Help Your Kids Feel Happier and Calmer, and her children's book, Sky Search for Eco Happiness, are available now. You can learn more at the ecohappinessproject.com, which should be scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And hopefully I didn't make any typos in that. Sandy, can't wait to hear your presentation. Thank you so much for being a part of the International Day of Calm. And if you're ready, I'll let you take over. Are your slides up there?
Still
Wait a minute.
Trying to figure this out.
Okay. So you see at the bottom, it says share. See, and this is all. Oh, we got it. We got it. Okay. So you're up. So now just make sure you're on your slides, because we're seeing all your private information. Hold on. I'm going to remove that until you're on your slides. So you just have to pull up your presentation. Oh, you went away.
All right. So share screen.
Share screen. Your screen will come up, but point to the screen that has your slides on it on your computer. So it only shares that.
Okay.
You should have your slides open on your computer.
I did that and then it disappeared.
That's all right. Do it again. See, and this is all part of like yesterday.
Trying to stay calm.
Yeah, well, it's all part of reacting to what we have no control over. Okay. It's like yesterday we lost all of Facebook. Did you do it? I don't see it yet.
There. Oh.
And sorry, I'm looking around. My camera's like boom right in front of me.
So do you see it now?
No.
It keeps going away. No. Oh, wait. There we go. I think I got it now.
There it is. Okay. I'm adding it to the screen. Do you see it? And you can share full size if you want, Sandy, expand it.
Oh, there we go.
Like you can start presentation or expand the little thing over. There you go. Okay.
Right. Now
Miss Sandy Schwartz is ready to spread her genius. I'm signing out till the end. I'll be back at the end, Sandy.
Okay. All right. Hi. Part of what we're doing here is to try to stay calm. I cannot figure out how to share it that other way there. So we're just going to go here. Okay. Well, I'm excited to be here today because it's been a crazy few years. And this is such an important day for us to really stop and think about how we can be calmer and happier. And, to think about that we all just need to calm down, just like Taylor Swift says in her song. So first, a bit about me. And this is the part. Okay. So I am an author and journalist specializing in nature, wellness, and parenting. My work has been featured in places like the Washington Post, National Geographic, Good Housekeeping, Scary Mommy, and more. I have a huge passion for the environment, and I love exploring new ways to feel better and to find balance in life. And that's why I'm on this journey. And just like Celia talked about her personal story, I also have had my own struggles with stress and anxiety, and I decided to turn those lemons into lemonade by sharing all this information with the world through what I like to call eco-happiness. I'm also the mom of 2 school-aged kids, 9-year-old daughter and 13-year-old son. So in this presentation, you're going to learn why nature is so calming and lots of fun nature activities to engage with your family. Have you ever gone on a walk just to clear your mind, or taken a mental health day, maybe headed to the beach or a local park? Well, we all knew it, for hundreds, thousands of years, but now science confirms that spending time in nature can help us feel happier, calmer, reduces stress and anxiety, and increases our mood and our happiness. And it's a safe, effective tool to do this, right? It's like literally just outside, step outside, and you can have this natural medicine as a tool. And there are now hundreds of scientific studies that prove this, right? We no longer need just our instincts. For example, a groundbreaking study in 2019, published in Scientific Reports, found that spending at least 120 minutes a week engaging in nature, which can include a bike ride, a walk, or just eating outside, is associated with good health and well-being. So that's only about 20 minutes a day. So can you handle that? Can you do that? Can you maybe try to weave in 20 minutes a day as a nature habit into your life? So why are we attracted to nature, and why does it make us feel calmer? I want to talk about how nature is healing, to give you that background, to understand why it is so profound and important in our lives. So first of all, there's this concept that scientists have discovered called biophilia. And that is this innate bond that we share because we are animals at the end of the day. And so we want to be around other animals and plants and natural beings, right? So we subconsciously seek this connection. And when we're there, when we're connected to it, that just automatically helps us feel better. And nature also offers just like this multi-sensory experience. And we're going to get into some of those key components of why. But when we have when we're tapping into all of our senses, it helps us heal, it helps us feel better. So I'm going to go through some of these key aspects of nature that have these calming effects on us, to set the stage of why nature is so important. So first of all, is we have colors. Color experts, yes, there are people who study the psychology of colors. You may have heard of this when you're decorating your home, but colors such as green and blue have been known to be especially calming. And of course, we find greens and blues primarily out in nature with all the water and all the greenery. So that's really important to connect to all the colors outside. There's also this really cool concept of fractal patterns. And these are patterns that we see repetition in nature, whether it's leaves or snowflakes or tree bark or the clouds or the waves, how the waves come in. And our brains are attracted to these fractal patterns. And again, they've done testing to actually, look at the brain waves when we're observing these patterns, and it makes us feel calmer. So it's really interesting that we're attracted to these natural patterns. There's also textures. Think about all the incredible textures out in nature, whether it's a fuzzy caterpillar or it's the silk, or the coolness of the water, the wetness of the water, or mud, or the warm sand on your feet. And when textures help with the sensory experience, and when we're maybe experiencing a panic attack, one of the best things to do is to feel different textures, and this can, shift our mindset from our worries to what we're feeling. So that's a very important tip there. Another really important aspect of healing of nature are sounds. I mean, my favorite sound is bird song. When I go on my morning walks, I just love to tune in to the birds chirping. And so, it's the water, it's the crashing, it's the waves, it's the pitter patter of the rain. All of the studies show that this is more effective even than a human meditation voice that you might have in an app. Then there's scents, natural fragrances that occur in nature. Some of my favorites are citrus and lavender. And, you can get this through going outside and literally smelling the flowers, the roses, smelling fruits, or essential oils can also do a lot of benefit, provide a lot of benefits to us as well. Fresh air, here's something we take for granted, but taking in a deep breath of fresh air is extremely calming. Getting that extra oxygen, it just makes us feel so much healthier and better. Don't forget to stop and take in that fresh air next time you're outside. Plants. So studies show that greenery cheers us up. There have been numerous studies in classrooms, hospital rooms, and office buildings that show that if you have a view of greenery, plants, trees, bushes, or have a plant in your room, it can boost, test scores for children. It can boost productivity as we work. So, think about that as well as you plan your work environment. Maybe, throw a plant in there, make sure you're facing a window and you have that view. Couple more. Water. Okay, this is kind of obvious because how many people, when you plan your vacations, you probably choose the beach, right? So water, there's an entire book about this called Blue Mind. I highly recommend it. And it just goes into, all these incredible attributes of water, the color, the fact that it makes us feel light and free when we're in the water. So being in and around water is extremely calming. And finally, animals. So much research out there that having a pet or just seeing an animal, so whether you're like, petting an animal and being with a comfort animal, or, for me, I actually don't have a pet, but I still love, the birds. I love nothing was more awe-inspiring to me than when I visited Alaska and saw the eagles flying overhead. So that just, took me to a whole other world. So again, animals can be very, very calming. So now I want to dive into some of the activity ideas that you can, so that you can engage with nature, yourself, with your kids, as a family. This really applies to all of us, no matter what stage of life we're in. And I've chosen three different categories: creative arts, mindfulness, and food-related activities. Just to get you started. There's a lot more, of course, out there, but these are some of my favorites. So art itself is very calming and healing, especially when a creative project involves nature. Art helps us with distraction, getting a sense of flow, mindfulness, and a chance to slow down, curiosity. When we create something, it makes us just feel good about ourselves, and we, share it in community. Nature also stimulates creativity. So that's really important to keep in mind. If you are, struggling with coming up with, you're working on writing, if you actually get outside and try to write, you probably have better luck with finishing that project, whether it's taking a walk. I know some of my, all my ideas for writing often come from my morning walks. So, and the studies show that being in nature just like stimulates creativity and productivity and curiosity, which is great for our kids too. So there are endless opportunities when it comes to creative arts, including music, drawing, painting, sculpture, theater, photography, dance. I mean, it goes on and on. But the trick is to include nature into the art experience. So I have just some visuals here to give you an idea. Some cute little nature dances. You can go for a walk and look for a beautiful nature scene. Take pictures with your camera and then draw or paint it later. One of my favorite hobbies is watercolor painting based on my photographs I take just with my phone, with my iPhone. And when I go exploring, when I go for a walk, or when I go traveling, I like to capture the beautiful flowers and trees and other nature scenes, and then create that with watercolor. You can read poetry about nature and then try to write your own. My kids and I had fun writing some haiku, and that's always fun. And you could rhyme, you can you do so much with writing, write about nature stories. And there's a lot you can do with nature items, go outside, go for a nature treasure hunt, collect sticks and rocks and leaves and pine cones. You can make musical instruments out of them. You can make collages. You can actually paint with nature, from walnuts, berries, clay, and mud. You can get so creative with what is out there in nature. And another thing I recommend is if you get into it, to join a plein air painting group. I actually just started attending my local meetup of plein air painting. And that is essentially a group that goes outside and meets in these, beautiful outdoor experiences like a botanical garden or a nature center, a local park, and you set up your easel and you paint, so you're getting those benefits of both being outside in nature and then creativity all in one. So here are just some examples of some of the art that my daughter's done over the years, and watercolor painting, just using some markers and colored pencils, and you can do all kinds of things. And I've taken numerous classes and have a whole collection of my own nature art as well, which it's just really nice. They actually have them all here in my office, because one of the benefits of nature is just looking at it. So, decorate your office, decorate your home with these positive, calming images. And I promise it'll improve your day just a little bit. Nature journaling is another great hobby to get into. And this can be at all kinds of levels. This is an example of a child's like a preteen and type age. And nature journaling is the practice of drawing and/or writing in response to what we observe in our natural environment. You can share your reflections about the animals, the trees, flowers, and anything else that you experience. This creative activity helps us discover the natural world in our own backyard and beyond through a combination of art, writing, and even some math and science. And this, again, could look like, it could just be the visuals. It could be added poetry or storytelling. It really depends what you like to do, what your kids like to do. But there's a lot of, freedom to get creative with it. And this is another example. So I love this, doing rock painting, nature art rock painting, because it's a wonderful way to spread messages of kindness and happiness to others. Schools can have a garden with the rocks, or you could put it out in your own front garden. I actually, where I spend the summers at the Jersey Shore, and when I go on my walks up and down the streets, there's one home that has these beautiful rocks with positive messages all over them. And so, you can create these adorable nature imagery, like the butterfly, the birds, the rainbow, and then you can also spread the kindness. And I think, we all realize we're here today because we want to spread kindness and happiness and peace, right, to everybody. So this is a really great way to do that. Okay, so another interesting way to engage with nature and creativity is through nature mandala. And these are circular designs that have a concentric shapes that radiate out symmetrically from the center. And they originate from India, and they mean sacred circles in Sanskrit. And they've been used for many years in therapy sessions, for relaxation, because they're very calming you'll see as you create like the outer circles of the design, it just really helps you feel so much calmer, So here's a quick step-by-step of how to create your own nature mandala. Just head outside, go for a little scavenger hunt and gather some natural items, particularly what's already fallen. I want us to respect nature and not start picking someone, out of someone's garden or flowers. So, look what's already on the ground. And then you gather these items, leaves, flower petals, grass, twigs, pine needles. If you're at the beach, you could do it with the sand, the seaweed, shells. That would be really, really fun and calming. And you find an open area to work, and you start from the center, as you can see in this picture, and you just continue to create a pattern around and around, and you just get these gorgeous, here's some more examples of nature mandalas. And then be sure to capture them, take a picture before you walk away. As you can see, one of them is on grass, this other one's on sand. You could also do it on a piece of, cardstock or cardboard, and then glue it down, and then, hang it up in your home. But the real reason it's so calming is that repetition that's involved. And then also the connection you get with nature and creating something special. So we touched on mindfulness a little bit because creative arts, the big component of creativity is mindfulness. But I want to go in a few other aspects of mindfulness. Now, mindfulness is so important to keeping us calm because it takes us away from our worries. And it is the act of being fully present in the moment in a non-judgmental way. It helps us have more peace, ease, and balance in our lives. And I can tell you that when I practice mindfulness, and it doesn't necessarily mean sitting and meditating for 30 minutes. It's doing, being mindful on my walks, being mindful, taking time to step away from my desk and look outside the window. And nature and mindfulness go hand in hand, because the way to really benefit from nature as much as you can is to be mindful. And to be mindful of what we talked about before, that the colors, the textures, the smells, all of that, what you hear, all of using our senses to be mindful with nature is what's going to help us feel happier and calmer. So we have many effective tools to practice mindfulness, including meditation, yoga, breathing exercises, and guided imagery. And like I said, just simply taking that moment to enjoy nature. So let's see here. So here's some specific ways that I put together for you. And again, just giving you some inspirational images here. You can visit places like to become mindful of nature, like zoos, mountains, forests, hiking trails, beaches, waterfalls, botanical gardens, caves. You can go and enjoy starry nights. Be sure to stop and really look up into the stars. Maybe when there's a comet, or you can go out there and watch that. Special events going on in the sky. Looking for rainbows, always stopping. I always stop when there's a rainbow and I'm in such awe, right? They're just so incredible. Sunsets and sunrises, planning trips where you can enjoy the sunrises and sunsets. You can observe nature using media tools. Believe it or not, you don't have to always be outside. We can utilize technology to also get a sense of calmness from nature. And this can be from videos, photographs, slideshows, or checking out one of those 3D or 4D movies in an IMAX theater. They can be very, very awe-inspiring, and we can learn so much about nature, and they're pretty incredible. We can practice meditations that tap into nature scenes. For example, there's a rainbow breathing meditation that instructs us to breathe in each color as we visualize a rainbow. And we say a positive affirmation either silently or out loud. And if we have time later, I can go through that meditation script with you. So we'll see if we have time for that. You can listen to soothing nature sounds. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of research out there that shows that nature sounds are soothing. So we can use apps or CDs, or we can record our own. If you go to the ocean, make sure you record those waves so you can use them when you get back home. And here are a couple of mindful breathing techniques that have to do with nature that I wanted to share with you today. So the first is the flower breath. So you would find a flower or visualize your favorite flower. And as you breathe in deeply and take in a big whiff of the flower's scent. And then you can hold your breath to the count of 3 and then exhale slowly. Let me just imagine doing this in a rose garden. We once went to this incredible rose garden in Portland, Oregon area, and it's just filled with every kind of rose. So all the colors, and we went around and we smelled all of the, they actually have different scents. So this is a really great activity to do that can help you feel so calm. The other one, and I want to show you this, hopefully you can all see me, is the hand breathing exercise. But I kind of have a nature tweak to it. So as we expand our hand, we breathe with that. Right, in and out. Okay, so this can look like a flower blooming. It can look like a jellyfish, swimming in the ocean. It could look like fish gills. So this is a really fun breathing exercise to do with kids. Then I want to touch on yoga, because yoga is so popular, and so many people are going to yoga studios and they're inside. A lot of them don't even have windows. But I'm encouraging you to do yoga outside. And it's just, so much more calming to have that benefit of being outdoors. And you can do this in your own backyard, on a balcony, go to a local park. Again, the beach is always amazing to do yoga. And I would encourage you to, especially with kids, to try some fun yoga poses. Here we have some, there's cat-cow, there's the cobra pose, and my favorite is, another nature pose, not an animal pose, but is tree pose. I love tree pose, especially when I'm outside looking at a tree and doing tree pose. It is calming. It is makes me feel strong and confident, and so that's my favorite. Finally, mindful walking is a wonderful way to stay focused in the present moment by tuning into our body's sensations, which ultimately helps reduce stress and anxiety. So again, you can do this just on, in your neighborhood, around your yard, in a park. But what's really fun is if you can find an outdoor labyrinth. There's some examples here. Labyrinths have been around for thousands of years. They've been around in cultures all around the world. And they're these circular or spiral paths that they're unlike a maze. Okay, in a maze, you have to you're tricked. You got to try to figure out your way in and out. But in a labyrinth, you come in and you go around and you come out. Okay, it's like very flowing. And you can do this as slowly as possible. And it's just a very soothing experience. So you can find labyrinths. You can go online and Google them and see if there's one in your community. Sometimes you can find them at a religious center or at a community center or at a botanical garden. And there was one actually about 5 minutes from my house, and I never knew it was there. I mean, I had driven by it for years, and I just discovered it in the last year. So you never know what's around the corner that can be very calming to you. Okay, so now I want to end with food. Everybody loves food, so I thought this was a good topic. And so how can we utilize food to connect to nature and to feel happier and calmer? Well, gardening is probably the number one way that we could think about that. And there's so much research out about the health benefits, both physical and mental health benefits of gardening. And this is a fun family activity. It, again, stimulates curiosity, creativity. It gives people the opportunity to have quiet time, to get a little bit of exercise while they're working in the garden. And it also, connects us to the earth. It encourages healthy eating. And it's just a really wonderful activity, again, as a family or on your own, no matter what stage of life you're in. And if you're like me and you don't have the capacity to create a big garden in your backyard, there are a few other options. You can just use some potted some pots to plant. And that's what I did last summer. I had a tomato plant and a pepper plant, and it just in my backyard. And that way it was like, it's easy because it was at our summer home, and I only had 3 months. So I kind of had to grow those vegetables and enjoy them before we headed out. So, that's an option. Or if you are, short on space, you can still have that plant, on a balcony or in a little tight corner in your backyard. You could grow herbs, on a windowsill. That's another way to connect to gardening as well. They even have these indoor systems that you can grow, inside. So maybe you could do that, but kind of near a window, so you're still connecting to nature and that experience. And then you can also get involved with, doing a garden with your neighbors, or you can purchase a plot at a local community garden as an option. And you can also benefit from volunteer work with gardening. Again, my family and I did that when we volunteered at a local garden that helped some adults with some disabilities. And so, that experience was very meaningful. And when we combine community service and giving back with being outdoors in nature, it's again like this huge boost to our well-being. So when we combine these aspects of doing good and nature, it really helps us feel happier and calmer. And then, of course, the other huge benefit of growing your own food is that you get to eat it, right? So you get to enjoy cooking together, baking together. And so that's a really wonderful family bonding experience. Now, I wanted to share something special with you today, because this is the day of calm. When I think of calm, I think of peace. And I have a lovely story in my book highlighting a peace garden at a school in Scotland. And so I wanted to read a little bit of that to you, because I just think it's so appropriate for today. And so for this story that I highlighted, I interviewed a woman named Lucy Alderslow, who managed the project through an organization called Children in Permaculture. Again, this is in Scotland. The goal was to design a biodiverse, sensory, and edible garden to help children be at peace with themselves, each other, and other living things like the plants and animals. So this is a little something I'm just reading from my book about the garden. Besides the typical gardening activities, the children also engaged in writing poetry to reflect on their time in the garden, making signs, building benches, and researching about the garden. Of course, one of the most important skills they learned was to sit quietly in the garden and find peace. Lucy recalls, quote, "While we were designing and creating the peace garden, we made sure that we regularly took the time to sit in the garden area to observe all that was around us. Some children were amazed at the wonderful opportunity to just sit in silence and not have to do anything." Quote, "This was a novel experience for these children, since they did not have the chance to relax much in school or at home, given their hectic schedules filled with school-related activities and screen time." And then here's another quote from her. "The importance of finding peace in yourself can enable children to engage more calmly with others and with nature. Children reported feeling calm, relaxed, happy, awesome, and energized from that peace garden experience." So I just think that was so wonderful, and just kind of inspired, to create our own peace gardens all over the world. Okay, so mindful eating. This is an interesting take on things, because most of the time we're stressed and we're rushing, and we're rushing through our meals. We're not even engaging, with our families and conversation. So doing a mindful eating exercise can really help you slow down. And it's not only good for our digestion, so our physical health, but for our mental health as well. So I want to just walk you through this exercise. So something you can try later today. And I'm going to go through it as far as using an orange, but you could use other fruit, other vegetables. You could even use chocolate. I've been to one that was with a grape and one that was with a chocolate. So you can decide what you want to do. So here, I'm going to walk you through it. First step, start by holding an orange in your hand. Roll it around. Touch different parts of it. Notice how it feels. Is it hard or squishy? Is it smooth or rough? Step 2, inhale the fruit scent. What does it smell like? Do different parts of the fruit have different smells? Step 3, look at the fruit closely and from different angles, like you've never looked at it before, kind of like an artist. What colors do you see? Is the skin smooth or bumpy? What shape is it? What does it remind you of? You may think an orange is just the color orange, but you may see other colors in there if you look close enough. Step 4, now slowly peel your orange, paying attention to how it feels in your fingers. Notice the juiciness, wetness, and any distractions between how the inside and outside of it feel to you. Next step, 5, take a whiff of the inside of the orange. Does it smell differently now that it's peeled? Step 6, now it is time to taste the orange, the best part, right? Take a slow bite and notice how it feels on your tongue, on the inside of your cheeks, against your teeth, against your lips. How would you describe the flavor? Sweet, sour, bitter, etc. Notice the texture of the piece of orange in your mouth and any juiciness as you chew it. Notice the temperature of it. Does it take much effort to chew it? Take your time and be mindful, very mindful, as you slowly chew, taste, smell, and feel each bite of the orange. Again, this is a very calming activity that also connects us to nature and healthy foods. Okay, so the last activity when it comes to food and nature are going to U-Pick farms. And hopefully you've all been able to have this experience. And if not, hop on Google and look for a U-Pick near you. Depending on where you live, you're going to have different options during different seasons of the year. One of my favorite memories as a child was going to the apple orchards and picking the apples and enjoying that with my family and learning about all the different apples and tasting the apple cider. And so with my own kids, we've gone to several U-Pick farms. We've done strawberries and pumpkins and black raspberries and blueberries and peppers. So again, it depends on the season and where you are. But it really gives you a sense of where your food comes from. It's the opposite experience of just picking out the food at the grocery store. You are choosing the apple. You are choosing the exact strawberry. And it always tastes better when you pick it. Okay, so I would recommend doing that. Especially the summer is a really good time to dive into that. So if you've enjoyed these tips and for activities and learning about how nature can be so healing, I would invite you to explore more and dive in a bit deeper. So I have tons of resources on my website, and that's ecohappinessproject.com. I have a free Eco Happiness Challenge calendar, which is absolutely perfect for this month of April. It's Earth Month. Earth Day is on April 22nd. So this is the best time to dive in and start challenging yourself to build that nature habit. So you can head over to my website and you can download that calendar for free. I also have a free quiz, a nature habit quiz. And although it's geared for kids and the questions are geared for children, it can be for anyone. It is fun to take this quiz. It's 10 questions, and it basically puts you in one of 5 categories. And once you're put in that category, then you will receive an email of a whole list of nature activity ideas for you based on your own interests. Because to me, if you want to build a nature habit, you really want to start with what you already love. If you already love exercise, then do more of that, right? If you love outdoor adventure and exploring, then that's the direction. If you love art, then you want to maybe, do a lot more of this nature art that I talked about. So especially with the kids, instead of just saying, hey, go outside and play, if we can start with what they already love and their own interests, we can inspire them to connect to nature. And we know it's better for them. So everyone wins. We're all going to be happier and calmer because of that time that we spend in nature. And then I have 2 books that I'm excited to share with you today. My nonfiction parenting book, Finding Eco Happiness, Fun Nature Activities to Help Your Kids Feel Happier and Calmer. That's what this presentation is based off of. Again, a lot of my blog posts are little mini snippets from the book. And this book is filled with the science behind why nature is healing. It is broken up by all these different positive psychology categories, including mindfulness, gratitude and awe, community service and volunteer work. I look at food, I look at animals, I look at outdoor play and adventure, and all of that is from the lens of how nature can help us with our emotional well-being. And at the end of each chapter are these activity lists again, lots of ideas for what you can do as a family, and then also a whole list of resources to explore more. And then I'm excited to share my new children's book that I co-authored with Julie Neustatter, who's an educator, a teacher, who's done a lot of social emotional learning. And this book is a great way to start the conversation with a young child about how they're feeling and how they can utilize nature to feel better. And so you join Sky on her journey as she steps outside to discover these wonderful nature activities like painting a sunset and doing outdoor yoga, and how that can improve her well-being and make her feel better. It's a beautiful story, and I hope you will enjoy it. So it looks like we have a little bit more time. So I do want to go through that rainbow meditation script. Oh, I also want to, I want to leave you with my contact information. Please feel free to reach out. Again, you can find tons of information. You can join my newsletter on the website. And then my email address is sandy@ecohappinessproject.com. What I want to do here is I want to get back so I can see you. So I want to go through this rainbow meditation so that I can leave you with a very calming meditation here before we move on. And hopefully Celia will come back and we can talk about any questions that anyone has. Okay. So this is, by the way, from, I found it at dawnselander.com, DAWNSELANDER.com. I want to make sure to give the credit to her for writing this rainbow meditation script. Get comfortable. Close your eyes and relax. Take in a deep breath in through your nose and breathe it out slowly through your mouth. Now just try to breathe normally and relax as I go through the meditation. Imagine a big, beautiful, colorful rainbow in front of you. See all of its colors. Feel the colors. Imagine the color red is glowing brighter than the rest, and there is red all around you. Breathe in the color red. Think to yourself, I am safe. Say to yourself, I feel safe. Now imagine the color orange is glowing brighter, and orange is all around you. Breathe in orange. Think to yourself, I feel my feelings stirring in my body. Say to yourself, I feel peaceful. We all want to feel peaceful today, right? Next, imagine the color yellow is glowing and is all around you. Breathe in yellow. Think to yourself, I am powerful. Say to yourself, I feel confident. Now, imagine the color green is glowing brighter, and there is green all around you. Maybe you're in a forest. Breathe in the color green. Think to yourself, my family and friends love me, and I love them. Say to yourself, I feel loved. Imagine the color light blue is getting brighter, and light blue is all around you. Breathe in the glowing light blue and think to yourself, people listen when I talk, and I am a good listener. Say to yourself, I feel heard. Now imagine the color dark blue, also called indigo, is getting brighter, and indigo is all around you. Breathe in indigo. Think to yourself, I have a great imagination. Say to yourself, I see great things happening for me. Now imagine the color purple is getting brighter, and the color purple is all around you. Breathe in purple. Think to yourself, I am wise. Say to yourself, I am smart. Take one last look at your big, bright, beautiful rainbow and notice if you see anything. Do you feel anything? What do you hear? Or anything else that you notice? So I hope that was a refreshing nature, a little bit of nature mindfulness for you this morning or afternoon or wherever you are. So it's been so wonderful to be here. Glad you're back, Celia.
Oh my
The
gosh,
technology
Sandy,
works.
It was wonderful. Yes. Well, most of the time, you know. Hopefully most of the time. Yeah, I think we just discovered something else about the website that Zara and Andrea are looking into. So, you know, things are disappearing in our classes. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? But anyway,
the
wonderful presentation.
The website's spelled wrong. It's no H.
Oh, is it?
ECO, not ECO.
Oh, I have an A. Okay, guys. I don't know if I can fix that.
And Sandy with an I too, but you know, I get
oh
that all
my
the time.
gosh, I messed up everything. Hold on, I have to hide it and fix it. So hold on 1 second, real quick. We will fix that. And I will take the H out of echo because it's echo, not echo.
Eco.
And then we can save it and we can stream it again. There we go. Much better. Okay.
There you go.
So,
thank you so much.
Wonderful presentation. You know, nature is just so amazing and should be celebrated. And, you know, gardening is a great way, guys, to teach your kids delayed gratification. You know, there is so much instant gratification in their world, and it is the perfect way, even just planting a plant in your kitchen or planting vegetables in your kitchen so that they nurture it and watch it grow. All delayed gratification. Love it, love it, love it. And as I mentioned, it's also one of the best exercises to ward off osteoporosis because you get vitamin D from the sun. And it's a weight-bearing exercise, gardening. So another great benefit to help our bones. So there are like endless benefits. Just, you know, starting a family garden is a wonderful thing. And like I say, if you don't have space outside, some people don't, start a little, you know, few pots inside. Veggies are fun to grow. Celery grows actually exceptionally fast. If you just cut off the little thing of celery, cut off the bottom, put it in water, and by the next day, you'll see growth. It's actually pretty cool. But I loved your presentation, Sandy. I love that we're connected because I think that International Day of Calm and the Eco Happiness Project, you know, go hand in hand. So I'm very grateful that you presented here. Did anyone, hold on, I have to go back to comments to see if anybody had questions. Because I'm trying to remember if I feel like I saw a question go by and then there were so many comments. I'm not sure. I know where it is. Okay. So if you have a question, post it in the comments real quick.
Oh, now I see. Wait, comments. Oh, there we go. I was on private chat. Let's see here.
Oh, I did. I explained. T asked about the benefits of osteoporosis and gardening. So I explain that pretty simply. Anyway, your stuff is awesome. And, if you are a human being with or without children, I would connect to the Eco Happiness Project because it goes for everybody. We need to reconnect with nature. We need not to abuse it, and
Mhm.
the ideas that you put forth are such great ideas. I love mandalas. My sister's doing a mandala meditation, 8:00 this
Oh,
evening.
yes, I saw
Is
that.
it 8:00?
Mhm.
7:00. 7:00 this evening, Eastern time. And it's all with her poetry and mandalas that were created
Mm,
by the other woman that's presenting, Amalia. So it's a really cool thing. So you should watch. You'll like it.
yeah.
And super wonderful stuff that you presented. Thank you. Oh, somebody already got their free calendar, Sandy. They love
Oh,
it.
good.
Thank you. Let's put that up there. So
Yeah, it's really just something simple. And I have a great story behind that calendar. So when the pandemic started with lockdown, I said to myself, how am I going to survive this? And so I said, okay, I'm going to go back to what I always talk about. What am I preaching about? Right? You got to, and I say, I wrote the book I needed, right? You write the book you need the most. So I went back to my own toolkit, and I said, okay, I'm going to challenge myself every day. And I did it for 100 days straight to do something that involves eco happiness, some connection to nature. And so I did 100 days, and I took notes, and I posted on Instagram and Facebook, what I did, even on a rainy day. How did I connect to nature? And so I put in the highlights into that 30-day calendar so that other people can do it. But, and those 100 days I thought seemed like it would be a long time. They were a blip in the pandemic, right? They
exactly.
were like nothing.
Silly us to think that the pandemic will be over in 100 days. Yeah, we're like,
Right.
okay, a couple months, it'll be done. Ha
Right.
ha, fooled us. But we could make calm the next pandemic. I think that's what needs to be the next pandemic is calm.
Yeah.
So let's do that. So now that this one's kind of
Yes.
fizzling out, gratefully. But I think the whole idea of a calendar is genius because, like you've spoken about and other speakers have spoken about, sometimes it's those small steps that you need to get a habit started. And so if you take that calendar, by the end of the 30 days, you will have made a habit of doing something outside every day. And then you can continue those 30 days by putting in your own ideas.
Yes.
And if you have children, ask them for their ideas because kids always have great ideas and they love
Yes.
nature. And let your kids jump in puddles. Puddles are a good thing.
My son got stuck in a huge downpour the other day, and I called him, and I'm like, "Why?" Or when he came home and he's drenched, I said, "Why didn't you call? I would have picked you up." He was just, in our neighborhood down, at the basketball court. He goes, "I was already out. I just ran home in the rain." And he was just so stunned. He's like, "What do I do now?" Just hop in the shower. But it was kind of a fun, exhilarating experience.
There you go. It's all in the way you react. It's all in the way you react to things. And, and you are the queen of eco happiness. So naturally, he'd be like, well, it's only water.
Right.
And rain is invigorating. And you see, Keith says, thank you, Sandy, to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it's been really special being part of this. Thank you for doing this. Like
My
I said in the
pleasure.
beginning, boy, do people need to calm down.
Yes, they do.
And treat each other better. Stop, writing nasty notes. And, we're all human and we're all in this together. I wish more people believed that mantra.
Yes. Yes. I wish they did too. And maybe they will one day. Who knows? We got to start somewhere.
Yes.
Stop posting negative, post positive.
Yeah.
Look at things that you're putting on social media.
Just move on. I see things I don't agree with all the time. Just move on. Okay.
Right. Don't dwell. Don't get into a whole argument over something.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Sandy. I appreciate all your wisdom. I appreciate you bringing forth all those great ideas of the way we can connect with nature. And I hope all of you download the calendar and at least do one thing. Take one of Sandy's ideas and put it into action today. One thing that you really connected with, because that's what we're here. We're trying to make your life better. So let's work on that. We can't do it for you, but we can certainly help you get there. Thank you, Sandy. We'll say goodbye. I know you can go on with your day. Hopefully you'll check out some more of our trainings and our speakers, and I will say goodbye to you, and we will get ready to welcome our next speaker.
Thank you. How do I just click stop?
I'll say goodbye to you.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Thanks again so much.
Bye, honey. All right. So there we go. I think we leave her from the. It's so aggressive. It says kick Sandy Schwartz. Oh, look, she's gone herself. I hate to kick. Makes me feel bad. Okay, so our next speaker is not in the house yet. So hold on. Let me see who our next speaker is. Shiraz Babu. So Shiraz is not here yet. So guess who gets to talk some more? Yes, you guessed it. Me. You get to hear more from me. Shiraz saved me. Shiraz, he saved all of you. He just popped in. I was going to make them listen to me more. And here he is, just in the nick of time. Well, Shiraz is on here. He's got a few more minutes, so I'm only going to talk for a couple more minutes so that he can start on time for people that are waiting for his class to begin. And then once he comes on, I'll tell you about him. But I want to leave you with a few things relating to what Sandy said and the importance of nature. Nature is a stress reducer. If you're feeling stressed, if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you've been sitting at the computer all day, stop, walk outside, sit there, smell the flowers, go for a walk, ride a bike, do something to break up that monotony. 10 minutes will recharge your brain. Have you ever started working on something and you're like, oh, I just keep reading the same page over and over and over again and like getting distracted? That's your mind saying, get me out of here. Give it a break, because you know what happens when you come back 10 minutes later? The thing you're looking for is like written in neon lights. All of a sudden, there it is, because you gave your brain a break. And if you're a parent, take those 10 minutes and go play with your kids. You need to give your kids that one-on-one attention. Doesn't have to be long. Set a timer, 10 minutes, I got to go back to work. But do something with your children. Show them attention. Take them outside. If you don't have children, take your dog outside. Show your dog some attention, or your cat, or your bird, or your fish. Fish are very calming. I love fish. So take those 10-minute breaks. You will do yourself and your brain a world of good. That is my message. All right. And now we get to welcome our next speaker. Hold on. I have to bring him into here. Shiraz, you're coming on stage. There you are. Hello,
Hey.
Shiraz. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Are you ready to do a presentation to the world?
I can do that. It's funny because you're talking about pets, and I had a flashback to an old girlfriend that said, I don't count fish as pets because pets can do tricks, and fish can only do one trick, roll over, and they can only do that once. So, like,
well, I'll tell you, I had a goldfish, and sadly, my goldfish passed away. But this goldfish was brought to us in a little plastic bag of water. He was yay big. And it was given to us by a dear friend of mine who celebrated the Iranian New Year. And she said that the celebration of the Iranian New Year indicates that we give somebody a fish. Well, first she said to my 2-year-old grandson, I have goldfish for you. And she had sort of a broken English accent. And I'm thinking goldfish, goldfish that you eat in a bag. And she comes out. And she has a fish, like a swimming fish. And I'm like, Jilla, that's like a fish. And she goes, oh, yes, but don't worry about it, because by tradition, if the fish lives 24 hours, you'll have good luck forever. If the fish dies, you'll have bad luck. And either way, you can flush them down the toilet. And I thought, it's horrible. The next day, all these fishies are being flushed down the toilet. Well, we brought the fish home. My 2-year-old grandson named it, ironically, Fishy. We put Fishy in a bowl, and Fishy lived for 11 years.
Wow.
And when Fishy passed away, he was easily, I don't know, 5 inches long.
That is
and he actually probably would have lived longer, except we bought Fishy a new tank, and we thought the tank was whatever tanks are supposed to be before you put fish in it, and it wasn't. And sadly, Fishy ended his life. But I nursed that fish. He got sick a few times. I got him better. So anybody that says fish can't be pets, and I get the whole rollover joke, but Fishy was a story. You could have had Fishy for dinner. He could have been a fillet, but that fish lived for 11 years.
That's not how you ended it, was it?
No, actually, I live on the water. We live on this big giant creek. It looks like a lake to most, and so we buried Fishy at sea. We sent him off with the other fishies, and he was buried with the other fish at sea. So there you go. There's bonus Fishy story.
All right.
But now let's get on to business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to introduce you to the wonderful Shiraz Babu, and he is going to talk to you about surrendering the struggle to release the pain. Let me tell you a little bit about Shiraz. He coaches, he works with coaches and healers to rewrite their business stories, and with them, their reality, because most people are unknowingly addicted to stories of adversity and struggle and left with a lack of success, confidence, and freedom. And I can just imagine some of the people viewing are nodding their heads to this. And Shiraz helps you eliminate, terminate, and annihilate your unconscious addiction to these stories in order to ignite a stream of high-paying clients along with an abundance of free time, money, and energy. So let's get started, because I tell you, so many people dwell on all that past and can't move forward from it. And when they can't move forward, they are not calm, and there's no place for them to go. So I'm excited to hear. And if you're ready, do you have any slides to share, or will you just be speaking?
I'll just be speaking. I have no idea how to do
that's
slides.
fine. You don't have to have slides. I just want to make sure before I left you. And I will come back at the end of your presentation, okay?
You're welcome to stay if you like. I'd love the extra commentary. But if you've got things to do, I understand.
Oh, no, I have this to do. But actually, I'm going to bow out because my presentation is next at noon. Okay. And although I'll be watching this, my presentation is actually on Zoom with a gentleman whose name is Billy Jean. He's a huge social marketer, not network marketing, literally social marketing, like Facebook ads, things like that. He's a huge impactor in that world. And he's bringing me on his stage to talk about how to stop yelling at your kids once and for all. And so that's on Zoom. There will be another presenter here in this feed. So I am going to leave, Shiraz, and let you talk, and then I might come on in the middle. There are comments. Can you see the comments?
I can see the comments.
We'll be putting the comments on stream as well.
Okay.
So, world, Shiraz, the world.
Hey, world. And when I was hearing her read my bio, it's a standard bio I put out, and I thought, you know what? Now that I'm realizing I'm on the International Day of Calm, using words like terminate and annihilate may not have been the best copy for that, but we're just going to continue in any case. So hi, I'm Shiraz. I am a transformational coach, and some people call me a reality shifting specialist. So I'm going to talk about what that is, and I'm going to talk about ways to stay calm, ironically, sometimes without being calm, and you'll get what I mean by that in a little while. But before we get started, since we're going to be together for a little while, I'm just going to give you a little bit of my background, how I got to do what I do. And oh wow, I've got like my name coming up on the banner below that. That's so cool. So for me, I believe that everyone really wants to be free to be their true selves. And I believe that most of us have been taught to change or hide ourselves for fear of being unaccepted and judged. But I also believe that when you learn that it's not only okay, but imperative to step into the real you, that you can change any aspect of your life and achieve your true desires. So I would really like to thank the International Day of Calm Summit for having me on here. I'm so honored to be here, and I would like to thank you guys for being here too, because most people are just trying to get through life accepting the world as it is and the limitations that they believe they have to work within. But you're here because you know better. You know there are other possibilities. You're here because you want to grow as a person. And you're here because you want to create the most amazing future you can. And I want to thank you and honor you for being you and being here. So my story starts back when I was 22 years old. I had just started university and I was going to be a molecular geneticist, get my doctorate. I was actually a bodybuilder at the time. I was in the best shape of my life, and the world was my oyster. But the world didn't give me pearls. It gave me arthritis. And I don't mean my body kind of hurt arthritis. I mean intense pain in every joint of my body. There were nights where I would sip dinner through a straw because my jaw was so swollen and painful. And that's what I mean, every joint. And of course, I had to drop out of university and try to deal with this illness. And throw a yes in the chat if you've ever been in that situation where you've got it, you've got the plan, you're taking the action, and then something just comes out of left field and bam, everything is different. You've got to readjust. You don't know what's going to happen with your life, and you just have to try to manage. So I'll let you guys do that. So what happened with me is, of course, I tried to manage with the arthritis. I would spend days or weeks in bed, just in pain and watching my body and feeling my body deteriorate. But, I wasn't ready to just sort of give up. I tried medication. I tried supplements. I tried diet. I tried things like acupuncture and whatever I could get my hands on. And everything worked for a little while. And then it would stop working again. And it was crazy because I kept having these moments of hope. And I couldn't figure out why it would stop working. And this continued for almost 20 years. I eventually built up a pain tolerance so I could go and get a degree. I ended up getting a degree in computer programming and working as a programmer, project manager, software designer. And if you know anyone that has arthritis or you've got it, it takes 2 to 10 times as much energy to do anything as a normal person. So I was always tired all the time. I had to keep taking breaks, and that was just my life. But after about 20 years, I had a conversation with my dad. And I said, is there anything we haven't tried yet? Something new you've heard about? And he said, there's a program over in India called combined therapy. And they've had success with multiple illnesses. And that caught my attention because it's usually you go to someplace for arthritis, or you go someplace for cancer, you go someplace for diabetes, but this is like everything. And I'm like, how are they doing everything? So I get on a plane, I head over to India. And because it's India, I'm expecting this guy to do some sort of lay on hands, energy healing thing. But all he did was talk to me for 2 weeks. He went through my whole life story. And it was kind of like being with a psychiatrist, except he wasn't trying to fix anything. He was just gathering information, more and more information. And at the end of it, he said, okay, Shiraz, here's what's going on. You believe you're responsible for everyone in your life. And I said, no, I don't. And he said, I know you don't consciously believe it, but from everything you've told me, you've created an unconscious belief that you're responsible for everyone in your life. And I said, okay, I know I'm a responsible guy, but I don't think I'm responsible for everyone. And what's that got to do with arthritis anyway? And he said, well, you don't want to be responsible for everyone. And I said, yeah. And he said, and if you're lying in bed in pain, you don't have to be responsible for anyone. And you don't have to feel guilty about it. And no one can judge you for it. It's the solution to a problem you don't even realize you have. And I said, that's messed up. And he said, yes, but most chronic illnesses are solutions to problems people don't realize they have. And I thought about that. And I said, if what you're saying is true, then all I have to do is say I'm not going to be responsible for anyone else, and the arthritis should go away. And he said, if you actually mean it deep down that you're not responsible for anyone but you, then you don't need the arthritis. And so I said, okay, I'm not going to be responsible for anyone but me. And I woke up the next morning, no pain, no inflammation, more mobility. I could even breathe better. And I'm freaking out. Like, how does this happen overnight? Where did it go? Now, the damage was still there, but because the inflammation was gone, I had all this extra mobility. And there was a track at the facility, and I was out on that track every day, just doing my little old man shuffle because my body moved like I was like 70 years old. And there'd be other people, the joggers, but then the other people were walking, and I'd be getting passed by all the other people that were walking, including the people that were 60, 70 years old. But this day I get out there and I'm passing all the other walkers, and they're looking at me like, what the hell? And I'm like, I know, right? What is going on? And I went back home and met up with my family and friends, and they're like, where's your limp gone? What's going on? You're moving better. And I'm like, yeah. And it was coming from this one belief, holding it all in place. And that belief, that arthritis, the arthritis was the solution to the problem. The problem was that belief. And many people right now are struggling. They can't stay calm because there's all this stuff happening in your life. And if you've got a recurring problem, if you've got something that happens to you over and over again, or a situation you just can't seem to get out of, and it's been there for a while, it's typically a solution, not the problem. And when you let go of the problem, then that solution just goes away. Now, sometimes it goes away immediately, and sometimes it goes away bit by bit. But until you identify the actual problem, when you try to fix the solution, you may fix it for a little while, but it'll come back because you haven't solved the problem. It keeps reasserting itself to keep you safe, right? For me, it was, I did not want to feel shame. I did not want to feel guilt for not being able to take care of everyone. And so you have to look at your life and say, what's happening where I keep having this thing happen again? Like, why do I really want it? And there's two major things that you have to think about. Number one is, what is the hidden benefit that I'm not seeing? Right. So there's different situations I've seen. One of the things I've seen that's very common with money is I talk to people and say, would you like more money? And they say yes. And it turns out not to be true. And when we dig down as to what's going on, we find out that, oh, I'll say, what happens when you have a lot of money? I get to travel everywhere. I get to buy the things I want. Everything will be easier. I don't have to worry about anything. And it sounds beautiful. But then we keep digging and we keep digging, and things start to come up. Oh, people are going to start asking me for money. Right. And my family might be asking me for money. And I don't want to have those conversations. I don't want to feel guilty if people really need money, but I don't feel like I want to give it to them, or I don't want to feel obligated to have to give money because now I have it. And all this is actually what's under the surface. And your unconscious mind is always trying to protect you. And what it does is it values emotions over physicality. Right? That's where it lives. I want to avoid all the bad emotions, and I will cause physical things to happen because that's better for me. I don't know why it's programmed this way, but that's just the way it works. So if you don't want to have that emotional turmoil of having those conversations about money, saying, oh my God, I have to give it to these people, or I don't want to, and they're bugging me, then your unconscious mind says, well, we just won't make the money. And what happens is you consciously are thinking, why am I not making money? Why am I so frustrated? This didn't work. This didn't work. This didn't work. But unconsciously, like, oh, thank God, I don't have to have those conversations. I don't have to have those bad feelings. This is much better. And it's hilarious because frustration to your mind is not as bad as shame and guilt. Fear is in there too, but the biggest ones are shame and guilt. Your subconscious will do whatever it can to avoid feelings of shame or guilt, including give you arthritis, including make you broke, including make sure you don't have great relationships. And, it's really hard to be in the space of calm when all your mind is trying to do is avoid this and that and this and that. So think about what is the advantage to what's going on. Ooh, sorry. Okay. I might cough every now and then while I'm talking. I'm a little bit on the woo side, and what happens with me is when people are having realization shifts, when I'm working with them, even if it's through the internet or we're in person, I tend to yawn or cough, and I can feel some people out there are like, "Oh my God, this is making sense. Something just clicked in, and things are shifting for people." So I'm really happy, but I might be coughing every now and then as I talk. So my apologies for that. If you ever come to one of my workshops, it's just a cough fest because we're changing belief after belief after belief. So the other thing is, what if, okay, coughing a lot. Thank you. The other thing that keeps you stuck in is what if when you change it, something bad happens? That's what I'm talking about with the money. So when you're stuck in a situation, there's either a benefit to where you are or something horrible will happen where you're going. And when you start to really look at that, you're going to start to see the actual problems, all the little threads of this is what's going on. And sometimes it's just this key belief that you need to shift, like I did with my arthritis. But other times, there's a whole bunch of things holding it in place. Right? So with an example, like with money, it could be, I don't want to feel guilty about not giving money, but also if I have money, that's a lot of responsibility. And if I have money, I don't like really rich people. So I'll be someone I don't like, and I don't want to become that. And you have all these reasons. And the way I look at it is Jenga towers. If you've ever played Jenga, you get all these blocks and you want to pull out the blocks to topple and not topple the tower. But in this case, you want to pull out the blocks to topple the tower. Every one of those blocks is a belief. And you've got all these Jenga towers for your money, for your relationships, for your career, for your health. You've got all these blocks. And when you start to see why you're keeping those towers in place, you can find these beliefs and start pulling block after block out. And when you do, one of two things is going to happen. Number one, because you changed that shape of the tower, you've moved these blocks, your life will change and you will start to see results, sometimes immediately. The other thing is nothing will change, but internally things are changing. You just haven't seen the physical results. So, and this is where it can become difficult for people because you can be doing a whole bunch of work and you're not seeing the results. And you're, again, going into frustration. You may go into hopelessness. You may go into all sorts of these emotions, but the changes are occurring. You just haven't seen them yet. So this is where that, you have to have a lot of faith in this to work. I've found that it takes around 6 months for a transformation to occur for the average person. I've seen it take a lot longer, sometimes shorter, but on average 6 months. But this is the process that's going on. And you'll get this when you think about it this way. Have you ever been to a workshop or a retreat, a course, and you come out of it and everything is different? You feel amazing. This is it. This has been the big thing, and you're getting these different results. But then after a few weeks or a few months, you lose it. It just goes away, and you're like, oh my God, I thought that was it. So what happened is you pulled blocks out of the Jenga tower, and things changed, but you didn't topple the tower. And if you didn't continue doing work to keep pulling more blocks out, you actually start to put blocks back in. So after a few weeks or months, you end up back with a solid tower. And your mind naturally wants to keep putting blocks back in the tower because it's used to those towers. Those towers are familiar. They're safe. They're reliable. Even if they suck, you know what's going to happen. You know the results. And it's like the story that you can watch over and over again, and it feels safe and comfortable. Your mind is going to try and keep you in that safety zone. You have to be willing to go to the craziness of a new reality, of new things showing up for you. I actually had a client once, and it was the funniest thing because I worked with him, and his big thing was something always goes wrong. Every single day, something goes wrong. And when we started working together, I found out, oh, you're a problem solver, right? And there are a lot of problem solvers out there, and people pride themselves on being problem solvers. But if you're a problem solver, what do you have to create in your life over and over and over and over again to feel valuable? Problems. So he had to create at least one every single day so he could be prideful, feel valuable, know that he's amazing at problem solving. But consciously, it's like, why is something going wrong every day? This is just too much. I don't need this. Unconsciously, nope, got to show how valuable I am. When I made him aware of this and we shifted his beliefs on that, nothing went wrong. And he called me 3 weeks later. And I told him, we got to keep working on this. He goes, no, but things are working fine. Nothing's going wrong. I'm like, 3 weeks later, he calls me and he's like, okay, we need to work together again. I'm like, why? He said, because nothing went wrong. And I'm like, okay. He said, so the first week, it was amazing. Nothing went wrong. And I felt happy and I was great. And then the second week, nothing went wrong. And I was like, no, I was figuring something might have gone wrong by now, but still, this is good. This is wonderful. And by the third week, I was actually in anxiety until something went wrong. And then I was like, oh, I could feel it. I could feel the relief because you're addicted to the current state you're in. I got him out of that and withdrawal set in. And eventually he got his fix of something going wrong and felt great. And he was slipping back into that old habit. So this is the other thing you have to watch out for is when you start to change. If your life is chaotic, if your life is frustrating, and you want to get to that place of calm, when you get there, you will now be in withdrawal from the chaos. And so now you've got to deal with that withdrawal for a period of time until the calm becomes the normal state. Right? And this is it. You're pulling out the blocks. You've got to keep pulling out the blocks until that tower completely falls. And when it falls, you've broken the addiction. I hope this is making sense. Okay. 1 second. So another story, loving it. Cool. I like that. Another story that sort of explains why you're doing what you're doing and how it can just show up so you don't even realize you're creating the chaos that's in your life is how I grew up. So I am from South Africa. My father was half Malaysian, half Indian. My mother was South African Zulu tribe, but she had some Dutch blood in her. So she was more of a light-skinned Black woman. And so I'm the mix of all this. And I typically present as people seeing me as Black or Indian. And I've also gotten Moroccan, Egyptian, Brazilian, and a few other things, but Black and Indian seem to be the big ones. And that's cool. But it also meant that growing up, I got subjected to both Black and Indian racial slurs. And it wasn't showing up a lot in my life. It was showing up enough that I could feel it. When I started traveling, one of the first trips I did was to Rio de Janeiro with a bunch of my friends. On the way back, we're coming back to Canada, of all places. And we've already gone through customs, but then the security officer comes up and says, I need to ask you some questions. And I looked at my buddies and said, hey guys, this guy needs to ask some questions. And he goes, no, not them, just you. And I'm like, oh, here we go. And as I continued to travel, I got checked over and over and over again. When I'm driving across the border into the States, I would get checked. Sometimes I would get my car searched. If I'm traveling with friends, they would get their cars searched. And they would look at me and go, this never happens. I'm like, yeah, you don't travel with me. Welcome to my life. Every airport, luggage search, extra questions. When I was traveling through Europe, I would get checked at the borders with the trains. And most people don't ever get checked at the borders of the trains. And I actually called one guy out one time and said, is this the black check? And he turned red and he's like, man. And I'm like, is this the black check? I just want to know. And he goes, yeah, but I'm just doing my job. I have to check the black people. I'm like, just so I know. So I'm not crazy. I know what's going on here. And the worst and yet kind of best situation that ever happened was I was actually in Madrid, and I was hanging out near this big fountain in the center of the city with a whole bunch of tourists. And this undercover officer comes up and asks to see my passport. And I show him my passport. And he says, "You don't have a visa." And I said, "You don't need a visa to go to Spain from Canada." He goes, "No, you need a visa." So he said, "Come with me." And he threw me in a wagon. And now I'm off to God knows where in this wagon. And then they stop and they put another black person in, and another black person in, and another black person in. I'm like, I'm seeing the pattern here. And they took us to jail. They processed us. And then the big thing was to humiliate us. We had to go through a strip search. And so the guys are there and they're making each person strip and squat so they could check the anal cavities. Like they just had to make sure they made us feel really bad. But I was in really good shape at the time. This was just before the arthritis set in. And so when my clothes came off, I didn't realize, but we were in view of the holding cell for the ladies of the night that they had taken in. And all of a sudden I get, "Woo, baby. Oh my God, looking good." And I'm like, "What? Oh, hey." Right. So there was no shame on my part. That was like really cool for me. And everyone's like, "Well, why is he got it? None of the other guys got it." But after that, I had to sleep on a concrete floor and spend the night there. And in the morning, they sorted out who was in the country legally and who wasn't. And everyone was in the country legally except for one guy from Iran who had snuck in. So that was their system of doing things. And this was my life for a bunch of years. And then when I was talking to one of my coaches, he said, "Shiraz, are you ready to step out of this story?" And that's a phrase I use with a lot of my clients: step out of the story, because it's just a story you're creating. But I looked at him and I said, "Listen, racism is not a story. Racism is a fact. Racism is happening all over the place." And he said, "Yes, it is. Racism is real. But how it's affecting you is your story." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He says, "You're not talking about getting pulled over like a lot of Black people do and getting checked. You're talking about borders every time you cross a border. You're not getting turned down for jobs because you're Black. You're getting searched at borders over and over. That's your whole story." And I thought, "Oh my God, he's right." But then, just like I told you, if you're stuck in a story, there's an advantage to it. And I couldn't see it. I said, "What's the advantage? I'm getting delayed. I'm getting humiliated. I'm getting things confiscated. There's all sorts of stuff going on. It's all bad." And he looked at me and goes, "Shiraz, when you tell this story, you light up. You love the way people react to this story. And so you have to keep creating the story over and over and over so you can get that feedback, so you can feed off that energy." And I went, "Oh my God, he's right." I want you to think about that in your life, because if you've got a struggle that you're telling people over and over again, you are probably feeding off that struggle. You can't create calm if you need people to react to your struggle. One of my favorite analogies is if you're driving to work and someone cuts you off and you get all pissed off about it, and then you go to work and Raidens, okay. Which Mortal Kombat? Because the first one with Christopher Walken as Raiden. Oh, no, I don't want that. Okay. So if you get cut off, do you then tell it to person after person after person during the day? Right? And does it ruin your day? So did you actually just have a bad few seconds in the morning, or did you milk it to have a whole bad day? Right? This is what a lot of people do. When you are willing to give up the sympathy you get for your struggle, the struggle can go away. Because when I realized what was going on, I stopped it. Just like with the arthritis, I have not been stopped at the border since that day. And that was 7 years ago. And well, that's not entirely true. I was stopped once. But what happened was we were in Cuba, we were about to leave, and I got through customs fine. But my buddy, who was in the story of being checked, got told to stay over in this one area where they check everyone's luggage. And I saw him over there. I didn't see the exchange. I didn't see what happened. I just saw him standing over there, and I'm at the exit. I'm literally at the door to get out of the airport and walk to the plane. And he's standing there. I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, don't worry about it. And I walked towards him. He's like, no, 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 no. And I crossed the line on the floor. I didn't even see it. There was tape or something into the area. I said, come on, let's go. And he goes, you can't be in this area. And at that moment, the customs guy comes out. He's like, oh, I'm checking you two. I'm like, no, you're not. He's like, you're both in here. I'm like, I literally walked into your story. Okay. I'm not going to do that again. That was the only time I've been checked. And I was laughing about it because it was just, I talk about being in people's stories, that you can pick stories up from your parents and from your friends, and you live in their stories. And I literally walked into his story. But that's the only time I've been checked, because I don't need people to feed off my struggle anymore. I like people to react to my successes. I want people to be inspired by the things I'm creating in a positive way, not what I have to get through. And you may have seen these attitudes in you as well. Oh, it's harder for me because I'm a woman, or because I'm Black, or because I'm old or young, or whatever it is. You feed off that. You make your life harder when it could be calmer. When you're willing to let go of that, everything can change. Oof, okay, someone's just shifting there. Whew. But this is it. Are you willing to let go of it? Because again, you've been in it for possibly years now. You love the reaction people get off your stories, and it gives you an excuse, right? This is one thing I didn't realize was happening, is that every time I got stopped at the border, my self-esteem got hit just a little bit. What I planned to do with my life, the level of my ambition got hit just a little bit. So by the time I had that conversation with my coach, I was in a space where I was saying, I need to get my life from a 5 to a 10. But that 10 from where I was then would have been like a 6 years ago, before I hadn't get knocked down bit by bit by bit by bit. And I didn't even realize it was happening. But once that kicked in, I'm like, oh my God, I've been playing it small, because I didn't think I could play big enough, because of the racism, because of the struggle, and even because of what's happened with my body. Because at that point I'd been through the arthritis. I may have got out of it, but I was using excuses of like, I don't have as much mobility, so I can't do as much with my life. I'm probably not as attractive to other people. There's all these things that came with it that gave me excuses to play smaller. What excuses are you using to play smaller? Because every one of them is causing you to get smaller and smaller results. Oof. Okay, that hit a few people. I want to challenge you to get out of that and go to another level. But here's the thing, and here's where we're going to talk about not being calm in order to be calm. Oftentimes, to get to that next space, to get that new job, do that new task, deal with these people, you have to go through anxiety. So you want to talk on stage, but you're afraid of what you're going to look like on stage. And so there's that anxiety, this like, you're here in time, you're going to go through all this anxiety and come out of it the other end. And you look at this arc and you're like, damn it, that's a lot of anxiety. I don't want to do that. So you don't have that conversation with that person. You find an excuse to not get on stage. You don't start that business. Whatever it is, you don't want to do this. And so what ends up happening is, instead of that, you create a little bit of anxiety, just a tiny bit. And it doesn't feel so bad. But here's the thing, it doesn't end. It just keeps going and going and going. Right? And eventually, if you look at it in terms of math and area, the area in this, which looks big, is actually tiny compared to the area in this thing, which goes on forever and ever and ever. So you're actually experiencing more anxiety overall than if you just went through it. And what happens is, another occasion comes up to go through this anxiety, and you choose this. And another occasion comes up to go through anxiety, and you choose this. But these are all accumulating. So slowly what's happening is it's going up and up and up. And what you feel is frustration, tiredness. You may get sick. You may have outbursts with people. because this is all building and building and building. It's like, imagine you're opening a tab on a browser every time you're avoiding that situation, and tab after tab after tab, and you may have hundreds or thousands of tabs open. What happens to the computer system that is your brain when all those tabs are open and processing? That's what's happening with your life. And here's where I'm talking about. Now you've got to go through it, because if you start to go through these things are going to start getting eliminated. You're going to start closing your tabs, but you have to go through each one. But here's the secret: this is your perspective of what you have to go through. I'm going to have to go through this much anxiety, stress, whatever it is. But you just think that's how much it is. It may actually be that much, but it may just be half as much, or it may be no problems at all. But because you think it's that much, you keep going for that little bit that goes on and on and on. Yes, this is the secret to life. Life is simple, but it's not easy. If it was easy, everyone would be getting everything they want all the time. It does require work. It requires the willingness to do what everyone else isn't doing. Okay. And here's the thing. One of the stories I hear all the time is you have to work hard to succeed. I am going to refute that. You have to be willing to work hard to succeed. Right? I am willing to work long hours every single day to get to the level of success I want to get to. Because of that willingness, a lot of things just start showing up like magic. Right? I'm willing to do them, but someone says, "Oh, I got this for you," or I find a solution, or someone approaches me to do a deal with them, and we get a joint venture deal going, and it just becomes easier and easier. But unless you're willing, you're not going to take the actions. The opportunities are not going to show up, and you're just going to stay frustrated. You have to be willing to go through that. And when you go through that, it might end up just being that. And you're like, "Oh my God, that was a lot easier than I expected." And here's the thing about the willingness is, if you're here in the center, I'm hoping everyone's got visual, because some people might be listening and it's not going to make any sense to them. But okay, so imagine you're in the center of a line, and on one side of the line is everything you want, the success, the wonderful relationships, great health. And on the other side of the line is everything you don't want. So poverty, people hating you, being sick. And so most people are willing to have everything from where they are all the way to the far side of the line where everything is amazing. But they're only willing to go a little bit into the bad stuff. And the way your mind works and the way the universe works is on resistance. So however much you're willing to go one way, you're going to create the other way as well. So you think, "Oh, I'm willing to have all this good stuff, a little bit of bad stuff," but what you're actually doing is, I'm only willing to have a little bit of good stuff and a little bit of bad stuff. That's the amount of change I'm willing to go through. And this is important because it's going to affect everything you're doing. And I'll give you an example if that's not quite gelling. Let's say you want to have an amazing relationship, but you've had your heart broken. And it was awful. It took months or maybe years to get through that episode. So when you start to go into new relationships, you're not willing to open your heart up, because what if you get your heart broken again? So you're just going a little bit. I'm just expose myself a little bit. And then you meet someone who is wonderful. And this person thinks, "I really want to spend time with you. I want to be there with you for life. And I'm never going to hurt you as soon as you open your heart to me." But you're not opening your heart. And they feel that. This may never be even a conversation. It's just the relationship. You're like, "I got to make sure I stay safe. I'm only willing to show a little bit of myself. I'll put a whole bunch of tests in place. And if they start to pass the test, I'll go a little bit more." But that other person is all in already. And they're getting frustrated. And they're like, "You know what? I can't do this. I can't do this relationship." And so they leave. And you justify it saying, "Good thing I didn't open up my heart a lot, because look what happened. They left. I'm going to continue doing this. I'm going to continue to test every person." And you keep going through relationship after relationship, and they all let you down. And you feel you've made the right decision by not opening your heart. Right? That's what I'm talking about, the willingness. If you had been willing to open your heart fully, then you could have been with that person. Boom. But when you're willing, if it's not that person, you might get your heart broken again. And that's the thing. The fear kicks in. It's like, I'd rather make sure I never get my heart broken, then take the chance of having the most amazing relationship possible. Those are the choices you're making unconsciously. And it's the same thing with your career. It's the same thing with all the things that you're striving for in your life, making the money, having the friends, being visible, and having more people see you. That willingness has to be there. And the cool thing is, when you're willing to have both sides, you tend to get everything on the good side. It just shows up that way. Sometimes you got to go through the bad side, but most of the time, because of the willingness, it all just works out. And life becomes so much easier. And you just get into the space of, it's all going to be fine. Everything's going to work out. I had a situation, I guess it's a couple of years back now, where an unexpected bill came up, and it was for like $3,000. And there was a time where an extra $3,000 bill came up. I'm like, oh my God, I'm screwed. What am I going to do? How am I going to get the money? And there's all this panic and worry and stuff. But I've gotten to a place like, oh, $3,000 extra bill. Well, the money's going to show up. Money always does show up. And I didn't know how the money was going to show up, but I was just in this place and it's going to show up. I was just calm about the whole thing. And then a couple of weeks later, one of my clients calls up and she says, I want to take your class where you teach what you do. And I'm like, okay, the next one's in January. She goes, no, I want to do it now. And I'm like, it's December. She goes, yeah, but I'm bored. We're in COVID. I've got nothing to do. Just create the class for me. I'm like, I need at least one other person in the class because you guys are going to pair up and do exercises. So I said, you know what? I'll post the class. And if at least one other person shows up, then we'll do the class. And it's a $500 class. So I posted the class and 10 people ended up registering for the class. And I was like, oh, that's where the money came from. And it wasn't even me coming up with an idea. It was my client coming up and saying, I want to do your class. And it all just worked out because I was just like, it'll work out. But what we've been taught is you have to worry. You can't stay calm. Worrying means you care. Worrying does not mean you care. They are completely separate things, but we've managed to mash them together. And if I'm not worried, I don't actually care. I don't worry if I'm going to pay my bills. It doesn't mean that I'm careless and don't do anything to pay bills. I still take the action. I just take the action without worry. Because think about it. If you worry about paying your bills each month and you manage to pay your bills each month, then you spent an entire month worrying, even though you managed to pay the bills. You've wasted this month worrying. And even if you didn't pay the bills, you could have spent the month still taking the right action, but not worrying. So at least you'd be in a better mood, in a better space. And then the crazy thing is, when you're in the space of happiness, of calmness, of just knowing things are going to work out, even if you don't pay the bills, you manage to just flow with it. But also, if it looks like you're not going to pay the bills, but you're still in that state of happiness, things show up. It's just weird how it does it. And solutions show up. So you do pay the bills. So you actually have a better chance of paying those bills, of doing that task, of creating that project, of getting that partner when you don't worry. So there are times where you've got to go and not be calm. And that's going to help things because you're going to resolve issues that have been building up. But there are other times where just staying calm and relaxing and knowing it's going to work out is going to make everything better. You just have to be discerning about which is which. Okay, there we go. Shifting again. Good. All right. And this is it. This is what we talk about, is surrendering the struggle to release the pain. When you're willing to surrender that struggle, when you're willing to stop saying, well, I can't do it because of this, and it's going to be hard because of this, everything gets easier. You can release the emotional pain. You can release the physical pain. And it also means getting out of the space of pride for the struggle that you're in. A lot of people are proud of their struggle. Underdogs. Okay. If you pride yourself on being an underdog, think about this. You can't ever succeed, because the moment you succeed, you're not an underdog. And I've met a lot of, I used to be an underdog, but I've met a lot of underdogs in my life. And you see the movies and you see the underdogs and you say, oh my God, like I want to be like that, because at the end, the underdog conquered the bad person. They beat the team, or they brought down the rich person that was hurting everyone. And I want to be the underdog. But the underdog is only at the end of the movie is no longer an underdog. Right? So all you're inviting in is that struggle until possibly the very end of your life, so that you can finish on top just like they did. But then you're done. You spent the entire life being the underdog. So I want you, if you are an underdog right now, to step out of that story of being an underdog. And I would like you right now, if you are in that struggle, if you love the reactions people give you for your story of struggle, to step out of that story of struggle. Okay, now here's the thing. I just felt a whole bunch of resistance from people. And I can tell what's going on here. There's two ways of looking at what you have to go through in life. And there are obstacles and there are challenges. Obstacles are things that show up and you have to deal with, and they're keeping you from creating that success you want. And it feels like it's not your fault, right? It's because, again, it could be like racism or sexism or whatever ism it is, or it could be that your technology keeps failing, or it could be that the opportunities aren't showing up, or it could be that you have opponents to deal with. Whatever it is, there are obstacles. And you see a lot of people that don't have those obstacles, but you have those obstacles. The reason you're putting those obstacles in place is because you feel a sense of pride when you overcome each obstacle. And so you keep dropping them in. Then you're like, I had to overcome this and I had to overcome this. And it feels good. But it's actually just keeping you from growing and succeeding in a big way. The other thing you can do are challenges. And challenges, you say, I like the way things are. I accept where my life is now. But now I'm going to drop a challenge. I'm going to purposely drop a challenge that's going to cause me to grow as a person and my life to grow. And then you step up into that challenge. Obstacles keep you small. Challenges cause growth. Obstacles feel fulfilling and it feels like you're doing so much more, but challenges can feel that same way, but you don't want to let go of the feeling you already know works. You don't want to let go of the addiction. But when you're willing to do that and go from obstacles to challenges, you start to create way more in your life and you feel better doing it. Okay, the frustration is gone. The ease is there. Playfulness comes in. And of course, way more calm. Yep, the hero's journey. Okay. So start looking at your life, bring on the challenges. I love that. And notice where you're putting the obstacles down. And know that if you let them go, you're not going to be less valuable. It's not going to feel less fulfilling. It's actually going to shift you to a place of more fulfillment. And this is where reality shifting comes in. It's because when you stop doing that, the obstacles just magically disappear. And you're like, what the hell just happened? I used to deal with all this stuff and it's gone. And I remember it was really funny in one of my workshops. I talked about reality shifting and things just showing up and making it easy. And it doesn't have to be tough. And one of the things I love is the smoothie we have in Canada called Booster Juice. And I'm having a couple of these every week, maybe 3 or 4 or 5, whatever. But I was in a workshop talking to people. I was talking about how things could be really easy. And it's like talking about manifesting results. And they said, well, if it could be so easy, why don't you manifest a booster juice right now? And I'm like, well, I could just drive for 3 minutes to the booster juice and grab it, but I don't want to stop the class. And one of the guys was challenging me. It's like, you're talking about all this magical manifestation, make it happen. And I said, first of all, I'm not here as a magician and a showman to make things happen. So no, I'm not going to take the bait and do that. But I'm talking in general how things just show up. And we went further into this discussion of just being an allowance and allow for magical results to show up. And all of a sudden, there's a knock on my office door, and my roommate walks in and he says, I was out shopping and I stopped by Booster Juice and I grabbed you one, and he handed it to me. And everyone on the call just went, oh my God. Right? And I'm like, okay, there it is. I got my Booster Juice. And this is how easy it can be. And it can be fun. And let me tell you, that was satisfying. I could have gone to the store and got stopped in traffic and had a whole lineup to get through, and then finally got my booster juice, and another lifetime, that would have been satisfying. I could tell that story of all the hazards I had to go through just to get a booster juice. But it was so satisfying to like, oh, thank you. Let's just have that there. What if that was your life? What if it was just magical, serendipitous incident after incident after incident? And this happens for a lot of people when they're in those stories. You tend to buy the stories of the majority, and the stories of the majority are stories of struggle. There are all these people that are in completely different stories and creating completely different realities just because they're choosing to. And when you decide you want to get out of those stories, it'll happen. Here's one final thing that's going to keep you there. Do not feel guilty for having a better life than the people around you, because I've seen this happen over and over again. It's unfair for me to have so much while others have so little. It's unfair for my life to be easy while people are struggling. I want to take you back to being at the dinner table, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to get this, maybe some people won't, but the parents saying, watching you not eat your food and saying, there are children starving in Africa and you're refusing to eat your food. Well, does eating your food suddenly make those children have food? No. So they're trying to guilt you into something that's happening for other people that you have no responsibility over, that's not connected to you. Now, there may be people in your life that you feel, well, there is a connection. But here's the thing. If you keep yourself small, if you don't create bigger and better stuff for yourself, if you don't create more ease for yourself because you feel guilty that they're not doing the same, then nobody wins. Nobody wins. If you allow yourself to create more ease, if you allow yourself to get out of struggle, if you allow yourself to have more money, more success, better relationships, you can inspire the people around you to do the same. But you can't if you're worried about how they're going to feel about you, how they're going to look at you. So don't be afraid to be the happiest person in the room. Don't be afraid to be the most successful person in the room. Don't be afraid to have what other people don't. Because when you have all those things, number one, you're in a better position to help the people that don't. And number two, you're going to have a better life for yourself and become an inspiration to everyone else around you. Okay. So that is what I want to leave you with. Again, thank you, International Calm Summit. I'm hoping someone's in the background that's going to show up today.
Yeah, hi Schwartz. So yeah, as Celia said earlier, she will be living out for another presentation with Billie Jean. So she's on Zoom right now, and I'm her assistant. I'm so happy to listen for your whole presentation, and somehow I was able to relate with all the struggles because for the past years, it's been a lot of anxiety, panic attacks. I was um, I was very anxious almost every day. And when I finally decided to just, stay calm, when I finally decided to just let the struggle, you know, um, just go with the flow and stay calm for, the whole journey, that's when I realized that, it's really something that I had to do even before. So I would be able to get that peace of mind. And after that, everything went back on track. So I'm just really happy, because while you were talking earlier, I was like, oh yeah, I was like, I think I'm in that same situation before, and Shiraz was right. All you have to do is just to release the struggle, release the pain and surrender everything. So I'm pretty sure a lot of our viewers right now can relate to these because everyone has their own struggle, and it's really beneficial that they may be able to hear you today and give them a very very wise tips. So I'm really happy you're here with us in Day of Calm, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people right now, and for those that who will watch this on the replay, will eventually learn a lot from you. So before I let you go, do you have one last words you'd like to share to our people? Something that you'd like to leave with us with a wise words from Shiraz Babu?
Well, first of all, I have to make sure when I talked about going through that anxiety, don't do that today. Today's the calm day. Do that tomorrow.
Right. So,
But
all right.
yeah,
So, go
I
ahead.
was
Go
just gonna say,
ahead.
just be playful, have a lot of fun. Play. I don't want to say play with yourself. That can come out wrong. But you want to just enjoy life and be silly all the time because that joy is going to affect everything you do.
Right. And like just what Celia said earlier in the comments, I guess, it's your responsibility to have your, have to take control in your own life. So
Mhm.
it's just like, you know, take it or leave it. So it really depends on you. It's how you handle the things that you're having right now. So thank you once again, Shiraz. We're so happy that you'll be able to join us today. And yeah, I hope for the next year you'll still join us for the next Day of Calm Summit. So thank you, Shiraz.
Thank you. Later.
All right then. So yeah. So for everyone that just got hopped on right now, I'm not Celia Kibler. I'm Zar, her assistant, her executive assistant. Celia is on another presentation on Zoom with Billie Jean. So if you're interested to be part of that presentation, all you have to do is just to go to the website, dayofcalm.org, click on the event with Celia Kibler, How to Stop Yelling with Celia Kibler and Billie Jean, and register. Once you're registered, you'll be able to get the link on how to join in Zoom. So yeah, well, we were still waiting for our next presenter. I believe that's Tasha Hart, but she's not here in the back room yet. So yeah, I'm just kind of you know kind of overwhelmed with things. I'm just really happy that we were able to pull this off, because the last time Celia and I were talking, we were just planning this out, and it's finally here. The Day of Calm is finally here. So it's a relief, and I'm just happy that all of the classes are so good. Everyone is very relatable. So just a fun thing to do with Celia. Definitely I'll be part of the next year. So next year's Day of Calm. All right, so I can see now that Tasha's is here. So I'll be happy to get you in the room. So hi Tasha. How are
Hello.
you?
I
Yeah,
am doing
so
great.
so Celia is not in a different presentation with Billie Jean. So it's my honor to introduce you to our people. I'm so happy that you're finally in. So without further ado, I'm gonna introduce you, Tasha. So Tasha Hart is a 7 times author, speaker, writing coach, and award-winning speech evaluator. She is known as the Puzzle Lady for her development of the puzzle philosophy, assisting those in their personal and business development, utilizing puzzle analogies for life application. So she shares the message that your peace matters. Yeah, makes sense. So she will be doing a class today about calm up, not down. So it's connecting the pieces to true tranquility. So let's hear up from Tasha Hart. So I'll be the um, going back to the back room. So I'll give you the floor right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I am excited to be here today. I have been looking forward to this day of calm, and I hope that you have enjoyed the other speakers. I love talking about peace, and I love talking about puzzle pieces. And as I was just introduced, I am known as the Puzzle Lady, and it's simply because I use puzzle pieces for life application. I use puzzle analogies, and I'm going to be doing that with you all today. So if you've never heard any of this before, sit back, relax, keep calm, and I'm going to talk to you about how to piece together all the pieces you need to have true tranquility today as we celebrate this day of calm. And thank you for being here. I'm just checking out some of the comments, but if you don't mind, feel free to grab your favorite drink, grab your favorite little beverage, coffee, what have you, and just stick with me for this next hour. I promise it will not be boring. In fact, hopefully you'll learn something, and I'll be able to help you keep calm and find the pieces to true tranquility today, or some of them. So when I talk about puzzle analogies, I share 3 main puzzle pieces, and I use those puzzle pieces to help you find your fit, find your place in the bigger picture I call life, this big life picture. It could be the picture for your health, your picture for a new business as an entrepreneur or a small business owner. Whatever the picture is, we need to experience the challenges of going through those successes and those ups and downs, but we also need to maintain a sense of calm and peace as we do it, so that we are not harming ourselves physically, mentally, spiritually. When I'm talking about those 3 puzzle pieces, I'm going to break them down for you right here at the beginning of our talk today, so that you can follow along with the rest of what I'm going to be sharing. So for those that have never listened to me before, again, I have written 7 books. One of them, my very first one, was called Puzzled to Purpose. It's all about how we go from being puzzled to having intentional purpose in all areas of our life. But in order to do that, in order to keep calm and have that intentional purpose, you need to know what piece you are. What puzzle piece are you? Are you a corner piece? Corner piece that has 2 straight edges? Or are you an edge piece, which only has 1 edge, 1 straight edge? Or are you a center piece and it has no edges? Usually it's found in the center of a jigsaw puzzle if you've ever put a puzzle together. Most of us have on some level. So are you one of these 3 pieces? I believe you are. I believe all of us are one of these 3 pieces. So let me start with the corner piece and explain just briefly, because normally this by itself could take an hour to explain, but I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. If you are a corner piece, or if you're wondering if you're a corner piece, here are 5 things that describe you. Typically, a corner piece is the initiator of the idea or the concept or whatever the vision is for a particular goal or business or personal task or something that you're trying to develop within. The corner piece is the one that initiates that original idea. They are visionaries. They are the ones that kind of have the big picture in mind the entire time. They are always thinking big picture. So you will see a corner piece typically in a CEO position. If we're talking about corporations, they may be the project manager over an idea. It could be the lead pastor of a church, doesn't matter what size. But typically you'll see this, especially in some of your larger churches, because corner pieces are also, it's not that they're not accessible, but they're harder to get a hold of or reach because of their position. If you've ever put a puzzle together, the corner piece is in the furthest part of the picture. They're in the corner. And if you notice, the pieces on a corner piece connect left to right, and they don't have room or space in their position to connect to the center of that vision or the big picture. So they're isolated to a certain extent. They're harder to get to. So if this sounds like you, if your time is limited, you really only have time to connect left to right, which are usually your lower management or peers of some sort, you may be a corner piece. If you're the visionary of an idea, you may be a corner piece. If you are a leader of leaders, so corner pieces are always leaders. They are leading something, leading the project, leading the family, leading the idea, the vision. And they have to have other pieces, typically edge pieces. They spend a lot of time with those edge pieces that connect left to right. And again, I could take an hour just explaining this one thing, but I'm keeping it short. They are leaders of leaders. So you will see them spending a lot of their time with leaders. And then they're very innovative because corner pieces have limited time. You have limited access to them because they have to keep the vision moving forward. Then they have to also be innovative. They're always looking for the most efficient way, the best way, the most excellent way, especially if they're good leaders. So if that sounds like you may be a corner piece. All right. Next, we have the centerpiece. And this will all make sense as we get into our topic, but I want to lay this groundwork so that those of you that are not familiar with what I talk about with all these puzzle analogies, you'll have some basic understanding. All right, centerpieces, 5 things that you need to know about a centerpiece. They are givers. Centerpieces are givers. You will find them at the center of the vision. So remember, the corner piece is the one that typically comes up with the vision. They're the ones that have the idea, the innovators. Well, centerpieces are the ones who make the vision happen. They are the majority. There's always more centerpieces than corners or edges. And without them, the picture that you have for your relationships, for your personal development, for your small business or large corporation, your organization, small group, whatever it is, you will not be able to complete it without centerpieces. They are such givers. They will give of their time, their talents, their resources, their friendships, their knowledge and education, whatever they have. Centerpieces are usually the ones that are like, whatever is mine is yours, because they are in it to support you and support that vision, because that's who they are. They're givers. And because of that, they want to see the picture come to completion. So do not give centerpieces a task if you don't want to see it finished. They are task oriented. They love lists. And if that sounds like you may be a centerpiece. Now we got to watch our centerpieces, because sometimes they can give and give and give and give and give, and they can start to feel like they are giving and not getting anything back. They're not getting appreciation. They're not getting respect. They are not getting acknowledgement for all that work and all that giving and all that time. So as corner pieces and edge pieces, we have to be very supportive and encouraging to centers, because this is where you will see walkouts. This is where you will see people leave your group or leave your job or leave your organization because you failed to appreciate or recognize or acknowledge the efforts of one centerpiece, who's connected, by the way, to several other pieces. And where this piece goes, they're taking everyone connected to them with them. All right. And so we don't want that. We want everyone to have buy-in and feel appreciated for who they are and their contribution to that big picture. So if that sounds like you're probably a centerpiece. One last thing. Centerpieces, I said, were givers. They are completers. They are task-oriented. They are also people. They like being around people. That doesn't mean all centerpieces like being around a lot of people, but they are people oriented. They care. So whether that's on a one-on-one level or on a group level, the centerpieces are the ones collecting others and gathering others to come work on that vision and support the total picture. They're your support piece, and that means they're also communicators. So your centerpieces, again, they may communicate one-on-one. Some centerpieces feel more comfortable on that level, and some, they are bringing in the masses. They communicate with everybody. You know, you walk in the room and they are just, you got to come do this. You got to come hang with me and join this group, or join this business, or join this idea and support this. They're the ones that are going to go get the rest of the team for you. So if you're not experiencing success or a sense of calm, if things are chaotic in your business right now, or your relationships, whatever it is, whatever that picture is, your goal for this year in 2022, it could be you don't have enough centerpieces gathered around the vision, making it happen. So all the pieces are important. Last but not least, certainly not least, we have the edge piece. Now, the only difference between the edge and the corner piece is that the edge piece has one less edge. And in a jigsaw puzzle, edges create borders. And it also eliminates or removes the ability to connect on those sides. So that is why corner pieces are more isolated, not because of their personality. This is very important. So I need you to lean in just a little bit, like come a little bit closer and grasp this. Corner pieces, edge pieces, sometimes they can't come to that social event, that function that you invited them to, not because of their personality, not because they're stuck up or they think they're better or they're cliquish. Now, it can be true, but it's usually not the case. Usually they can't show up for you the way you want them to, simply because they weren't created that way. They have a position that they have to fulfill, that they have to hold, and it requires them to find their fit. And that's less time, less access, less ability for them to connect. And it's the same with edge pieces, except edges, they get to connect a little bit more than corners, but they still have one side where they're spending their time providing a border or a safe place for the vision to actually take place. So let me explain what the edge piece is. 5 things that you can look at that will help you recognize what an edge piece actually is. So an edge piece, or if you're an edge piece, this might be you. You are a supporter. Edge pieces are supporter. Remember, I said that the corner piece is a leader of leaders. Edge pieces are leaders. So you will see corner pieces spending the majority of their time with other leaders, and that would be edge pieces. So they are supporters of corner pieces. They're supporters of others in leadership. They're supportive of the vision or the goal or the project, the task. Edge pieces are the ones that once you connect them and you have them all in place, together your leaders create a border of protection around the vision. So this is crucial. This is key, because if you are starting a business, and this will all tie into how pieces can help you find true tranquility, because if you know your position and you understand the positions of the other pieces, it will help you keep your peace. It will help you keep your calm. Okay, you won't be stressing out. You won't be having debates and arguments about pieces that were never meant to fit in your picture to begin with. All right, so back to edge pieces, 5 things that you need to know about them. They are supporters. They are also leaders. I shared that with you. They are resourceful. So edge pieces, they are the ones who are gathering information from the corner piece. What is it that needs to be communicated to the center pieces, which makes them directors of information? And they have to be resourceful so that the information being directed into the center of the vision for the center pieces to grab hold of, they have to make sure they have the resources to support what's being communicated, what's being directed, what's going to help the vision take off, move forward, continue to grow. They also provide that border I was speaking of. Tasha will help you find all your life's puzzle pieces. Thanks for that comment, Keith. These puzzle pieces will help you keep the vision contained in the correct proportion. So I was talking to a business owner once, because I do speak at corporate events and things like that. And I was speaking to this business owner, and they were starting up a small business. And they had made the mistake, which a lot of businesses do when they're just getting started, of hiring and bringing on center pieces before edge pieces. What I mean is they hired a bunch of people that were more centerpiece oriented instead of edge piece oriented. So why was this a big deal? Well, centerpieces, because they are givers and they want to help, you can give them a task and a list of things to do. They will get the job done. However, if you put a centerpiece in a edge piece position, there's no border to contain the vision and protect it, so that you know how to keep out those that want to destroy your picture, destroy your goal. See, centerpieces can't provide that border of protection. They can provide the help to make the vision grow, but they can't provide the protection, because centerpieces love them. They will just let it grow and grow and grow, and there's never any end in sight to know that we've accomplished what we came to do. And it's important that we know that success comes when we have reached our goal, and then you set another goal and we reach that, and there's an order to it. So I was talking to this business owner, and they said, well, that's who showed up first. A lot of times that's true. Your centerpieces will show up first. They are so eager to help. You shared the idea and they're like, oh, yes. And then you make the mistake of putting people in position for convenience instead of putting them in position to power you forward. So don't do that. Don't make that mistake by pressing people into positions out of convenience, because you're going to have an even bigger problem on your hands later down the road. Remember, I said that centerpieces are connected to a lot of pieces. So what happens when you put a centerpiece in an edge piece position, and then all of a sudden the edge you needed to give you that direction, to give you that protection around your goal, to make sure things are being communicated and directed in a good order, when that piece shows up, there's no room for them, because the centerpiece has been in their position for such a long time. It's hard to move them now. And when you try to move them, they don't understand, because were they not doing a good job? That's not the point. They weren't created for that position. And they would be much better at the position they were created for. But now if you try to move them, rebellion can happen. A whole group of those pieces are going to support that center and possibly exit the vision altogether. So it can be a big mess. So how do we fix that? How do we not put the pieces in place in the wrong order? Well, as corners, it's your responsibility. It's your vision. Most of the time, it's your idea. It's your project. It's your job to make sure as pieces show up, you are truthful. This is one key thing about keeping your calm, keeping tranquility, keeping people at peace with the pieces they are, is when a centerpiece shows up and says, I'm ready to help. Don't overinflate that enthusiasm by putting them in a position just for the sake of convenience. Let them know that currently I'm not ready for your piece yet, but I would love to have you on board with, and here's some tasks that you can do to help me in the meantime, but this is a slow work in progress until I get the right pieces in place. I don't have a position for you yet. This is part of sorting. This is the sorting process. And that can bring peace to people if you communicate that up front. So if you've ever put a puzzle together, well, I'm going to show you one of my puzzles that I've been working on for a while. It is on my coffee table, but this is the box. So when you're putting a puzzle together, a jigsaw puzzle together, there's a picture on the front of the box. And that picture is the goal. If you use that as an analogy, the picture on the front of the box is the goal, right? But what happens is a lot of times you share that dream, you share that idea, the business idea, the concept with family, with friends, investors, possible colleagues, or other leaders, laymen, pastors, teachers, whoever is part of the vision. You share that with them, and you've given them this beautiful picture, this vision of the project, and now you have buy-in. Now here comes the reality. People want to sign up for the picture, right? But they aren't prepared for all the pieces that come with it. This is how your picture shows up. You don't get a picture that's already completed. You get a box full of pieces, and they have to be sorted. But sometimes sorting isn't fun. Sorting can bring distress. Sorting can bring doubt and anxiety, because here's what happens when you start sorting the pieces and you start separating them and putting them into groups, and you put some of the pieces over here and some of the pieces over there. It can start to feel like neglect. It can start to feel like I'm being ignored. It can start to feel like I'm not good enough. Why have I been sorted over to the side? It can feel like you've been put aside. It can feel like these are a lot of feelings that come with sorting, and it cannot feel so tranquil and peaceful in the sorting process. But here's what I mean by communicating well. If you share with the pieces around you that their time is coming, that if they allow themselves to go through this sorting and figuring out with you and this process with you, the picture will come together a lot quicker. Because when you start sorting pieces, and those pieces, when it's their turn to be activated into the vision, they come together a lot quicker. It's much faster for the vision or the goal to actually come to fruition, to come to completion, if I don't have to pick each piece out of this box one at a time and try to connect them. There's a process. And if you will allow yourself to be sorted into like groups, it's not based on your personality. It's based on your position. It's based on the details that make up the piece you are. That's a huge indicator of how valuable you are. So don't sell yourself short. And let me give you this while we're on that topic. Sometimes the larger the vision, the bigger the picture, the smaller your piece can feel. Again, all of that can bring feelings of anxiety, feelings of stress, feeling like your piece doesn't matter, like your piece is insignificant. But let me tell you something, a picture that size, it's not about what piece you are, it's about where your piece is. Your piece has a significant contribution to make to that bigger picture. And without your piece, regardless of the size of your piece, the title of your piece, the job description that you have, the hierarchies, and even what's in your bank account, or what part of the globe you come from, what part of the world you live in. All those things contribute to how we express ourselves, but it doesn't negate the value you have. The larger the picture, the smaller your piece can feel. But regardless of how you feel, without you, that picture is incomplete. And as a friend said this morning on my live broadcast, the impact of you being absent causes a ripple effect. So rather than feeling and dealing with that feeling of anxiety in the moment and deciding to give up or leave the picture altogether, decide right now, decide today that you're going to keep calm, because I'm going to tell you how here in just a little bit. You're going to keep calm and you're going to carry on with the vision. You are not going to give up no matter how you feel. Some days you may feel like the smallest piece in the box, but don't be fooled. Your piece matters so much that without you, there is a goal, there is a picture, there's a dream, there's something that the world will be missing if you weren't in it. So don't check out on us, okay? Don't give up and don't leave. I want you to press in. Picture yourself as part of this magnificent picture, and you are just waiting through the sorting process before you press into the perfect position that was cut out just for you. And there is no better sense of calm and peace than getting in where you fit in. All right, so those are the three pieces that I talk about on a regular basis: corner pieces, center pieces, and edge pieces. And what can disrupt the calm for each of those? Corner pieces, what disrupts their calm is being misjudged. They get misjudged quite a bit because people want their time. Who doesn't want to spend time with that celebrity or that role model or the person in charge or the CEO of the company or the person that's getting it done, the visionary? I mean, think of somebody that you really admire. Aren't they hard to get to? It's not like I can just pick up the phone and call. Yes, I'm old school. I did have a phone that I used to have to talk on like this. All right, not like this. So there's a sense of being misjudged. People judge corner pieces very harshly. And the higher you go up, some of you will know where I'm going with this. The higher you go up, we've heard about this, the harder you can come down if you're not careful and you don't surround yourself with pieces that can keep you grounded and keep you at peace with who you are and the position you have to fill, because it's tough. It is tough. So that's one thing that can affect the calm of corner pieces. Now, in a jigsaw puzzle, there are typically 4 corners. I know some of you out there are probably asking the question, if I'm the corner piece, who are the other 3 corners? It's a good question. Those other 3 corner pieces are the accountability of that corner piece. They're the ones that they may not be part of the vision or the goal. They're not showing up every day to work on your project or your idea. They probably have a picture of their own they're working on. But when you get into a mental or a spiritual or physical jam, those are the ones you're going to call. You can't always call your centerpieces that are getting it done. We don't want to get them all panicky. You can't just call anybody as a corner piece and let them know you're having a tough time or a tough day. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't call someone. You can't just call anyone, but you should call someone. And those corner pieces should be in place. And I tell people this when I'm talking to small groups, when I'm talking to corporations, or I'm teaching or talking about this in a specific like workshop for marriage. Let's use that as an example. Yes, even marriage should have corner pieces supported by 3 other corner pieces. Your corner piece needs people that will hold them accountable, that will step in when they are having a tough time. All right. And they should be able to speak into your life candidly. They should be able to speak into the project or the business or the goal truthfully and candidly without worry of repercussion. If that's the case, they are not corner pieces. They have the right, almost like a parent, they have a right to step in and give you some guidance and some direction. And those pieces should be there from the very beginning before anyone else. All right, so I am going to quickly move into the next part of this because I really want you to understand how you can keep calm. So first, I'm a word person. I like looking up words. I like finding the meaning of words, and I'm sure you've heard the phrase calm down. So my title for today, my topic for today to add to this day of calm celebration was don't calm down, let's calm it up. Let's calm up. And here's why. I'm going to give you the definition of calm. Calm is not showing or feeling nervousness or anger or strong emotions. So calm is not showing strong emotions or nervousness, such as anger or having feelings of strong anxiety or some of the other things that I mentioned earlier. So calming down, actually taking it down a notch. Why would I want to take it down a notch? A better way of saying it when you want to share this phrase is keep your calm. So keep showing how to not be nervous, how to not get anxious, how to not allow anger to take over or too strong of an emotion to take over at an inappropriate time. So keeping your calm or keeping your peace is what brings tranquility. And I think there is a time where that phrase may be appropriate, but I think today, as we're talking about celebrating the International Day of Calm, we should be pumping this up. There should be people all over the world talking about how we can calm each other up, because the definition, or one of the definitions of down, is to lower the intensity of. That's one of the definitions of the word down. So when you say calm, meaning try not to or don't show strong emotions, and lower the intensity of not showing strong emotions, lower the intensity of it. I want you to calm up. I want you to not show those strong emotions in a negative way, but I want you to show those strong emotions in an elevated way. But strong emotions in the sense of peace, not anger, in tranquility, not stress, in connecting with others and showing kindness and allowing them space for their peace to be pressed into their dream and the picture that is created for them to live out in this earth, on this planet. We all deserve to be here. Everyone's peace matters. And when we recognize that and we give each other room and space to be that, and we say, hey, let me give you some room so you can get in where you fit in, then it brings a sense of calm and we elevate each other. We lift each other up. So I wanted to stress that today. I don't want to calm you down. I don't want to bring it down a notch. I don't want to lower the intensity of. I want to increase the intensity of peace and the intensity of calm in each one of our lives by recognizing what can stop us from having peace and tranquility. So I'm going to jump into 7 things. Since I have roughly 30 minutes, I think I can run through these hopefully in the next 30 minutes. I want to share with you 7 things that can take your peace, that can keep you from being calm. All right. And then I'm going to wrap up quickly at the end with why it's important to support each piece. The centerpiece, the corner piece, the edge piece, all 3 of those pieces, whichever one you are, we all have a picture we belong to, that we're part of. And when we get to the end of this, I just want to remind you about those 3 pieces and their value and how important they are, so that you walk away from this with a sense of not calming down, but an intensity to calm up and elevate each other to a higher level of peace. All right. Okay. Let's get to these 7 things. Now, these 7 things are things that I've talked about on my own broadcast on a regular basis. I've shared these. So if you've heard these before, I've posted them on my social media pages. So you can find them because it's a lot, but I'm going to keep it short and sweet. But if you want to, you can put it in the comments or what have you. And I'm sure there's a way for me to get this list to you if you want to go back and check it out for yourself. So 7 things or pieces that can keep you from keeping your calm. And I want you to be aware of them so that you can move them out of the way and calm up. All right. The first one I call hits. 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 Just think of it as something that hits and hits at your calm, takes away your peace, keeps you from having this peace. These are pieces, could be people, that unjustly inflict hardship on others. They unjustly inflict hardship. They take authority to the extreme. So if this sounds like or looks like a piece of your life right now, they probably don't belong in your picture. They could be disrupting your peace and your calm. And we just want to not bash those pieces, but help them find the picture they actually belong to so they can calm up and have some peace of their own. But hits, they take authority to the extreme. They constrain their subordinates. You will see this in management sometimes. People that are under this person or under some type of subordinate role to their titles or their leadership, and they can make it really tough to do your job or to get that vision done or to get your task completed because they just take authority to the extreme and they love causing confusion. So here's some typical behavior of hits. They accuse others or condemn them. They always accuse people of doing something. It doesn't even have to be true, but it's like, she came in late yesterday. I was like, I was 10 minutes early. But they're constantly looking for something to accuse you of. They promote fear. It's like, I'm going to tell them this and you could lose your job. So you don't even want to retaliate or get justice because there's this fear that something bad is going to happen to you. And they like you to be controlled by that fear. They lack patience. They don't want to hear the truth. They're not interested in what really happened. So if you're dealing with a piece like this, I'm using the word piece lightly here. If you're dealing with a person like this, again, strategically find a way to either work with them or have them placed in another picture. Okay, that's a whole nother topic about how to move these pieces into their right position. But for today, I just want you to recognize that these pieces exist and can disrupt your calm on so many levels. They are excessively nagging. They are naggers. They will even physically challenge you. That's why I call them hits, because you'll see this in abusive relationships. Hits, again, they like to control you with fear, and if you don't succumb to their issues, and we'll just use that, their authority, then they can even result to physically attacking you, whether that's a push or a shove or a slap. Whatever it is, they will disrupt your calm because you're not going along with their authority that they believe they have. But remember, they take their authority or their role to the extreme. They put themselves on such a high pedestal that they believe everyone is subordinate under them or certain people. But anyway, that's hits. So beware of people like this. If they are in your life, they are extremely toxic and they can hurt your calm. All right, so here we go. Number 2, hivs, Hivs. Hivs. So you can kind of make that buzzing sound. That's what I do to help me remember what these types of pieces look like. It's like hivs, buzz. That's what they are. They're like buzzing little bees, just buzzing around, hivs. And they're extremely deceptive in their intentions. Yeah, one minute they're buzzing around and looking like all they're going to do is find some nectar, and then you get stung. All right. They can appear to be your closest ally. They could be someone you've known for years. And then all of a sudden you find out that piece was not part of your picture. and they should be somewhere else. They are concerned with their own self-preservation. So as long as you're serving their own self-preservation, as long as you are contributing to their self-preservation, you are useful. But the minute that ends, they are stinging you in the back because you are no longer useful to their self-preservation. So you have to be careful, because sometimes we can be useful for decades, but it only takes one time for us not to serve their agenda or their purpose, and we have welts from all the stinging that's been going on. All right. Here's some typical behavior of his. They will gain your trust, and then they use what they know against you. Tough. They use your needs, their needs, they use their needs to drain you of your resources, to manipulate you. All right. So they will say things like, oh, well, I don't get paid for another 2 weeks, and you just got paid, so you can't spare a few dollars? How dare you? How shame on you. I'm in need. They are always in need, but they will use their needs. I have 4 kids. You only have 2. Your car works. Mine doesn't. It's whatever they are lacking. It's all about self-preservation. So if you have this type of peace in your life, again, there are ways to move them into the picture they belong into, but they don't necessarily belong in yours. And they will disrupt your calm and your peace. They are clingy. They're the ones that are getting upset because you were at a family reunion, or maybe you were at work, but you didn't pick up the phone when they called, or you didn't return their text, or you didn't come to their latest and greatest whatever. They've started another business for the 100th time, and you didn't show up for the grand opening. It's like, I had things to do. But remember, his are all about themselves. So just be aware, be very, very aware. And again, I'm going to pick up the pace so I don't run out of time. GERGs. These are some of my favorites. GERGs, because I've had a lot of dealing with GERGs. So it's GIRGS, GERGs. So think of a mascot for your favorite sports team. This would be team mascot for Pride. Team Pride mascot is a GERG. These GERGs pieces will brag about anything. They brag about minor accomplishments. It's like, oh my gosh, I actually went to the mailbox and checked it myself today. Oh my goodness, you know what? I actually learned how to, whatever it is, what minor little accomplishment. It's like, bravo, we got to tell the whole world, and everyone has to celebrate every little bitty thing they do. And then they brag about everything. They brag about family. They brag about culture. They brag about their race. They brag about their intelligence. They brag about their new position at work, or their promotion, or their title, or their hair, or their clothes, or whatever it is. My child made this, my da-da-da. It's good to be proud of our kids and our families and those kinds of things, but they take pride to a whole new level. Okay. Pride for their appearance, their athleticism, their job. They will pose as your friends, but only as long as you cooperate with their accolades, with promoting who they are and their success. As long as you're in that, as long as you're one of the cheerleaders, as one of your, yeah, you are awesome, you are so great, you're the prettiest, you're the strongest, you're the best. You, as long as you are doing that, they love you. They want you right here. Why not? But the minute you don't buy into one of their successes, or one of the things they're bragging about, if you're not in the cheer camp, then they're coming to destroy you. They will say things like, why are you so radical? Or why don't you loosen up? You are so controlling. Or you take things too seriously. It's like, no, I'm just seriously tired of you. So you're messing with my calm right now. That is Team GERGs for Team Pride. And if there are people or pieces like this in your picture, again, There are ways to remove them or help them find where they belong, help them find their position so that you can keep your calm and you can calm up instead of feeling the lowering of intensity of all the good things going on in life around you right now. Okay, next, PERS. This is number 4, PERS. Think of, even though it's spelled PERS, PERS, think of a kitten who purrs. That's how I remember this one, purrs. Think of a needy kitten. That is exactly what this piece does. And boy, will this disrupt your calm. They are squatters. They don't like authority. They're unproductive. Hello, have you seen a lot of purrs lately? Are there purrs hanging around on your couch right now? Are there purrs purring around your refrigerator that are not one of your children? Purrs are usually adults, so it has nothing to do with age. A lot of purrs are actually adults. They have questionable character and they take advantage of those who are kind-hearted, meaning they know who will feel sorry for them. Centerpieces, please be careful because you guys are givers, and it's usually centerpieces that fall for purrs because they just want to give and they just want to help, but really the purrs are helping themselves to your checkbook and your food and rent, free rent, and a car ride and your clothes and whatever else you'll give them until you're all tapped out and you've spent your last dime. And the minute you tell them you have no more money or no more food for them or no more free stuff, they are off and hopping to the next couch where they can get some more free stuff until they tap them out. Time out. Time out. Stop it. Stop letting purrs milk you of your peace and calm and then feeling guilty about it. There is nothing for you to feel guilty about. Purrs have to grow up. I'm not saying you can't help people, but when it's disrupting your peace and your calm, that's when it's gone beyond helping and it's turned into hurting. Like you're actually hurting. There's nothing that feels good about somebody robbing you right in front of your face. So that's what they're doing. But they're doing it with a smile at least. Okay, so that was number 4. I am going to go to the last 3 and make it quick. So cans, got 15 minutes. Okay, cans, CANS. When I was a kid, we used to play this game called Kick the Can. And growing up, we even had this phrase like, girl, you need to kick him to the curb. You need to kick him to the curb. So that means to put them aside. That means get rid of them, kick them far away. That is what you need to do with cans. Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm not saying this about the people to bash people. That's not what this is about. That's not even what these 7 pieces are about. But it's about recognizing the behavior of these people that can disrupt your calm, disrupt your peace in a bigger picture, that are blocking your peace and your calm from allowing you to move forward with everything that's purposed for your life. So that's what this is about. It's about recognizing toxic, dangerous, disruptive behavior that will not allow you to calm up. It's only going to push you down, either financially, mentally, spiritually, one or sometimes all of the above. All right, so let's knock out these last 3. Cans are someone who wants you to live below class. You are beneath them. So it's okay to kick them to the curb. That's what I say. But anyway, they discourage your ideas. They keep reminding you of your past. You know, you can never go to college. Do you remember what grades you had in high school? You are terrible at math. You can't read. You can't do this. You can't start a business. I mean, your entire family has always come from a line of XYZ. You can't do that. Who do you think you are? That's what cans are. They're always trying to remind you of who they think you are. And they want to humiliate you. They actually enjoy it. Seeing you try at something and then fail, They will not encourage you. They will actually laugh at your expense and then remind you again, I told you you couldn't do that. They are the worst. They're super oppressive. They are eager to have monetary gain. So if you can help them get money, they will tolerate you. If you bring something to the table that will help them, they will tolerate you. Don't be around pieces that are just simply there to tolerate you for their own monetary gain. That is not a good thing. All right. They enjoy humiliating you and they are unwilling to exert any effort. So they want you to do all the work. They're like, oh, you're good at that. And that can bring me money. Let's have you do that more for free, but it's going to help me. Okay, small business owners, hello. I hope you just heard that. Do not get yourself tied to a can as a business partner. I've seen this over and over again. Kick those people to the curb. They bring nothing to the table. Enough said. All right, ammos, number 6. And ammos are also your worst critics. They're your worst critics. They are deadly to your goals, however. So think of ammos as ammunition. You know, just rapid fire. They will take your goals down. And we are not trying to have that. All right. They will pound you with criticism, It sounds like cans, except cans, they are easier to kick to the curb. Ammos are a little bit more deadly, and here's why. Because a lot of times you don't find out about them until they're too late. They're the ones that smile in your face, but then gossip about you behind your back. It's like, yes, honey, you are so wonderful. You're doing a great job. Oh my gosh, did you see what she's doing? That is ammos, and they will talk about you to your boss, to a loved one, to a best friend, and then you're wondering why that bestie's no longer talking to you. It's because you are being dealt with by an ammo, someone who is just out to criticize you until nothing is left. And it's usually based on their own insecurities. They promote chaos. Like they will just drop rumors. They will just get bits of pieces of information, drop those bombs, and then sit back and watch all the chaos and watch everything explode. And then they're so good at what they do that no one realizes it until it's too late. That the person at the center of the chaos is this one individual. And then it never fails. People are shocked. Like, no way, not her, not him. No way. Yes way. Please just be aware. Tuck some of these things I'm talking about today in the back of your mind so that when you recognize them, they are not blowing up your world. All right. So last one, they ammos are belittling. Last one, and then we're going to wrap this up. Jebs, 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 they will take jabs at you whenever possible. They're the ones that just nitpick. They will trample on your worth and your ideas, and they only want you around as long as you're valuable to them. They like you for your connections and who you know. So they're going to be nice to you because you are friends with the CEO, that corner piece, and they want to get close to the corner piece because corner piece looks like good marriage material. But all of that, I know I'm being funny, but all of that to say, those are the 7, so we can wrap this up. Jebs, they will take from you whenever possible. They project deep seeds of rejection. This is usually where you'll see racism too. Jebs are usually the seed bearers of racism because they like to nitpick at all your flaws. What makes you different? What can we isolate you with? What can I take you down with? And just nitpick. You're overweight. You're this. You're too dark. You're too light. You're too short. You're too tall. Whatever it is, they will pull at that string and unravel your calm at a moment's notice. So those are all the pieces, the 7 pieces that can take your calm away, that can keep you from staying calm. But I want you to remember that as a corner piece, a center piece, or an edge piece, you have a position in a picture that is much bigger than you could even imagine. And if you will just focus on where you fit in and get in where you fit in, you can keep your calm, and not only keep it, you can calm up. and you can calm up the pieces around you, and you can encourage them, and you can support them just as you are, because it's not about personality as much as it's about position. Give people space to be positioned in your world, respect them, and they will respect you. And that picture that is supposed to expand and take up space and develop and grow will create a much better picture in the world. And we can be the pieces of tranquility that change our tomorrow. So I hope that you enjoyed that. I hope you got something out of it. And I appreciate you sticking around for 52 minutes. If you have any questions, I'm sure they will be collected. Maybe shoot them in the comments, and I'll be happy to answer those as best I can.
All right. Thank you so much, Tasha. It was really, really a very informative presentation. You know what? Every time you mention a piece of the puzzle, I remember so many people. You know, oh, I know someone who's like this. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, when you mentioned the centerpiece, I was like, oh, man, that's me. I'm
Oh,
the
I get edge.
centerpiece. So I was really happy to, listen. And yeah, I just remember a lot of people, and I get
Awesome.
to relate, like, these personalities, definitely they're everywhere around you. So
Yes.
thank you so much for that, Tasha.
No
So
problem.
yep, so how do our people can connect with you, so how they can reach out to you?
Awesome. Well, if you want more information on anything that I shared today, you can find me on multiple platforms: Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, TikTok, Facebook. All of my social handles are exactly the same. So it's easy. It's puzzled with an ED on the end, the number 2 in the middle, and the word purpose. Puzzled to purpose. If you type that in on any platform, you'll find me with the blue hair.
Yeah, I saw that one comment mentioning the blue hair and the
Yeah.
the groovy eyeglasses. So yeah, I hope our viewers were able to um, take down notes, all of those information. But don't worry, because we will have a recap of every classes. We're going to post this again, so you'll be able
Awesome.
to watch Tasha again. All right. So any final words, Tasha?
Just that, I hope that you had a chance to check out some of the other speakers. I've been tuning in and out over the last couple of days, and I appreciate anyone that was able to listen in today. And I thank all of you that helped put this on. This has been amazing, and I know that it's just going to get even bigger, and we can help promote
Right.
calm even more.
Right, that's awesome. All right, Tasha, I'm not gonna hold you any longer. I'm gonna let you go now. So thank you once again, and I hope everyone's happy to see Tasha today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we're now on to our next presentation. So I already have her in the back end. So I'm gonna put her back. All right, there you go. Hi, Maggie. How are you?
I am well, Zara. How are you?
I'm doing good. That's anxious because this is my first time to be part of all of these people. To get around with all of these experts. So I'm so honored to have you all um here in the day of calm. Oh, where? Let me just put you
There
back
I
on
am.
hold, please. All right, there you go. You're back. So I'm gonna start introducing you so you can start with your presentation. So once again, guys, she is Maggie Kavanaugh. She is a passionate about healthy marriages. She holds a master's degree and a certified trainer for Prepare Enrich, conducting workshops to train counselors, pastors, and marriage coaches. She is known for her transparency, passion, and energy. Definitely, I can see that. So, she is a speaker, broadcaster, life coach, author, entrepreneur, and co founder of Moving Forward Ministries with her husband, Kevin. So, today she's going to talk about calm within marriages. All right, so I'm going to give you the floor. So, I'm going to go back to the backstage. So, there you go, Matt.
Thank you, Czar. I appreciate you, and I know Celia appreciates you as well, because the Day of Calm is certainly something very important. It is a movement. So if you all are watching this on the replay, if you're watching this live, either way, I just want you to kind of just tune in to what a lot of the speakers are saying, because in the center of every message is finding the calm in your chaos, whatever that looks like. Celia, she deals a lot with children as a parenting coach, and I deal on the flip side with the adults, right? I work with marriages. I also work with teenagers, and I work with women individually. And one thing that we all need is a whole lot of calm. I call it peace. It is something that we can't get by without. The peace that passes all understanding. Y'all know what I'm talking about? But sometimes when you're in a conflict in your relationship, whether it be a marriage, whether you're engaged, or even with maybe even a coworker or family member, we can lose our peace just like that. It just happens just like that. And that comes from not walking in calmness, not walking in peace. And so today we're going to unpack that a little bit. And we're going to put a focus on marriages. Marriages are incredibly important. Marriage is a covenant. And I've had a really, really bad marriage, and I have a really, really good marriage. So I'm very qualified, in addition to my credentials, to speak into this topic, because I've had the opportunity firsthand to know what to do and what not to do, but also how to thrive and not survive in a marriage. God created marriage as a covenant for a man and woman to come together and to be able to work through life's challenges, because in this world, we have a lot of stuff come at us. So with that being said, let's go ahead and break down how I see calm in a marriage. The C in calm stands for communication, conflict resolution. If you can get these two things down in your relationship, your marriage, you're going to do well. You're going to do well. Why? Because those two ingredients are your ability to say what you need to say, and also what you need not to say. Now, communication, a lot of people will say, but we communicate. Yeah, well, you can communicate and not effectively communicate. Effective communication is basically really being able to get a resolution. So let's give an example. And communication can be always talking about what you think, what you want, what you feel. I call it the soulish realm, and we're always operating in that. But communication goes far beyond that. It is literally defined as sending and receiving information. Now, you think about that for a second. We are constantly communicating with our environment. I'm communicating with you right now. I am sending, and hopefully you guys will have questions at the end, and I'll be receiving information. And that's what we do within our relationships. So when it comes to a husband and wife, the wife may, because she has a whole lot more words, some studies have shown that women have twice as many words as men. Mm-hmm. True story. I believe I have twice as many words as my husband. Much is contingent on their temperament, their personality type, some other things. But overall, women have been known to be communicators, talkers, and we're touchers and feelers and all of that. So we may be sending out lots of communication. There's different types of communication. There is verbal communication, like I'm verbally communicating with you right now, but then there's also body language communication. Many times I will meet with clients, and I do online sessions as well as in my office, and couples, you can tell right away where they're at based on their body language communication. Excuse me. Let me give you an example. Whenever I have a client come in my office and they sit down and he's like this. Yeah. Why are you here? I'm here because she made me come. I mean, what does that body language say? It means I don't want to be here. Your arms folded, automatically not wanting to receive anything I have to say, let alone what their wife wants to say. Now, I also have women that'll come in, and women will sit right at the, like here's the area of sitting, and that I want them next to each other so that they can, really be close to each other. And she'll be as far over on the sofa, like way over there, as far away from him as she could get, sending that message. I don't want to be near you. So body language in that communication is super important as well, because I firmly believe that the way that we have our relationships sets up a change in the atmosphere. So automatically, right off the bat, I'm going to know that I'm dealing with possibly what's called a devitalized couple. There's several different types of couples, but a devitalized couple generally has less satisfaction in their relationship. And so that does not have to be you. So if you're watching this broadcast and you're thinking to yourself, oh my goodness, I've done that. I've done that to my husband. I have, kind of scooted to the edge of the bed, hanging off the side, or I don't want to be in the same room as him. You are communicating whether you realize it or not. So the goal within marriage coaching, marriage counseling, if you will, whatever you want to call it, it has to be a sender and a receiver. And so let's think about it. Do you like to be ignored? Do you like for people to want to be away from you and not be near you? No, of course not. We want to be together in unity. So you're probably saying to yourself, well, Maggie, what's the difference? Since I mentioned marriage coaching and marriage counseling, what is the difference between the two? Well, I have found over the years, because I do have a degree and I do counseling, biblical counseling. I'm a Christian, and I make no bones about that, because I believe that the Word of God has all of the answers to everything we need in life. So with that being said, a lot of times people get a real stigma, real attitude when it comes to counseling. Why? I don't know why. I really don't know why, because, and I will say Generation Z is much better at it than some of the previous generations. There used to be a stigma, like if you went to counseling, there was something wrong with you. No, if you go to counseling, there's something right with you. It's right with you because you know that there's some areas that you want to fine tune, right? So, but sometimes it's a little bit easier blow to the spouse if you say, honey, let's get some marriage coaching. So if you've got a spouse that's been resistant to counseling in the past, reach out to me for marriage coaching if you're to hear what I'm saying. But counseling goes back and we deal with the past issue. Maybe there's been betrayal. Maybe there's been, infidelity. Maybe there has been trauma or something that's happened. Maybe there's been a death of a child, whatever the case may be. Counseling goes back and he deals with those areas so you can hence move forward, which is the name of our ministry, Moving Forward Ministries, because we believe that people can overcome their past and step into their future, a fruitful future, if they will choose to, right? Now, coaching is just like sounding the alarm, like you think of a soccer coach out on the field, like run this way, don't do that, stop. That's kind of where the coaching comes in and meets the counseling. So I am what is called a hybrid. Hey, Tasha, good to see you, girlfriend. I'm going to go back and listen to yours on the replay. I know it was awesome because Tasha is awesome. If you guys are not following Tasha Hart, you need to. She is just an amazing woman who has so many pieces to puzzles. So, and with that being said, the coach has to sound the alarm and say, hey, man, let's get going. Let's do this thing. So that's what I do in a nutshell. So when I'm coaching clients to be able to effectively communicate, now remember, key word there, effectively communicate, right? Because we're already communicating like this, and they just, they have attitude, right? And so I teach them some skills, and I would like to teach it to you right now. A great communication skill for active listening is to be able to communicate back what was said to you. So we've got a spouse over here, and the husband says, hey, I want to go spend time with the guys this weekend. We're going to go play golf. The wife automatically, I'll say, now say back to him what you heard him say. And she'll say, I heard he doesn't want to be with me. No, that's not what he said. He said, I want to go play golf with the guys. There's a big difference. So there's somewhere between the message being sent and the receiver. So we constantly have to ask ourselves, we have to examine ourselves. Am I listening or am I just hearing? Am I just sitting there hearing what they're saying so that they can shut up so I can talk? It's not a very good listening skill, right? So what I have clients do is I have them get close together. I have them look each other in the eyes, just like this. And you would be amazed how hard it is for them to keep eye contact, but have them continue to look in their eyes, and they'll look at each other and then they'll look at me and they'll be talking to me. And I'm like, no, talk to them. You're married to them. That's the person you're going to spend forever and ever with. Look at them and have them engage in their eyes, because connectivity happens when you look into the eyes. It's a scientific fact. And not only that, why do you think your mom always said, don't you stare at that boy's eyes too long? Because there's chemistry, there's things that happen when you are intimate with someone and looking them head on, eye to eye, right? So they look each other in the eye. And then I have them talk about what they want more of or what they want less of. Now, usually what they want more of is much easier. Because if it's something they want less of, it's something that's annoying them, something your partner does, says, it's all of that crazy stuff, right? And so, so with that being said, they have to be able to repeat back exactly what was said. So I would like more quality time with you. And instead of them saying, I don't think I spend enough time with you. I work all the time. I've got to take care of the kids, got to take care of the house. I got all this stuff going on. No. I want to spend more quality time with you. That is what they need to say back. And so they need to repeat to them, I heard you say, I want to spend more quality time with you. And once they do that, it's like they actually, by saying it, hearing it, it goes into two different sensory areas. They calmly stop and say, wait a minute. He wants to be with me? He wants to spend time with me? Instead of saying, I don't have enough time for you, right? It's all in the message. It's all in the presentation. It's all in the way that you say it. And this takes a lot of practices. Now, on the flip side of that, a spouse may say, that's something they want more of is more quality time. The other spouse might be saying there's something I want less of. I actually had this come up last week in a session. I would like less clutter in the house. And I would like for you to get rid of your junk. Ooh. Ooh. So all of a sudden, I would like less clutter. I mean, that's not too bad. That's a good thing to say. But then if someone says, I want you to get rid of your junk, then automatically they're insinuating to you that the stuff that you enjoy, the stuff you like, is junk, right? So you got to be very careful and strategic. You also have to break it down into small little digestible bites, right? Because I'll have clients where they'll say, I want you to go and clean out the garage. And then after that, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. And it's like, I want. And they're going, they're getting hit with all of this stuff. They're getting overwhelmed. So I ask the clients to keep it at a very precise statement. I would like for you to clean out the garage, honey. That is very easy for him to turn back and say, I heard you say, I would like for you to clean out the garage. And then take it another step, whether it's what they want, what you want more of, or whether it's what you want less of. Take it a step further and literally say to them, and this is how it would make me feel. So let's go over to the quality time person. The quality time person is going, it would make me feel loved and cherished and valued. Wow. Now, do you see how much different that is going to get a response from your spouse? Because you're going to think, wow, they want me to love them. They want me to cherish them and so forth. Now, understand, depending on where you're at in your relationship, is going to be contingent on how well this goes. There's a whole lot of work leading up to this, if you know what I mean. And after I do the calm, we're going to go into all the important areas of marriage that has to be dealt with. And if you are considering marriage, if you're watching this in a single person, then my goodness, you certainly want to make sure that you fine tune and listen in, because these are things that are going to help you not only with other relationships, but maybe a roommate relationship and or your future spouse, right? So if, on the other hand, if you're when the husband, is out, or the wife is asking the husband to clean the garage, she can say, it would make me feel organized. It would make me feel secure and less distracted. Whoa. What husband doesn't want his wife to feel secure and less distracted? Of course he does. So there has to be that communication, because if not, you're going to get a lot of this and a lot of this. And you don't want that in your relationship, right? So you get it. And communication itself, I could do a whole teaching on that in itself. But the C in CALM stands for communication and conflict resolution without yelling. So let's talk about, what is conflict? I don't have to define it for you. You know, you've seen it. All you gotta do is turn on the news. The news is full of all kinds of conflict, right? But conflict in a relationship has to be resolved. And there are ways to do that without causing additional pain. Now, say you all are in a conflict. Maybe it's over whether or not you're going to homeschool your kids or whether you're going to send them into public schools or private schools, right? You got these three options. And you're sitting down and you're having this conversation and it's really good. And then one of you gets triggered, right? Maybe there was some major trauma to the wife in school. And maybe she does not want her child to go to school because of the things that she experienced and or the way that they are teaching or the curriculum or whatever the case may be. And she feels very, very strongly about this, right? And he's kind of like, well, public school worked for me. I'm okay with it. Why not this? Why do we have to pay all this money for a private school or take out time to do all the other things, right? Well, this can lead to all of that stuff. All of that stuff. So you want to make sure that you are resolving conflict quickly. You'll want to do it really quick. You do not want to be in a situation where you continue to put salt in a wound. You have to say, okay, so let's come up with a strategy. Let's come up with a list of things, of reasons why, of pros and cons, if you will, and then go over them together. Always, always, always. Use your inside voice. It's hard for me to say because I'm a really noisy person. But use your inside voice and communicate to them what it is you're wanting to say. And then you can go through it very easy. What happens if you can't? What happens if all of a sudden, you both are like, and you just start screaming and yelling and slamming doors and all that? Time out. Time out is not just for little kids. Time out is for adults. I want you guys to stop. Breathe. Oh. Feels good. Breathe again. Breathe in the good. Blow out the bad. Use your belly breath. If you put your hand up here on your chest and you put your hand on your belly and you breathe, you can find out whether or not you're breathing from a place of anxiety, a stress, or are you breathing deep from your belly from a calmness, a place of calm. Always approach it with the calm. Feels good, doesn't it? We don't take time to breathe like we should. And I want to tell you, definitely breathe before you even go into the conversation. But still, maybe you breathe and you still feel that sense of, I am going to smack you, right? Because it happens. So what do? You breathe and you say, okay, we've kind of hit a wall here. So let's take a time out and come back to this later. You both decide that you are going to talk about this in a couple hours. Let's reconvene at like 3:00. Maybe it's 12 and it's 3:00. And in the meantime, you go, you pray, you examine your motives, you find your peace, find your calm, do your deep breathing, do whatever it is that alleviates stress, okay? Don't go watch the news that's full of stress, and don't go watch a boxing match that's full of aggression, right? You want to find your calm, you want to find your peace, and then come back together and start to work on that solution. So the C in calm is also for conflict resolution, and it is for calmness and communication. Communication and conflict resolution in the storm of calm, right? Yes. Now, accountability is the A. We want to be accountable. We want to be accountable to each other. I mean, listen, you did not get married to somebody just because they were sexy, right? You want to live life with them. And that means accountability. That means that being able to communicate what you want more of, what you want less of, being able to resolve the conflict and to be accountable to that person. That means that you don't go off spending time with the opposite sex alone, because that's going to lead to trouble. You do not confide in the opposite sex with your problems, because it's always going to lead to trouble. Always. I can tell you, I have a friend who wrote a book on adultery, and it is that slow fade that will get you to that point. So you want to be accountable. You want to put boundaries within your marriage, certain things that you put in place so that both of you are safe, not because you can't be trusted, right? If you marry somebody you can't trust, that's a problem. But if you're married to someone and it's so much about you do trust them, but you have to be able to trust them to handle the situation correctly, because there's a whole world out there trying to divide. And there is a real devil, according to the Bible in John 10:10. The Bible says that the thief comes to kill, steal, and destroy, right? Jesus came to give you life and life more abundant. But the enemy is after your family. He's after your marriage. He's after your kids. All I can do, follow me on Facebook, follow me on YouTube, any of those places, and you can hear more about that, because I am very passionate about the family. So with that being said, you want to make sure that you hold each other accountable to one another, to walk in love, and to keep those, the marriage covenant in place. You made those vows. You know what a vow is? A vow is like, I'm going to do this. And so there's no place for mistrust. There's no place for dishonesty. There's no place for any of that. You come together in unity, accountability, and that is the A in the CALM. C, communication and conflict resolution. A for accountability. And then let's talk about the L. The L is the love, okay? The love. Now, love also can be mimicked into lust. A lot of times people get in relationships, they'll rush into it, and they think they're in love, but they're really just in lust. So if you are considering marriage, I encourage you. First, do premarital counseling. It will save you so many conflicts, so many arguments later on. It'll also save you on your marriage license. Did y'all know that? At least in the state of Tennessee here, you can get a discount for your marriage license because of taking marriage counseling, premarital counsel, because they know the statistics are lower for those who prepare for marriage. Love. Make sure you got love and not lust. And if you're already married, love your spouse every day like there's no tomorrow, and get up the next day and do it again. The M in CALM stands for marriages matter. Your marriage matters. You guys might have heard me say this, or you might have read somewhere in something I've written, that you do not buy a car and never change the oil or rotate the tires or get a tune-up. Marriage matters. And so you want to pop up that hood of that vehicle of marriage and say, how's my love tank? How am I doing on compassion? How am I doing on service? I love that my husband and I, we try to outserve each other. He is so precious. He does so many things for me, and I do things for him. Not because we have to, because we want to. I remember one time I was making my husband's lunch, and my granddaughter said to me, why do you do that? Why doesn't he do that? And I'm like, because I want to serve him. I want to bless him. I want to honor him. And he does the same thing for me. So when you love each other with the admiration of the Lord and do unto others as you want to be done to, you're going to have a better relationship, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a marriage, whether it's a coworker, whether it's your employees, whatever the case may be. Love and serve. Love and serve. Your marriage matters. So let's talk a little bit about all of the ingredients, right? Have you ever made a cake and left something out? Can you imagine a cake without eggs? Yeah. I mean, that kind of holds things together. There are areas of your marriage that need to be tended to. And it is a get to, not a have to. You get to be able to do this. So I want to talk a little bit about the Prepare Enrich module. Okay. I have been doing this now. Wow. 13 years. I've been actively teaching this to counselors, ministers, marriage coaches, because I'm passionate about it. I am certified as a trainer for them to be able to train you, if you are qualified, and this is your wheelhouse, so to speak, to become a premarital and marriage assessment facilitator, which means that you can work with couples in your coaching practice, in your counseling practice, in your local church to help them strengthen marriages. Because see, listen, we do better together. And I have found that duplicating myself and duplicating principles is going to reach more people. I only have so many hours in the day. Now, I'm not saying that I do not meet with couples. I still actively meet with couples. The Lord will not let me let go of that. So if you are in crisis in your marriage, you need to reach out to me and we can work together. Now, I know this is an international platform, so it doesn't matter what country you're in. If you speak English, because I don't speak other languages, sorry, I can work with you and your spouse and at a very reasonable rate to help you do that tune-up. Right? Do that tune-up because you definitely need to take care of, nurture that, right? I have a garden. I don't plant my stuff and then go, yeah, hope they make it. No, I have to water the garden. I have to tend to the garden. I have to check the root system. I have to make sure that there's no pest. I have to make sure that there's nothing that's going to come in and choke those things out. So it's super duper important that you do that. So Prepare Enrich has been around for over 35 years. It has worked with over 4 million relationships, and it has over 100,000 facilitators, and it's available in 12 languages, and has been in over 50,000 churches. It is an absolutely amazing type of platform, and they've gone global. And it's got the global standard. So what it does is it helps families, couples, therapists, churches to work with people. So let's talk for a moment about if you are a minister, a counselor, this is something you need to add to your practice. If you're a minister, you're probably going to marry people. And so you want to make sure that you are able to have something to help people. So what Prepare Enrich is to me, and what I use it for, is I use it for basically like a triage. You know, you go to the hospital. Have you ever been to the hospital? And you have the opportunity to go in, and they say, what's wrong with you? And you meet with what's called a triage nurse. And the triage nurse will literally say to you, okay, have you had a temperature? They'll take your temperature, right? They'll take your blood pressure. They'll ask you all of your symptoms. What is going on? Within marriage coaching, marriage counseling, Prepare Enrich specifically, it is like triage. And it looks at all of these areas, and it has to determine whether or not you need surgery, or you can wait and see your medical doctor, or whatever the case may be. That's what triage is, right? So in my situation, when I meet with clients, I do more than just Prepare Enrich. We do love languages, we do temperaments, personality, all of these things to help them to be the best couple they could possibly be. So all of the time, they're doing an assessment. Wife does an assessment, husband does an assessment. Now, this works very effectively because the science behind Prepare Enrich is incredible. Like I said, it's been around for so many years. And so what happens is it's looking for levels of compatibility. The assessment can be used currently in your marriage. It also can be used as a premarital, or even if you're just dating and you're wanting to know, is there, what are we going, can we make it? Do we got what it takes? So you get to find out your strengths, and you get to find on your areas of growth. I don't like to call them weaknesses, even though we all have some sort of weaknesses, but a weakness is only an area where you get to grow. You get to grow, you get to flourish, you get to be able to strengthen that, right? And so there's a lot of areas. Also, it deepens your bond. It gives you a connected connectability, I guess. I don't know if that's a word, but it gives you that to where you're more objective and have a clear understanding of who you are and what you're about and what's important. I have seen God do so many amazing things. And so it could be done even, and I highly recommend this, okay? If you are a pre-adoptive family or pre-foster care, this is super important because there are categories that you want to make sure that your marriage is super strong. There's nothing more stressful than, and I don't mean to sound negative, but adopting and foster care can be very, very hard because many times you're taking on a child that has gone through a trauma. And so especially kids that are in foster care, because they've been removed from their home for various reasons, and they need a lot of attention. And if you have a weak, marriage and you bring a child into the house, you owe it to that child to be strong and to be an example in front of them. So if you are pre-adoptive or pre-foster care, please, please, please consider taking the Prepare Enrich assessment to make sure that your marriage is at optimal level for you to be successfully, not only in your marriage, but also to help your kids be healthy, right? Married people, there is also a unique thing they added a couple years back, and I love it. It's the parenting styles, and it goes into communication and conflict resolution of how you deal with your kids. It is super duper important for you to have that within the context and so forth. So I'm a facilitator, but I'm also a trainer. So if you need either of those, let me know, reach out to me. I'm on all social media platforms. I will say to you that there are vital areas that are super duper important that you want to consider if you are if you're going to do prepare and enrich, or even if you're not, let's say you're not, and you're saying, well, Maggie, what are the important areas of marriage? I'm glad you asked, because being able to strengthen the areas, knowing your weaknesses and your strengths will help you a lot. So there are, one of the first and foremost, like I talked about before, the communication is one. That's one area that you got to make sure is really strong. Conflict resolution is another. And partner styles and habits. Now, listen, I do a lot of premarital, and I love doing premarital because they're not in conflict. They're still in love. They're in love, and they're just like looking at each other, and they're all googly eyed, and, they can't hardly, they're just so smitten by each other. And so, but you have to kind of bring them down to reality, and you have to have these tough conversations about partner styles and habits. I've seen couples go into a relationship where she is obsessive compulsive. I mean, and not even just a little bit, I mean, everything has to be labeled, everything has to be in order, and he's a slob. Okay. Have they talked about this before they've gone into marriage? A lot of times people find out a couple days after being married, he's a slob. His socks are in the floor, his towels in the bathroom floor. He doesn't pick up after himself. He doesn't rinse off the dish before he puts it in the dishwasher. Wait, he doesn't even put it in the dishwasher. I mean, all of a sudden, the wife is hugely disappointed. Why? Because she is very meticulous, she's very clean, and she likes things to be the way that they need to be, because that makes her feel safe and that makes her feel organized, and she's able to function at that level. That can bring about conflict. If you have not talked about this prior to going into a marriage, yikes, that can mean trouble. Yeah, trouble. Financial management. A lot of times couples will go into it, they'll blend their finances, and he's like, she's addicted to shopping. She's wiping out the bank account. We've been married for 3 months. I had $15,000 in savings, and now I've got 2. She just wants to shop and shop and shop. Well, and sometimes like that, we may have to look at what's up with the whole addictive thing, and a lot of times I'll recommend we have private sessions individually to deal with the root of the possibility of the addiction and why she's trying to fill that void with things rather than with God, or rather than be balanced in the relationship and respectful of her husband's finances and her own as well, if she's contributing to the finances. So there's just a couple examples. So communication, conflict resolution, partner styles and habits, financial management. Also, not only that, those discussions on whether or not you are going to have children, right? Family and friends is super important. If somebody wants to have 5 kids and you're like, I don't know, I want kids, that could breed some problems. All of these things need to be discussed. Also, you have to think about your current family, right? You have to have those conversations like, where are we going to spend Thanksgiving or Christmas? Oh, well, we're going to spend it at my mom's. No, we're going to spend it at my mom's. And you have to have all of these things worked out because they will create conflict. In addition to that, sexual expectations. Many times, sex outside of marriage will cause a lot of problems. And you don't know, does your spouse have a venereal disease? Does your spouse, they have an expectation that is unrealistic? Are they sterile? Can they have children? I mean, you have these expectations. So sex is super important. God created sex in the context of a marriage to be enjoyed, but many times when it's done out of rebellion, a lot of times it will cause problems in the marriage, and then they can't function in the marriage, and they're like, why can't we function? This was good when we were doing it, outside of marriage. It's because it was in rebellion. Just saying. So for those of you that are watching this and you're not Christian, then you might not understand what I'm saying, but it is true. And I've met with multiple couples that struggle to have a healthy sexual life because they had issues prior to getting married. So leisure activities, okay? So maybe hubby likes to go hang out on the boat and you hate the water, right? So you got to find ways to balance each other out and talk about things that you like and that you don't like, and find ways that they can still be able to work through those things and enjoy themselves. So if hubby likes to go out on the boat and you are afraid of water and you can't stand it, that's a conversation to say, hey, honey, why don't you and the guys go out on the boat? Or, because that's something that I don't really enjoy. And if it's a situation where you really care about doing things with your spouse, you will learn to overcome that to be with them. Maybe he doesn't like to sit outside of the dressing room at Dillard's while you're trying on 100 different outfits, but maybe he would consider giving up a couple hours to do that because he prefers you. I don't know. These are things you need to talk about. Each relationship is unique, but it's very important that you have a game plan. In addition to that, roles and traditions. And that can be challenging because a lot of times couples will be like, you're the wife, you take care of all of it. You're the housewife. Well, the housewife might be working, right? She might have a career and she can't carry the whole house by herself. So you need to have this conversation on who's going to do what and when. Okay. Maybe your spouse loves to do the laundry. Let them do the laundry. Okay. Find out what you like, what you don't like, work together, have a strategy, have a plan. Maybe, I know it sounds like little kids, but have a chore list, if you will. Have that going on so that you can know right out the gates how you're going to manage things. If you live in a condo, you don't have to worry so much about the outside. But if you have a house, there's a whole lot going on outside of that house. Like my husband and I, we kind of have a balance. Like he does the outside stuff, like, the yard and the heavy lifting stuff. I do more of the inside stuff. But guess what? My husband runs the vacuum. Why does he run the vacuum? He runs the vacuum because he knows that I have a problem with my shoulder and he wants to give me a break in that area. So these are just a few of the things that you have to work out to have a successful relationship. And then last but not least, which I really personally think that this is when we're talking about strengths and growth areas, is spiritual beliefs, to not be unequally yoked and to be in agreement on that, because you can find yourself in a whole lot of conflict if you do not agree in that area. So those areas of growth that are super important in the marriage, ingredients, if you will. And if you can't get, some of these can be really high, some of these can be really low. Communication, conflict resolution, partner styles and habits, leisure activities, sexual relationships, families and friends, spiritual beliefs, and roles are all important ingredients. And so if you don't talk about this stuff, or where you're going to have dinner with on Christmas, then you need to have those conversations going into the marriage. So if you're already married and you're like, well, there's no hope for us. We've been married for years. We can't communicate. We can't resolve conflict. No, you're wrong. Everybody are free moral agents, and everybody can learn new skills. Everybody can learn to overcome. You have to choose, just like we're telling you today to choose calm. The calm being the communication, the accountability, the love, and the matters of marriage. These are all important. And if you want to remain calm in your life, then you got to remember a couple things. There's this funny comedian. I think his last name is Allen. Not Tim Allen, Steve Allen, maybe, I don't know. He's a funny, and he says, happy wife, happy life. And there are some things that are not worth fighting over. There are some things that are just like, you got to roll off your shoulder. You got to let it go. You cannot overanalyze this, but those ingredients that we talked about, if they start to fail in some areas, they potentially could cause a buildup. And what happens in a buildup is a marriage that is like, you don't deal with it, you don't deal with it, you don't deal with it, you don't deal with it. All of a sudden, you're screaming and yelling. All of a sudden, you're looking outside of the marriage for affection from someone else. And you find yourself in a state of what we were referring to as a divisive couple. You're right. Celia says you have to pick your battles. It's exactly right. You have to know what's important and what's not important. And the way he puts his socks in the drawer is not important, okay? But whether or not, he stays out to midnight every night, that's very important. Do you see what I'm saying here? So all of those things said, marriage is a gift, and you get to decide how you're going to unwrap it and how you're going to do it. Now, you might be saying, I'm that person that I have cheated on my spouse. There's help. And there's hope. You might be that person who says, my spouse has cheated on me. There's hope. You have to make sure now listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. You have to make sure that you allow room for healing. Now, this is very, very important. If you are in a relationship that is abusive, you need to get out. you need to get out and reach out, get help, do whatever you got to do, because you cannot stay in that. That is not a healthy relationship. They're hurting people, hurt people. There are so many women that I've dealt with, and dealing with one right now that's come out of a very detrimental relationship. That is not the design of marriage. That is not love. Okay. So I don't know who that's for. Don't even know why I said that, but I think it's very important for you guys to know that marriages can work, but if they are abusive, then you need to step outside of that. Just saying. Okay, so let's rewind. So Celia's back in the room. I seen her comment. I'm so excited she's here. I know she probably has some questions, or maybe the audience has some questions. So I just want to recap. Having a happy marriage is going to be contingent based on you looking at it like a triage nurse. What are the areas of growth? What are the areas of strengths? How can we maximize our marriage? How can we be the best married couple possible? How can we complement one another? I will tell you, based on my belief system, and I believe this to be true, this is the marriage. This is you. This is your spouse, and this is God. The closer you get to God, the closer you're going to get to marriage, the more you honor, respect, love, cherish, and make that spouse feel secure. Men, listen, women need security, and women, you need to honor and respect your husband. They love honor. So there's so many ingredients, and there's way too many things to bring into this broadcast, but I'm going to open it up now for questions. I want to see if you have a question about a circumstance in a marriage or how to resolve conflict. And there's my girl, Celia. Celia, thank you for having me today.
Hi, Maggie. You are amazing. I love you to death. You're just the best, and just so much wisdom. And I can definitely relate to so much of what you said. And unfortunately, my talk ran over, so I didn't get your whole presentation. But just even what you were saying, like, in my home, Rock does the laundry and I do the dishes. And we do that because I don't like to do laundry and he doesn't like to do dishes. But
Exactly.
every time he does laundry, every basket of laundry that man brings up every day, I thank him for. Do I have to thank it? Could I just say, well, he's the laundry guy? No, I don't have to thank him, but I show him appreciation for doing that. And it's
I love
so
that.
key. So key.
It is key. I didn't have time to go into the, words of affirmation. Most of us are familiar with the love languages and so forth. Is that his love language, words of affirmation, or what would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think that is his love language, is, feeling appreciated, feeling wanted. I definitely think that's his love language. And I think it's mine too. I mean, we kind of blend that way. I like to hear I love you. I like to, everybody likes to snuggle and cuddle. But yeah, I think it's important to feel appreciated. Absolutely.
Yes, words of affirmation are so powerful. You can literally, like my husband, I can watch his countenance change whenever, like, he'll be outside. One time he was out there doing the lawn work, and I walked out there and said, baby, you look so hot when you're out here doing the lawn work. And his shoulders went back. He's like, really? And I was like, really? And so, and just even little things, compliments, words of affirmation. Words are so powerful. They build people up or they tear them down. And so I've seen this happen a lot. And I know you've probably seen it as well, where, let's say, for example, you just assumed and took advantage of Rock and said, he does the laundry guy. He's a laundry guy, right? But you were in there going, hey, you mix those together. Don't put those together.
Exactly.
And when you're folding it, I want my shirts folded a different way. I want to be able to see the front of the shirt, not the side of the shirt. And if you nag at them and nag at them and nag at them, what does that do to a marriage?
Exactly. I could be critical of the way something's folded, but instead I'm very grateful that he's doing it and I'm not. That makes me happy. And even if I refold something or I steam out something that got wrinkles, really? Let's look at the big picture. The big picture is I'm not folding 80,000 articles of clothing. I have to occasionally steam it. So often we take for granted our relationships. And when you start taking for granted, that's when they fall apart.
Yes, they feel used up, and I've heard this in counseling sessions with couples all the time. She doesn't value what I do. I do this, I do this, I do this, and she doesn't care. She's always nagging me. Why do it? That's
Right.
the attitude they get. Why bother? And I do this thing called "It's Worth the Work." It really is. Marriage is work, but it is so worth it. And whenever you are complimenting one another in your gifts, your talents, and balancing things out, it's going to be much better.
Absolutely. And, it's the same way with parents. It's worth
Absolutely.
the work, and you have to appreciate, and you have to validate, and you have to value those people around you and let them feel valued. You have
True.
to let them feel like, yes, I really am glad we're together. I really do love that we're a couple. Sometimes
Yes.
we don't get along well, and sometimes things don't go our way. Welcome to life. That's what happens. Sometimes things don't go your way. But that doesn't mean we're like, okay, we're done with this. Goodbye.
Right.
Get on the same page with things. Talk about tough subjects when they happen, not
Yes.
10 years down the road when they've festered and brewed, and now you're
Yes.
so resentful that you can't even talk about it.
Early in the broadcast, and I know you weren't here for that, but I actually walked them through an active listening, what that looks like, and being able to effectively communicate, because we are always communicating in one way or another, and to be able to effectively communicating by mirroring back what they say. I heard you say, and it helps, sensory wise with your ears and your brain and so forth, calms you on the day of calm. We want some calmness.
Yes, we want to
So
be
I
calm.
use the analogy of calm as being communication, conflict resolution for C,
I
and
have to
A for
rewatch.
accountability to one another. L for love, 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 not less, love if you're getting ready to get married, love. And then also the M being that your marriage matters.
Yeah,
And if you
I love
really
that.
value that, you are going to cultivate that. And it's going to be a journey. It's going to be something that you love. I shared with the audience that I had a really bad marriage and now I have a really good one. And so it's so funny that the Lord had called me to marriage counseling. Whenever he did that, I was like, are you flipping kidding me? I had the worst marriage on the planet. Why?
Right.
But I have
And
learned
now
so
you
much.
know.
Yes, now I know. And I am on a mission to help other marriages to be strengthened, because I don't think anybody's too far gone unless there's abuse. If there's abuse, out.
Yeah, that's different. But, it's worth the work. It's worth talking about it. Those tough things that, you're like, well, maybe we don't want to talk about this. Talk about it. Because once it's out, it's not so tough. Half the problem with
Yes.
talking about something tough is the anxiety of thinking about talking about something that's tough. Once you just start the conversation and make that agreement with your partner. I am going to talk about this. When I left my first marriage, a lot of the problem was we never talked about anything that was important. And so when Rock and I got married, the first thing I was like, I'm going to talk to you. And even if you don't talk back, I'm going to keep talking, which I have the talent to do. And,
I
I'm
think
not going
that's
to
a
let
problem
things.
for you talking.
I know. I'm very good at talking. I'm good.
Yes, you are. Now that's why we get along so well.
Exactly. I'm a good talker.
Yes, you are.
So you've given so much wisdom, and I have to replay. I just love that you spelled out calm for relationships. What is there one more thing that you didn't give out that you think is key to either personal happiness, marital happiness?
Sure. I think that becoming the best version of you. You were created and you are creative, and you cannot change your spouse. Let me just say that
That's
again. You cannot change your spouse. God created them to be the way that they are, not the way that you are. And so the best piece of advice I can give you is never expect your spouse to think like you think. First of all, they're of different species. They're male. If you're a female watching this, and female if you're male, vice versa, you get what I'm saying. Our brains are created different. We perceive things different. our temperaments are different, our personalities are different. I did not go a lot into that, but with my clients, I work a whole lot more other than just in the prepare, enrich portion of the marriage of the, gauging where you're at and assessing. And I think it's important, Celia, for even couples that have been married for years to gauge where their strengths at so they can take those areas of growth and boost them up some, and doing checkups, marriage checkups. But so many times, the biggest thing I see when couples come into my office and or I meet them in Zoom is they will literally say, he does not understand me. She does not allow me to be me. I mean, these things, and this really, when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, it's because they are wanting them to be a version of themselves.
Exactly.
If you
Exactly.
guys are the same, one of y'all is not needed. Okay.
Right.
You
Exactly.
complement each other.
And think back to when you fell in love with that person. What was that person like? They had all their little quirks. It didn't upset you then. You fell in love with that person. So why do you think those things are going to go away simply because you're married?
Right.
That's what makes them special. I mentioned on another one about Good Will Hunting. If you saw that movie with Robin Williams, and
That's an old one.
it is an old one, and world. But what's his name? The star of the show. I can't think of what his name is. Anyway, but Robin Williams is talking to him about his wife, his wife who had passed away. And he said, they were laughing because I think it was something like she farts when she sleeps. And they were laughing about it. He said, but that's the good stuff. That's the stuff that that no one else knows. And that's what makes that relationship so special. It's such a good scene.
Oh,
And,
that's a great scene. I've got to find that movie and
you have to go
extract
back
that
and
clip
rewatch
and use
it.
that in teaching.
It is. It's because that is the good stuff. That's what makes you special. You know the stuff that nobody else knows, and you
I used
accept it.
Oh, that's so good, Celia. I love that. I use marriage clips sometimes. I now prepare them, if you will. I was using a scene out of a movie with Meg Ryan and Jack Nicholson one time. And I'm trying to think of the name of the movie. I'm having a brain fluff, but they're sitting at the table and he leans over and he goes, "You make me want to be a better man."
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't Meg Ryan.
Who was it? Not Meg Ryan.
That's
What was it?
No, that movie is
it was a long time ago. I haven't used the clip in like 10 years.
That's As Good As It Gets.
As Good As It Gets. But who was that with Jack?
It's Helen Hunt.
Helen Hunt, that's right. I get them two mixed up. I love them both. Helen Hunt. Yes.
That's a great movie. Yes.
I have the person.
That is a great line.
Retreat setting, right? And we've got all of these women and everybody's listening. And I said, listen, ladies, this is how you need to communicate with your husband. And I said, roll that clip. Well, the girl that was running the PowerPoint couldn't find it. So she pulled it up on YouTube and she pulled up the wrong clip. And if you remember that movie, Helen Hunt is in the parking lot going, USOB, I hate you. And I'm going,
wrong clip.
She's calling him every name in the book. This isn't a women's Christian retreat.
This is what not to do.
Yes. But I told him, this is how you communicate with your husband. I thought, they're texting my pastor right now.
Who did you hook us up with? Who is
I haven't used that clip since then. That was like 12 years ago.
But that is a great clip. And it was received by Helen Hunt. And when she received it, she came back with, that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
Yes.
Is that you make me want to be a better man.
Yes. How powerful is that?
Yeah, because he wasn't taking his medicine for his craziness, whatever was going on with him. And he started taking it. And he started taking it because of her. And he said that. And she's like, what's that mean? And that's when he said, you make me want to be a better man.
Yes.
It's a great line.
You know the clip better than me, and I used it then. Of course, I never used it.
I've only watched that movie 9,000 times.
But I loved that clip. I remember looking at the look on her face when he said that, because that's what we can do for our spouses. We can reflect the love in us that makes them want to be a better man. And we can reciprocate that. They can reciprocate that. I know when my husband makes me feel valued, loved, cherished, it makes me want to be a better wife.
Right.
So
Right.
relationships can be complicated, but they are
They can be.
definitely worth the work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're social people. We're meant to be in relationships. I mean,
Yes.
does that mean that, people that are single are less? No.
No,
Because even
absolutely
single
not.
people have relationships. We all have relationships of some kind, unless you're a hermit and you have no relationships. But the
That's
majority
right.
of people are involved in a relationship. And what you taught today, although directed at marriage, is totally relatable to any
Absolutely.
relationship you're in. Any relationship.
Absolutely.
It takes respect. It takes
Yes.
trust. It takes the other person realizing that you value them. You validate them. That is any relationship with any other person. So I
I
hope you
100%
guys
agree.
take all this. I hope you take all this into your world, however your world is, and it makes you calmer. It makes you more alive. It makes you celebrate every day and be grateful, because you got to be grateful.
Absolutely. Gratitude, it takes us so far beyond in every relationship. And there's always going to be good things and there are always going to be bad things. But I can promise you, you will find more good things if you count the cost and weigh things
Absolutely.
out. Always, always, always. I'm a huge advocate for that. And like I said earlier, y'all, remember to breathe, just breathe and take that time out and make room for healing to happen. Because don't be the person that just keeps going back. And in addition to that, and just keep
Right.
on,
Yes.
knocking that
Don't
room
keep
off.
reiterating the same thing.
Yes,
Don't do
yes.
that with your kids either. Once it's resolved and it's gone.
Yes. Let it go. Drop it.
Let it
For
go.
forgiveness
Let it
is.
go. Aren't you glad I'm singing?
Yes. I'll sing with you.
Okay, that would be so
Can't hold it back
fun. Happy.
anymore.
There you go. So Maggie, before you leave us, can you go over again how people can reach you? What are the best ways to reach out to you? Can they set up a call with you? How's all that work?
Sure. I have a YouTube channel called Keys to Your Best Life. That is the best way to just watch and get information. If you want to work with me, you can reach out to me at Maggie Cavanaugh, #7 at Gmail, or you can go to either of my websites, movingforwardministriestn.org or .com and godfidenceteens.org, keys to your best life.com. Actually, you can probably just Google Maggie Cavanaugh and I'm going to come up somewhere because I try to be in a lot of different places. Our ministry is heavy on media, but we also do women's events and events for mothers and daughters.
And the
as
websites
well.
are right there, feeding right there.
There we
Boop, boop,
go.
boop, 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 boop.
Awesome. 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 And then also I work with couples.
Well, I'm personally so grateful to call you my friend. You are just a shining light to everyone that you're around.
I
me.
love you, Celia.
I love you so much. Thank you for being a part of the International Day of Calm. Thank you for bringing calm to so many marriages. It's so worth it, guys. Don't give up. Don't just say, oh, well, we're done. Don't
Right.
something puts you together.
That's
At
right.
least give it a chance to make it last. Don't give up so easily.
That's right. Stay calm in the midst of all things. Love you, Celia. See you
Love
next
you
time.
too. Thanks,
Bye.
Maggie. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Whoops. Zara and I just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Well, gosh, man, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I just came back from a wonderful training with Billie Jean on how to stop yelling at your kids once and for all. So if you missed that, I think you missed it because I actually don't think you can see it again unless you are part of Billie Jean's genius marketing thing. I don't think you can replay it and we don't have the download. But if you are yelling at your kids and you want to talk to me, go to Talk to Celia. That's not it. Don't go there. Go to talkwithcelia.com. Talkwithcelia.com. And we are looking, hold on, I'm going to make Oh, here. I should put talkwithcelia.com on here. Oh, look. Yay. Yay. Yay, Czar. You're like the best human. And now look what we got. We got June backstage in the green room. I like to call it the green room, but it looks like she's in the blue room. So she's going to talk about superpowers. We've all got them. If you're on right now, let us know what you think your superpower is. Mine, children. I think I told you before. Children. They're my superpower. They're my peeps. They're my people. I'm only a 5-year-old. I'm just old 5-year-old. So, June, I'm going to tell everybody about June. I'll bring June in. June, come visit. Come visit. Hi, June.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
You're so welcome. We have a few minutes before you actually begin.
All right.
And hopefully I don't want you to get started in case people are coming into your
Sure.
your show, your presentation, your talk about superpowers, which I love talking about because people don't realize that there's a superpower in every one of us. Everyone has a superpower.
Yes.
You just have to be willing to listen and figure out what that superpower is. You can start with what you're great at. What are you really good at? What do you love to do? Could be your superpower. So, anyway, Czar, are we all okay? Hold on, because you know what we may. Hey, Czar, I brought you in. Surprise!
Hi.
Hey,
Hi, June.
Do we need to end the broadcast, or are we just going to play it by ear and see if Facebook cuts
I
us
think
off?
we could still continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday, the reason I'm saying this, June, is because Facebook dropped us like around this time. And I don't know if they dropped us because the show is too long. You know, it's too many hours. I don't know. But we were able to like regain and restart really fast.
Okay,
So,
I was listening about this time. I saw what happened. Okay.
do you want, or we can restart so we can do either one. I'm just hoping it doesn't drop.
Right. I mean, whatever you guys think.
We're going to keep
If
it
you
going,
wanna-
Czar?
Just to be safe, I think we need to restart. Would that be fine with you, June?
I'm totally good
Okay.
with that. Yes.
All right. So, people of the world, we stay calm with what goes on because we have no control over what goes on. We make
That's
calm
right.
decisions. We communicate calmly. We are going to stop this stream. Stay right where you are. We're going to restart a new stream. It will look very similar. So don't leave. Okay, heads up. Good. See you soon. Better safe than sorry. Okay. Yay. All right. My superpower is encouraging people. That's what somebody's superpower was.
I
All right.
love that.
Stay with us, guys. We're going to be right back.
All right.